Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting for Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. We just got out of a closed session and I have nothing to report. I'll call this meeting to order and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Thank you. Can I get a roll call, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Blash. Here. And Mayor
Present. All present. Okay. Can I get approval of the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Hellman. Can I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. I'll read the land acknowledgement this evening. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Okay, I will now read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend the rule. I already announced that there was nothing to report out of the closed session, and now we'll go to announcements. I have a couple, so I'll just begin. The first, which is here on the agenda, is that we will have an online workshop on the Just Cause Eviction Ordinance this Saturday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. There's a structured agenda that's scheduled to go from 10 to 12:30, but there's more time because we want to accommodate as many people that show up as possible. So just wanted to flag that to come early. I also wanted to acknowledge that we also have the Manor Spring Fair. You've probably seen those cute seal signs up all over town, but that's also Saturday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You could find more information on the website for Manor School. And also another youth event, the Wellness Festival, Strength and Connection, is on Saturday, May 6th at Terra Linda High School from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Find Your Way and the Marin County Youth Commission will be holding a fun day of workshops about youth wellness in Marin County, super important issue. This is a free event for both youth and adults all over Marin County, and you can learn more on our website. It was in our newsletter. We also have a teen open mic night on May 12th from 6:30 to 9 p.m. here in the Fairfax Women's Club, where singers, musicians, bands, poets, actors, comedians, I might join in. We'll hold down the space and everybody will share the spotlight. So everybody's welcome to come to that. And we're aiming to promote youth participation in the performing arts. So if you know any young folks, please reach out to the town and we can get you set up with that. The other thing I wanted to note, Ember Stomp 2023, that is at the Marin Civic Center Fairgrounds on May 20th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Ember Stomp is a regional event with all of our emergency safety, fire prevention, preparedness community stakeholders, where folks can learn their role in being a part of a fire adapted community and how we all prepare for wildfire. This is a free event for the whole family, and you can learn more about that at firesafemarin.org. In a similar vein, the Chipper Day program, which many of our residents are familiar with, as a wildfire prevention vegetation removal program that's paid for by the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority and available to all Fairfax residents. That's kicking off, and you can schedule your yard waste or vegetation removal service at firesafemarin.org as well. One more thing I have on my list here is we heard from the public about wanting to do some other cultural events in our community, and we're really excited that the Marin Chinese American Cultural Association is doing a lion dance at Bolinas Park in downtown Fairfax on Saturday, May 20th from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. So this event is generously sponsored by Friends of the Marin County Library as well. So encourage you all to come down to Bolinas Park for that really exciting event. Do any of my colleagues have any? Oh, okay. Yes. One more on the agenda itself. Yeah, sorry. It's to just join our town committees. There are vacancies on the Planning Commission, Affordable Housing Committee, Volunteer Board, Climate Action Committee, and Parks and Recreation Commission. And you can visit the town website for more information about how to get involved with some of our committees. I think we also have some openings for our Emergency Preparedness Committee as well, if I'm not mistaken. So just got to flag that as well. Cool. Anything else from my colleagues? Great. Okay, we will move on then to our presentation for the evening. We have a presentation of proclamation in memory of Jean Berensmeyer, and I believe Vice Mayor Kohler is going to take that on.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to recognize that Jean's son, Paul, and his wife, Tina, are here tonight. Town of Fairfax proclamation in memory of Jean Berensmeyer, 1932 to 2023. Whereas Jean Berensmeyer was born in Livermore, from age 4 through her early years, she lived with her grandparents in Ruth, Nevada. In later years, she was reunited with her parents and brother and grew up in Richmond, California, where her father built Liberty ships. And whereas Jean attended San Francisco State University, earned a master's degree, and became a professor of physical education, teaching at San Mateo Junior College for 36 years. And whereas Jean and her then boyfriend Lee first experienced Marin County in 1952 as counselors at a Forest Knoll summer camp and fell in love with the San Geronimo Valley. And whereas Jean and Lee married in 1956, and in 1963, when their son Paul was a toddler, they purchased a cabin on Mount Barnaby in Lagunitas, where she lived for the rest of her life. And whereas Jean founded the San Geronimo Valley Community Center in 1968, after first saving the center's historic building from demolition and negotiating a $1 a year agreement in perpetuity with the Lagunitas School District. The community center now has a $1.8 million budget and 22 employees that serve the valley. And whereas in 1972, Jean was one of the founders of the San Geronimo Valley Planning Group, who worked to protect and preserve the valley's special open spaces, creeks, meadows, forests, ridgelines, wildlife, and plants, and the rural lifestyle. And whereas in partnership with the planning group and other Marin County heroes, Jean worked to kill a 1961 county master plan to develop 5,000 homes and bring 20,000 residents to the area. And whereas Jean served on the Marin County Parks and Open Space Committee from 1977 to 1997, helping to acquire the Royce Redwoods, Maurice Thorner, Gary Giacomini, and French Ranch Preserves, saving about 2,600 total acres of open space in West Marin. And whereas in 2001, Jean and her son Paul founded Wilderness Way, an environmental education center, providing environmental education and indigenous wisdom to students in the Lagunitas School District, other schools, and the community. And whereas in 2014, Jean was honored with the Marin Conservation League's Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2019, the Peter Bear Steward of the Land Award, in 2023, the Turtle Island Award, and shortly before her death was inducted into the Marin Women's Hall of Fame class of 2023. And whereas Jean passed away peacefully in her sleep at 90 on March 15, 2023, and will always, I'm going to cry, will always be remembered as an unstoppable environmentalist who dedicated her life to preserving the San Geronimo Valley. Whereas Jean was a tireless advocate and fierce warrior for the rural aesthetic and unique beauty of Western Marin County, she made our world a better place. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax that in memory of Jean Berensmeyer and her many contributions to Marin County and the lands just west of Fairfax, May 3rd, 2023 is Jean Berensmeyer Day in the Town of Fairfax. Thank you. And I want to thank Paul for sending me a lot of information as I was putting this together. I think our mayor will hand you the proclamation before you leave. And there may be some folks who want to speak about Jean. So either on Zoom or in the room. Don't see it.
There is one raised hand on Zoom. Oh,
And we
there's
have
several.
one in the room as well. Okay, we can go to Zoom first and then we'll go to Mr. McIntosh.
The first raised hand for this item is Ava, and you're unmuted now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand raised for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another raised hand for this item, and that is Sierra Tuna Fish Salin. You're unmuted now.
I just wanted to say thank you, Jean, and it's up to us now. So we better get busy. And also for anybody who was on the other side of anything from Jean, God help you. She was a force of nature. And just thank you, Jean. You are missed.
There are no more raised hands on Zoom.
Okay,
I just wanted to support some of the comments because I've dealt with Jean regarding spawn in the creek, Lugneys Creek, especially at the supervisors. And she's absolutely had a very strong opinion that she really believed and wanted to see the savior of that valley. So it wasn't just the fish. And I know she had the school by the golf course and stuff, but she really worked hard to make that a community and something that was a good steward for the creek and the animals in it. Thanks.
thank you.
Frank Ager, Medaway, Mayor and council members. Renita and I attended Jean's 90th birthday party, and it was quite a celebration. And the work she's done over the years to protect our communities is just just way understated. And we're sure going to miss her. Thank you for what you're doing tonight.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Paul wanted to say anything, or would you prefer not to?
Paul Berensmeyer. I live in Lagunitas. I just so honored that my mother is honored by you. I've worked side by side with her in the planning group and with Wilderness Way teaching, and it's been a real honor. She was so clear-minded all the way to the age of 90 and continued to save the valley, as she said, as long as she would live, and she did. So I was talking with Chance a little bit. I just wanted everybody to know that something very special has happened, and it's actually a culmination of a dream my mother had. I really think of it as a dream, her dream of saving the valley first, and working so hard, tirelessly to do that over 50 years and succeeding. And then founding Wilderness Way to teach the children to respect the land, to learn the land, to become stewards at the land. But then further, and this is like the full circle of what I consider the dream, she really connected with the Native Americans. We had a Native American educational program. We're not Native, but we were respectful and learning Miwok ways, games, crafts, activities. And lo and behold, a few months before my mother passed away, she was connected with the Coast Miwok Tribal Council. And they're a new group that is gaining a lot of good energy. And they did a workshop at Wilderness Way, and it was just fantastic. And my mother gave them opportunity to use Wilderness Way at any time that they wanted. Since then, my mother's passed, but within a week, I was contacted by a council member that they were interested in having a Coast Miwok live cultural center at Wilderness Way. I thought I was going to fall over. That was pretty much the culmination of a dream. So to further and my mother's legacy, I'm very honored to announce that we are going to partnership with the Coast Miwok. They're going to have a Coast Miwok Living Cultural Center. And lastly, I think a few of you know it, and I think, Chance, you mentioned that you've are writing a letter of support of what I'm going to speak about next, and that is land purchase in Nicasio. There's 26 acres of raw land, which interestingly enough, is right next to one of the largest archaeological Miwok sites, which is just stunning to me. It seems like all the parts are fitting together. And we're in the process of purchasing 26 acres. That will be the outdoor educational area. Wilderness Way will be the indoor living cultural center. And my mom's dream is becoming complete. Thank you so much for honoring her.
I just want to add, well, first of all, thank you, Paul, and I'm so glad it's come more than full circle. But I also want to add that our town clerk, Michelle Gardner, told me her children were taught by your mother. So we're all really sad that Jean is gone, but her legacy will long live on.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Kohler, for drafting that proclamation. And thank you both for attending, and I'm so sorry for your loss, but we've gained so much from Jean's presence here in Marin. So we'll keep that with us as we carry on. Long live Jean, absolutely. At this time, we will do open time for public expression up to 30 minutes. This is time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 3 minutes, subject to the mayor's discretion. Note there's no extra time for groups. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature. If there's still hands raised after 30 minutes, we will continue it to the end of the agenda. But please, if you can get your comments done in less than 3 minutes, that would be much appreciated. So more people will have time to comment, and we'll go to folks in the room and then to folks on Zoom. Sound good? Excellent.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Started looking at the financials. Check 105882 to Circle Up Education, $8,474. This is for a diversity training. One person, 8.5 hours, one computer and a screen. Seemed like a lot. That's like about $1,000 an hour, which is more than brain surgeons make in the Bay Area. So I looked at ZipRecruiter. They state that the diversity trainers make $30 per hour. Salary.com has them at $47 per hour. So even if you were to give the company over 100% of what the person is making, we should be looking at maybe $850, not $8,474. So who came up with that? Who hired them? Who recommended them? So then I thought, well, maybe I should look and see if somebody rated them. So I went to this website called comparably.com. This is a rating from the employees of the company. They rated the company as far as happiness, a C. As far as a work environment, a D-, and a retention of employees, a C+. So why did we overpay so much, especially on the heels of firing EMC, who at the same time had billed us around $275,000, had another 250 something thousand in the pipeline, which was supposed to be negotiable. We ended up paying them $616,709. They had a total contract for $520,000 or $530,000 to present a completed project for the housing element for January 31st of 2023. So from May of 2021 to until they were fired, what did they do? When I asked Diet and Bhatia where they were percentage-wise, I was told they were in the very early stage of completing the housing element. We were kind of misled, or maybe when they started to dig further in, they realized how bad this company was. But we were told when at that special meeting that they had done around 50%. Diet and Bhatia said they weren't even close to that. I said 20%, not even close to that.
Thanks, Mark.
So you urinated away $616,000 of the town's money. That was over almost 100,000 more than they were supposed to. Wasn't there a completion condition on the contract? Who did this? Is this the attorney?
Thank you for your
time. Is this the town?
Thanks for your comments.
Is this the town manager?
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Frank Eager, Middleway. During the winter of 2021, a large oak tree fell between Meadowway and Canyon Road and floated down towards, in Santa Somo Creek, down towards the Meadowway Bridge. A Meadowway resident contacted the town asking that the large downed oak tree in the creek be cut up and removed before this coming winter, so it does not lodge up against the Meadowway Bridge. During this winter storm, the oak tree was moved by San Anselmo's high creek flows up against one of the pilings of the Meadowway Bridge. Because the town did not remove it during the past year, a neighbor had a serious medical emergency on Monday. 911 was called. Engine 21 stopped at the Meadowway Bridge and would not cross it. Firefighters ran down Meadowway all the way down to the end, to the house on the end. The medic unit arrived and was blocked by the engine. It was parked, so the medic unit was between Meadowway Bridge and Cascade Drive. The medics had to run down the street with a gurney to pick up the woman, our neighbor, and carry her out on a gurney down Meadowway, down past the side of our house, and then down this front street towards Cascade Drive. So I'm really concerned about our fire protection on Meadowway. Is there an order that prohibits Engine 21 from crossing the Meadowway Bridge now because that oak tree is up against it?
I don't know, but we should look into it. Absolutely. So
Well,
we'll check with fire department after this meeting and we'll get back to you and maybe you can share that with the neighbors in Medaway.
thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that, I'm not sure that Lauren was here at that time. I know he wasn't. Maybe you can look into that tree. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody in the audience here and at home watching. And for the record, anybody who reviews this later on. I want to speak tonight about the lack of candor and the lack of transparency in Fairfax government and how it's hurting all of this town and how it seemingly runs through many different reports. And I don't know why that is. A lot of us don't know why that is. I'm going to give you some examples and ask as the court would direct for you to make some changes. These things have been brought up before, but nothing's been done about them. And I want everybody to know that occasionally tunes in, because a lot of people have tuned out because they feel like they're not heard what some of these things are. Our sidewalks that you've talked about, claiming that they are private owner responsibility. Well, who owns the sidewalk right out in front of the women's club that we had to walk on this evening? There's an MMWD Christie box that is a hazard, and there's a divot in the sidewalk. Would this be town property out here that is in a hazardous condition that somebody might sue the town over? Just wondering when that'll ever get fixed. Number two, Mayor Catrano started this off saying that there's nothing to report as far as the closed meeting. He didn't identify what that closed meeting was about. Well, maybe he's allowed to not identify that, but it was about our town manager and whether or not she's doing a good job in her employee review. Well, guess what? That was conveniently scheduled at 5 p.m. when most people are still just getting off work. That's inappropriate. Special meetings should be scheduled. Any meeting should be scheduled when people can attend. There is no recorded record of that meeting. That is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Furthermore, when there's a town petition signed by concerned residents so that we can be heard, why is it that on the agenda, there's no description of what that petition was other than ordinance, when everybody knows the elephant in the room is the costly, contentious rent control ordinances that it was about in a prior meeting? Number four is coming up here, and there'll be a chance to discuss this more later, but there are missing reports of council members' activities. The list goes on and on and on.
Thank you. That's your time, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone, council. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Candace. I live on Monte Vista. I normally have a concise 3 minutes or 2 minutes to say tonight, but I've got so many items that I'm just going to kind of bullet point them for you all so that we can all hear them. I really appreciated Mark Bell's statements about money management. The deeper that I delve into our costs and budgets of the last few years, really worry me and make me question what I understand. Lack of staff. I understand overwhelmed staff. I don't understand exorbitant costs and consultants with nothing to show at the end of the day, or even worse, having to reverse actions that were done at a cost as well. There's a lot of things we could be working on in the town with the finances that are available at our reasonably high property tax rate in Marin County. And I would just ask all of you to really just think about that. Maybe took a look at some of the numbers he just read to you. Let's talk about civic makers and the workshop. I don't know if any of you are aware of this, but I sent a few emails to them, and all of a sudden I'm being spammed by civic makers. This is a neutral moderator party. And all of a sudden I'm receiving emails that I never signed up for. I've tried to unsubscribe. I'm still working on that. But that's really not appropriate. And I don't appreciate it. And I don't think others that have received them as well appreciate it. Are you aware there was a group called the Co-Star Group that was out taking pictures of the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center this week? They are a large corporate real estate development company. Multiple people saw them and took pictures of their vehicle with their signs. Just a heads up, guys. I don't know what Ross Valley's doing or MMWD, but just something to make everyone aware. They were taking many pictures of the site, which leads me to question what's going on there. You know, I won't discuss School Street Plaza because it's on the agenda tonight in the housing, but we're going to talk about parking for a minute. I live in town. I work in town at 2 jobs, and every day I struggle to find a place to park. Let's just say I don't find a place to park. Then that shift isn't worked. And then our community and customers aren't served. And then you don't earn the tax dollars on that business. Parking is a serious issue in our town right now. Like, I'm serious. The farmer's market's going on right now. I've just left it. I had 6 cars trying to wait for my spot. So something to think about there as we approach festival or as we approach building 170 units or things like that. We're in a serious peril there, and thinking about where all these cars are going to go is a serious question.
And you're at 3 minutes now. So
I'll wrap it up. Just
Okay.
give me one moment. You know, we want to talk about supporting the community, growing community, and the community supporting all of you. You've listed off how many open, seats there are available for the volunteer committees. I think people have felt really unheard by their council and are not contributing perhaps what they may have in the past. I think something to think about is we ask people to volunteer for our town or to be more supportive of our town or to be more involved in our town, the children in this town. Think about that. Like, I'm asking you all, please. I appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, everybody. Mallory, I'm Fairfax. I have a few things that what the last speaker just said, I agree with. And I just actually before that said that to Mark, that why people are not, why you have so many openings is people have lost their heart to Fairfax because of how they're being treated and how they're being treated by the council and the past council. So I would like you guys to look at this and maybe change how you're doing what you're doing. I also have a problem with when there's what many of us consider a big ticket item, you schedule it for 11 o'clock at night, and that's not okay. I would like to start with those ticket items and have people stay instead of have to leave because it's 11 o'clock at night. There's another problem with Zoom. I know you guys can make this a two-way thing for people on Zoom, and I know it'll take a little more work. Other places in Marin do that, so people who can see who's speaking on Zoom, and I want you guys to get that together and do it because it is doable. It'll just be a little more work. I have another problem here that's not just for Marin, but we have a lot of kids who are suicidal. And I think if you want to make a committee or a group or after school thing, I'm available to help kids have a way for them to communicate with each other. not just to play ball, but to talk about whatever's going on with them. And I think that's really needed in our town. And the last thing is, we were just talking about the trees. And this is, Barbara, you just jumped in, which is great, but I would really like to see you guys jump in on the big items that we're talking about as well. What Mark said and what Todd said and what the woman who I don't know her name said. So I would really like you to look at what you're supporting and how you're supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. Michael McIntosh. I'm up here to really reiterate what you keep hearing and you've heard for the last year. In the 21 years of coming to these council meetings, I've never seen a town so divided. And actually, I'm sorry, Liesl, you should not be part of that. But the four of you have to own that. Bruce, I'd like to compliment you when you took the time to review the Just Cause ordinances and acknowledge that maybe you didn't read it close enough, and that had you had a better opportunity to review that you thought differently and you approach it differently. I also appreciate that you're willing to stand up and make that statement. It takes a whole lot more courage to admit something that maybe didn't go well than it is to hide behind a curtain. So thank you. But what I see that's been brought up tonight, and all of you really need to think about this, is how you disengage the town. So if you're looking at your emails right before the council meeting, for the first time, I am now pushing a complaint to the HCD. I've asked them to step in and remove you from the process of the housing element. I will continue to point out the deficiencies, and I will cite each and every one of you who has failed in what your elected job is. I encourage you, be magnanimous. You could do something and still do it today, but our town is divided. Our town is failing. You're not engaging the town. It would be really nice, as many years ago, when people would come up here and say, wow, thanks. Hey, you helped my mom. You baked these cupcakes. We don't hear those things today. Instead, there's this wall, and you guys want to do things without engaging the public. The public who has asked you to step up here and represent us. And that is failed. So I hope that you guys will really think about this. And yes, it's a very negative comment. I apologize, but it's the only way to go forward. When somebody drinks too much until they can acknowledge they're an alcoholic, they will never resolve the issue of slowing down or stopping their drink. And I'm again encouraging you guys to take a new start at the housing element, a new start at the Just Cause rent control, and a workshop after the fact that's by Zoom only, so you could have New York and New Jersey overwhelm the process. That's not a process. That's another obfuscation to try to exclude your local community. So please consider those items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else in the room? Yes.
Hello. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Liz Gottlieb, and I'm relatively new to Fairfax. I moved here in 2019, but have been working in Marin as a teacher for the last 24 years. And I'm really interested in getting involved because I have some time opening up in my life. I have teenagers now, and I'm applying to be on the Climate Action Committee. And I really appreciate hearing from everyone tonight and learning more about everything that's going on, and especially getting involved in anything related to the environment and sustainability. And I really appreciated the tribute to Jean, because I've taken kids out to West Marin and done so much experiential education related to our environment. So just looking forward to getting more involved.
Thank you very much. If there's no one else in the room, we'll go on Zoom. If folks can raise their hands. This is for open time for public expression for items not on the agenda.
Yes, we have a number of raised hands. The first speaker is Kay, followed by Jody Timms. And Kay, you're unmuted now.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, town council members. I want to just say a couple things ahead of our workshop. And Lizel, I want to talk about some of your statistics that were spoke on the last town council meeting on April 5th. Lizel, you had said about there's 27 ordinances. You had stated 50% exclude rentals where the owner shares a bathroom or kitchen. The truth or the facts are, it's 23 out of 27 ordinances. That's almost 90% exclude someone who shares a bathroom or kitchen from just cause. You also stated a few, 2 or less, exclude owner occupied, are excluded from the just cause. That's not true. There's 14 out of 27 of the ordinances, which is over 50%, exclude owner occupied 2 or less. In addition to that, 7 out of 27 exclude single family homes, condos built before 1995 or units 3 or less. And 4 out of 27 allow month to month or have a 6 month to 1 year trial basis. I do understand the information was hard to come by. I have hyperlinks to every single ordinance, which I am more than fine to email all of you if you want to verify that information. Also, I want to talk about the cost burden, the 30%. Oh, I get so nervous. I'm so good at this until the time comes. My heart beats. I apologize. But anyway, Chance, you and I in conversation have talked about, the 30% of renters are severely cost burden, 50% pay on their rent, pay for their rent, 50% of their income pays for their rent. Well, it's really 28.2%, but what is being left out is 19.2% of homeowners are severely cost burdened. That is only a 9% difference. And there's only a 6.7% difference between renters and homeowners who spend 30 to 50% of their income on home or cost burden. Logic would preclude that the homeowners that are cost burden are the ones who have opened up their home and are renting out their house. And they are the ones who are at severe risk for displacement. Lizel and Barbara, senior citizens, I would like to reach out to both of you and remind you guys that our town encouraged our senior citizens, our empty nesters, to put in housing in their home. Senior citizens, as we are all aware, are extremely at risk for financial elder abuse. It happens all the time. You need to protect your senior citizens, especially when they cannot even vet.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know you're at 3 minutes and roughly 40 seconds. So
much more. I'm done.
Thank you. It was good. Thank you. And please do send us those hyperlinks.
One more thing. One more quick thing. Bruce, you and I need to go for a walk in our neighborhood because this deluge or this bloodbath of evictions, there is no basis behind it. There is no any statistics or.
Okay, that's your time. Thank you.
Bye.
You can connect with the council members offline. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Cindy Yob. Jody, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, and Chair of the Fairfax Climate Action Committee, which will be hosting another event on home electrification on May 10th at the Fairfax Library at 6:30. So I encourage people to come join us and learn about this really important step that homeowners can take to address climate change. We have a speaker, David Moeller from the Climate Reality Building Electrification Squad, who will be coming. And also Joe Hewlings, our co-chair, will be discussing incentives and rebates. As you likely know, Fairfax acknowledged the climate emergency in 2019 and resolved to decrease our greenhouse gas emissions. That is to stop burning gasoline and oil and quote, natural, unquote, gas as soon as possible. California is moving aggressively, recently deciding to stop the sale of new diesel trucks after 2037. As we know, new gasoline cars in 2035 and new gas appliances in 2027 and 2029. So New York just yesterday banned gas in all new buildings. It was the first state to do so. Things are moving ahead in this direction, and we want to get in front of it if at all possible. Last month, the Climate Action Committee agreed to request that the council consider a discussion and/or resolution in the near future, if possible, to prioritize the purchase of bidirectional equipment and electric vehicles so that we can expand the grid with, quote, batteries on wheels. As we know, the grid is not capable at the moment of supporting full electrification, so more needs to be done there for sure. We'll also be tabling again at Good Earth on May 21st. So if you'd like to know more about what we're up to, come join us or come stop by the table, or you could attend our next meeting, which is on May 16th. So we hope to see many community members at the library event again on May 10th at 6:30. And thank you so much for all that you do and the support you provide to the committees that are part of the town and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Michael Sexton. And Cindy, oops, sorry. You just jumped. Wait. Sorry, when people lower their hands, it moves the list. Cindy, you're unmuted now.
Okay, so you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good evening, everybody. I'm Cindy Ross. I live on Lansdale Avenue. And I know that in May, there are a number of groups that are being recognized and acknowledged. But I want to point out that another group that is being acknowledged in May is people with multiple chemical sensitivities. MCS, which is sometimes called environmental sensitivities or idiopathic environmental illness, is not a matter of just having a sensitive nose. It's not exactly an allergy, although sometimes people with MCS can have allergy type symptoms. And it's not about disliking a smell. It's about the negative effect and the health consequences that the chemicals that create the smell cause. Now, some of the products that, some of the substances that cause problems for people with MCS include things like perfumes, cleaning products, things that off-gas volatile organic compounds, and especially things like chemically fragranced laundry products, including detergents and dryer sheets and similar products. And as you all know, because I've spoken about this in past meetings, I've written numerous letters, I've complained to various agencies, but I happen to have MCS. I live across the street from one of the laundromats in town, and I've been bombarded daily for a number of years now with substances inside my own home that have gotten me really sick, that have negatively impacted my quality of life, that are making it essentially impossible for me to remain in Fairfax, and I'm strongly considering leaving the town. And I just wanted to say that, you know, with this particular council, you may not know me, but for somebody that's been here for 40 years, almost 40 years, and has been really involved with the town. I used to be the parade chairperson for the Fairfax Festival. I helped former council member Lou Tremaine craft a resolution to assist domestic violence victims. I've done a lot of stuff in Fairfax, and I used to believe that this was the best place in the world to live, literally. And it's just really outrageous that you're now ignoring and causing me considerable harm. And I just wanted to say that it's really not okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cindy. And thanks for making us aware of MCS as well.
The next speaker is Michael Sexton, followed by Kathy Flores. Michael, you're unmuted now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Town Council. This is Michael Sexton, co-founder of Marin Residents and FairfaxResidents.org. I support Todd Greenberg's, Candace's, and especially Michael McIntosh's comments regarding town governance. Policymaking and commenting until 2 a.m., like what happened at the April meeting, is just painful and disrespectful to all of the residents. A better way needs to be found to deal with contentious issues that come up on the agenda. But to my main point, I was disappointed but not surprised at the poor quality of the Just Cause Workshop online survey. The residents who didn't fill it out didn't miss much. The survey was a poorly constructed poll aimed at a narrow range of results. It really wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I hope the public can get to see all the comments and all the metrics from the survey. Like the survey, the results of the upcoming workshop will frankly be meaningless. A few points in particular: regardless of any range of suggestions for modification of these ordinances, the residents will not be able to vote on any result. This is a major issue. But like the survey, repealing the ordinances entirely was not an option and won't be an option at the workshop. The workshop only deals with one half of the rent control ordinances. There'll be no discussion on rent stabilization, the crazy rent cap max of 60% of CPI. Fourth, anyone, anywhere can participate, including non-Fairfax resident members of rent control organizations anywhere in the United States. This is why there is an open ballot initiative, the Keep Fairfax Fair Act petition. I hope the residents realize that this ballot initiative will be the only recourse for the residents to actually have their voice heard. Extra rent control hurts all of us, renters, housing providers, and homeowners. I urge all the residents to come to the coffee roastery most mornings to sign this petition so that we can get it on the ballot. We'll also be announcing other locations for them to sign soon. I thank you to the town council and thank you to the residents of Fairfax.
Thank you, Michael.
The next speaker is Kathy Flores, followed by Sierra Tunafish Salen. Kathy, you're unmuted now.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, now let me figure out where my other thing is. Sorry about this. God help me. Sorry, I got to get to something else where I have it. Here we go. So just a few things I was writing down. I agree with Mr. McIntosh that there is a wall between the town and the residents. You may not see it. Maybe you do. It's not getting closer. It's expanding. It's getting worse. The ones that really know what's going on. I agree with Mallory said. There are volunteer positions, but no one really listens to the residents. You're on the volunteer board and you do things and they override you. So, because I've been on one of them and it's just like, I didn't want to be there anymore because everything you try to do, really nobody listened that was on the staff. And I find the staff, some of them, not the town, some of them to be quite rude and disrespectful in their emails. I'm not going to say who, but they are quite rude and disrespectful. And I agree with McIntosh. What else would I say? And the last person, Michael, was just said everything that I would have liked to say. I think I could say this now because it's not on the agenda, but I'm requesting that the town council pull item 9. It's on the consent calendar. I guess I could continue. The proposal by the town manager, Heather Abrams, is giving her sole absolute power without any constraints for hiring and firing of departments heads. What she is proposing is extremely concerning.
Kathy, I just want to let you know this item is on consent, so you can
Oh.
comment on it on
Oh,
consent.
so I
for that.
can't do it now, but I do it on consent. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All righty, bye. I never
Next
know.
Next speaker is Sierra, followed by Rick Hamer. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
The special meeting on May 6th on rent control, it's on Zoom only. The first time I heard that, I couldn't believe it. Really? The whole process, I feel, is flawed and pretty funky, as is the survey. I mean, the survey is just a matter of, it's kind of leading questions, and the survey is only as good as the questions. So I feel like the whole meeting's only going to be as good as the survey, and the questions are leading and limited. I mean, for example, there's nothing about having Berkeley implement or manage the whole damn thing. So how can you have a inclusive or whole meeting when all the issues and all the points of it aren't even on it, and it's not even in person, and it's open to the rest of the community? It's flawed. I have little faith in anything new or different coming from it, and it's just another lost opportunity. For the electrification of everything with Jody, it's like I say yes, but underneath all of it, where is conservation? Where is anybody talking about driving less, consuming less, bundling trips, trying to make things last? Where is the conservation and making what you have last rather than going out and ripping something new out of living environments to get something new? We can't consume our way into healthy living environments. We just can't. It's like, be it batteries, solar, gas, nuclear, whatever the heck it is, or extending Diablo Canyon and having nuclear last longer so that we can have more electricity to power our go. To me, it's just a little bit insane. And then we're disincentivizing solar. It's like people are getting less money to put solar on their houses than they used to, and yet we want to electrify everything. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We're over consuming the earth, period. Whether we go electrification or whatever, and conservation or conserving things just seems to be a bad word, or nobody talks about it. What are we doing to use as little as we can to try and preserve or protect or even grow a plant? I don't know. So where else am I? Mark Bell had a lot of interesting questions earlier. If it's true about the $8,000 or whatever it was for an 8-hour, sound like it was even online, as well as the other consultants and a lot of money. To me, that's a lot of potholes, and a little bit of asphalt. Not that paving the world's the way to go, but we could take care of a lot of things in our own environment, in our own community, storm drains, potholes, whatever it is, for a lot of that money. And I would like a response. I'd like to really know the answer to that stuff. And maybe there's some circumstances or reasons why it is so high that I don't know that actually, enable it somehow. But I'd like a response, or I'd like to hear something from that. And other than that, Yahoo, it's raining a bit. Beauty will ever and always continue to grow and regrow in the cracks. And sometimes we have to look for it pretty darn hard. Water.
Thank you, Sierra.
The next speaker is Rick Hamer, followed by Ava. Rick, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for being there for us. This is kind of a technical concern I have. It regards the microphone kill switch, which is also known as a silence switch, which has been used numerous times over the last few years. And we have to caution the town's use of the microphone silence switch as it is fitted. For the live attendants in the room, a speaker can still be heard. However, for Zoom participants and the recordings of the public meetings on YouTube, the audios cannot be heard at all. This means that depending on the hybrid meeting portal being used by us, the public, or whoever's reviewing the content, the public experience varies. I would expect that the experience by the public to contain the same content regardless of what portal they're using. The kill switch appears to be on an input signal path to the mix and cuts off audio before being recorded. The location of the silent switch in the signal path needs to change so the content is not lost in the recording, because if it's not recorded, it can never be recovered. And this is all public content for the record. And if we can hear it live in town hall, we ought to be able to hear it again when we're reviewing archival records. So please look into having your technician review the signal path to correct this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker, please. How many more are left, Michelle?
After the next speaker, there are two more speakers.
Okay.
Ava is next, followed by Kobe Friedman, actually it's someone who's already spoken. So just one more. Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thank you so much. Ava Crisanti here, and I wanted to let the good people of Fairfax know that there's a new article about Marin County, and the county finally made it into the New York Review of Books, which is exciting. The New York Review of Books is a pretty famous literary publication. It was long the home to Susan Sontag and Joan Didion, two of our greatest American writers. And I was very pleased to see that Piper French, a young woman writer who's very, very much in their tradition, wrote a penetrating article about Marin County, and it's called A Housing Crisis in Paradise. And if you don't already have an online subscription to the New York Review of Books, you can actually read this article for free. I think it's really relevant to a lot of the discussions that have taken place here with regard to building and rent ordinances and so on and so forth. But I was very pleased to see that she took an interest in what was happening in Marin City. I was especially pleased that she managed to include note of the Risley letter. And it's interesting because you had a lovely tribute to Berensmeyer, but she came here at a very exciting time in Marin County history. And one of the things that was happening, it was just a completely different environment. Marin County at that time, a lot of the kind of reactionary right-wing politics that you see from a lot of baby boomers in Marin County now, at that time when these people were just tots, the county was a much more progressive place. It wasn't just environmentally progressive, but it was progressive in terms of labor politics and in terms of integration. There was a lot of activity there. So Piper did actually mention the Risley letter, the 1958 Risley letter, which I have a special interest in. And it's really worth reading this article. But I do want to remind people, because I know a lot of people don't feel like commenting because they feel like there's this very fierce right-wing element in Fairfax right now. The history of Marin County is long, and it wasn't always this way. And there was once a much more hopeful and progressive time. And when you go through the archives from the 1950s in Marin County, you'll find all sorts of labor union activity, attempts to integrate, all sorts of fierce pushback from Marin County residents on having to sign the loyalty oath. Big fights about that, and of course some burgeoning progressive politics that was really pushed back on in later decades. But worth checking out. It's nybooks.com. That's where you can find Piper French's terrific article. It's called A Housing Crisis in Paradise. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Eva.
And hello. The last speaker is Kobe Friedman, and you're unmuted now.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much. My name is Kobe Friedman. I I haven't heard anything good that anybody had to say about this council. I mean, it was all a barrage of bad things, and I'm sorry to say that I have to join that same choir. I'd like to remind you folks that we elected you to protect our interests, to protect our property rights, to protect tenant rights, to basically protect us. And you turn out to be our enemy number one. Not only you taking away our property rights in a way that you imposing this draconian rent control ordinance, but you also hurting tenants because now landlords, people who have properties for rent, are reluctant to rent them out, causing a further squeeze on the rental market. I don't understand. I don't want to question your motivation. I don't know. I mean, it sounds on the face of it, there's some Mickey Mouse is going on, and it's a corrupt body, especially when somebody exposes all this misuse of funds and all that. I don't understand I don't know. I don't want to question your motivation. I want to question your logic. Where did you get in your heads, in your collective heads, that you are sitting there to hurt us and not to help us? We elected you to protect us, to help us. What the heck are you doing? Please look in the mirror tonight and try to answer that question for yourself. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, no clapping in the audience, please. Thank you.
There are no
No
further
more?
speakers.
Okay, great. Well, we will close open time for public expression, and we will move on to the consent calendar. Oh, yes.
And I'm just going to ask again, because we often have new people in the audience, if Heather could clarify, or I'm sorry, town manager could clarify what the consent calendar is and why we have it and why it's presented in the way it is.
Absolutely. Thank you. So the consent calendar is typically for routine items. These are process issues. And so they are all published. They are written. People can review them ahead of time and ask questions and make comments, as you saw throughout the consent process. So it's very routine for a town or a city to have a consent calendar, and those are all those process issues. In Fairfax, we have also been putting on what I would term as extra transparency items. So for an example would be the climate action update. These are things that, we're wanting to make sure people see, and they're posted and published through our normal systems. So that's just another example. And one example as well is the check register is not legally required. That is something that Fairfax chooses to do to make sure that people can see all of those. So some cities, most cities, I would say, actually do not do that, but that's something that Fairfax does.
Thank you. In that same vein, just a couple quick questions. There was a comment about diversity payments or funding. Could you speak to that? Do you know what that was referring to?
That was our training for all town staff. So every single staff employee was present at that training, and it was very well received. So that is actually something that I would love to roll out for the committees and council as well, because it was very effective.
Great, thank you. And one quick question, just for clarification for our town attorney, Janet. Could you just clarify how the closed sessions work for those that might not understand? There was mention of us having a closed session meeting and it wasn't recorded, but I think it'd be helpful to know what those are exactly.
Okay, so the Brown Act allows the council to go into closed session on certain items, personnel matters for the two employees of the town council, being the town manager and the town attorney, real estate matters, litigation matters, and a few other items. And they are not recorded and they are confidential. And there is a requirement for reporting out if action is taken, if there's a vote taken. But frequently there is nothing to report out. There's no reportable action. And it's that's what's allowed by the Brown Act. So it's not required that it be recorded or that anybody else can listen to it, because it is a closed session. It is a confidential session, and it's for the council and specified individuals listed in the Brown Act only.
Okay, thank you very much. And when there are actions that come out of closed sessions, they end up getting reported publicly at a council meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, when there were reportable actions, they reported out at a public open meeting.
Excellent. Thank you. That's why at the beginning of the meeting, I said there are no actions to report because we didn't take any actions at the closed session. Just wanted to clarify that for some folks who don't know the Brown Act. Okay. Vice Mayor Kohler.
So I have a few comments on a few items. Would you prefer that I wait until after we take public comment? I'm happy to
On
wait.
consent?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Comments after?
wanted to
Questions before? Comments after? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any? Well, let me read this too, by the way. And Councilmember Blash, thank you for, again, clarifying the role of the consent calendar. It's much appreciated. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment, 3-minute limit on consent calendar items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. Great. Any questions for anyone? Okay, then we'll go straight to public comment. This is public comment on the consent calendar.
Council, Michael McIntosh. A couple things. Yes, your description of the consent calendar covered some of the facts, but some of our meetings have had up to 27 items, including things about our housing element that will major impact this town, including major things in financial distributions that will again affect our ability to pay and keep our credit ratings for this town. Those are put on the town council's consent calendar with the understanding by the general public that if there's a problem, we can call it off. I have personally made requests for you to pull things off the consent calendar, and you don't, because you don't want to discuss in public. When there is something that makes a major impact to our town, I really feel it's in bad form and disingenuine for you to go ahead and say, nope, consent calendar, we won't speak about it. So it limits my ability to spend 3 minutes per item when I come up here, because really you don't have the belief in what you're pushing through to allow a discussion with the public, which is why we have here. I also take offense to what our attorney just said. Yes. So looking at the Brown Act, or 6250 through 6270, there are 3 exceptions for when there's closed session. And what those exceptions are is some litigation for like risk or of process for flight, the figure for negotiation on a piece of land, and employee reviews. So that part's correct. But any and every expense, which I believe would also include the expense, even if your attorney is paid by contract, that sits in a closed session, is an expense of public funds. And what the law says is, upon request by the public, at the end of that public or that closed session, you must disclose to the public the subject matter of that meeting if those 3 exclusions are not met. If there's an expense of public funds, again, you guys don't follow this. As for the item of number 9, I sent you guys a letter beforehand. It came to you, I think, at about 5:12. So you may not have had a chance to read it. And I hope that you do. I think Heather has some very good skill sets that I hope are further refined here in this job. But I've watched the same argument before any of you guys were on his council. I remember the argument of giving the same authority to Alan Bengal, to Linda Kelly, to Garrett Toy, to Michael Rock. There are reasons that we have an elected body making those final decisions. I actually think that if Heather accepted that with the full authority, she might actually be the scapegoat for some of the failures of this council. So again, I hope that you retain that authority as we elected and bestowed to you guys to make those choices. There's one other item, I believe it's number 4. Let's see the report, Councilman Simon. Oh, yes, on number 4. I don't think that we have had complete disclosures of all our meetings and of who we meet with. And this has been further identified, which we'll bring up at another time. But I encourage you to be a little bit more inclusive of who you're meeting with and what you're doing on some of those council meetings. And I'm sure some of you will have no clue as to what I'm saying, but a couple of you will. So again, please be the person that you would want us all to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for consent.
Frank Agerman. Putting 15 to 20 items on a consent calendar is really an abuse of authority. Residents have the right to speak on every item on the agenda, consent or not. That's allowed under the Brown Act. The consent calendar option is for non-controversial items. In the past, town councils have removed items at the request of any audience member who want to speak on an item. Other Marin County councils regularly pull consent items at the request of someone in the audience. Speaking to item number 9, the town of Fairfax had the town administrator form of government from 1964 to 2005, 41 years. In 2005, at the request of a town administrator, Fairfax converted to a town manager form of government. It was said the town council was micromanaging the town. Fairfax council members were actually doing their job. That changed in 2005 with the formation of the town manager form of government. That motion passed unanimously. I actually voted for it, and that was a big mistake. From time to time, we have to admit our mistakes. The town council needs to have input and final say on the hiring and firing of department heads like our police chief and planning director. Two positions of vital importance to our residents and our community. I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening again. Todd Greenberg from downtown Fairfax on Bolinas Road. Mostly lifelong Marin resident. Very, very concerned about what's going on here in Fairfax, as is most of the population. On the consent calendar, as my prior fellow residents have said, there are 15 items tonight. 3 minutes. That's 12 seconds per. It's wrong to do what you're doing habitually, making it impossible for residents to speak on important matters. It's deceptive. It's deceptive when you have a public meeting and you don't publish the written comments of residents who've taken the time to write in and put their time and energy into doing so because they care about the community. It's deceptive on item number 9 to mislead the public and say that this is necessary. It's deceptive in the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph to say that we have a manager council form of government. Item 9 needs to be pulled. These powers should not be vested in the town manager. It is not a manager council form of government. It is a council manager form of government. According to Ballotpedia, Wikipedia, and International City Council Management Association. Now, I didn't know a lot of this stuff before. I'm spending a lot of my time tuning up on this, unfortunately, at great personal loss. This is misleading. It's intentionally misleading. This shouldn't be happening. And Heather Abrams should not be the be all, my way or the highway of who gets hired in Fairfax. That's too much power vested in one person, and you're not doing your elected responsibility to take care of the rest of the residents. This is wrong. If I have more time, there are some other comments on number 4, as Michael brought up. There are missing council member reports and late council member reports. Is that intentional, or is the workload just too much? And there's a lot of lacking details. And I'll stop there, but I'll just end with 15 consent calendar items and 4 regular items. Something is wrong here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mark Bell. Let's pile on. Number 9. So what exactly has the town manager done with the power she already has? PGE tree cutting, a lot of the trees having nothing to do with electrical issues. Result, nothing. PGE smart meters, for which we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, supposedly to buffer ourselves from PG&E being able to come in here and just put smart meters wherever they wanted to. Result, nothing. Overpaying EMC Consulting for a firm that did maybe $150,000 worth of time, paying them $611,000. Isn't that the town manager? Diversity training. When the going rate is under $50 an hour, the town paid $1,000 an hour for one person, mostly to talk about pronouns. Brown Act violations going on in front of her face. Nothing. Adhering to adjudicated California law. Nothing. So unless you're going to get a new law firm, I mean, that's the only exception I would make to this. And as far as number 12 goes, since our $60,000 plus part-time climate action committee coordinator doesn't believe in conservation, but some of us do, I had to call Sacramento Municipal Utility District for a power strip that will enable you to put your appliances off of standby mode. You have a power on always, you have a master, and then all your peripherals are off. What did I pay for this incredible thing? Well, if I had been a SMUD resident, I would have paid $6. I paid $16. I called up Marin Clean Energy. They never heard of such a thing. So how come I know this? You're not paying me over $60,000 for 20 hours a week of my time. But somebody we're paying can't figure out that conservation, like Sierra said, is really the only thing to go. And the easiest way to address a 30 to 35% usage of electrical energy in this country is to get rid of standby power and nothing. Great work.
Thank you very much.
Candace Neil Ricker, Fairfax, Monte Vista. I want to thank you all for your eye contact and your attention. It means a lot when you're standing up here and you're not very good at public speaking. I understand you have to look at papers sometimes and that your computers or phones or that you need to check numbers or things like that. But sometimes when you look up and 5 people aren't looking at you that you're looking at, it doesn't make you feel good. This doesn't happen with me a lot. You guys give me your attention and I'm very grateful. But please just maybe recognize how some people might feel. I know you have things you have to be doing up there too. Please also recognize that when you guys get cold and turn on the heat, we're cold back here too. So just know that we appreciate that. And I know with the weather doing funky things. With regard to the consent calendar, I would ask that item number 9 be removed. I believe this has many questions and things that the council needs to discuss and talk about with regards to this. As previous mayors have just commented, I have full respect for Heather Abrams and the job you're trying to do. And I understand that it's a lot in many directions and a lot of different positions. But I also believe there's a reason that the council should have a position in terminations, mass hirings, appointments. I think that's important. And I do not think that you should let go of that. I think it's very important. So I ask that item number 9 be removed and that we are able to discuss that at another meeting to move forward. With regards to the Brown Act and consent calendar, or Brown Act in general, most people don't know the Brown Act. I'm learning more and more about it on a daily basis, and I could probably spend the rest of my life studying it and not understand all of it. So please understand that all of us are still trying to figure that out with you, as I'm sure you guys are doing on a monthly basis, depending on what you're new to the council or anything that you have to do as well. We were discussing trust earlier, and or some of us were, or feeling that we can trust our council, or that you can trust us as a community and that we support you in things. Regarding a consent calendar of this many items, those are a lot of things to be voted on in one vote that perhaps the town would like to know more about, your community would like to know more about. And it was a good point made that there's 15 items on it, but only 4 items on the regular agenda, one that's being pushed off to June 7th. You know, so perhaps finding a better balance with that. You know, if we're talking about a hydrant and things like that, I think that makes sense, a consent calendar. When we're talking about changing some big positions in town, like the town manager's purview and control in her position or their position, I think that takes another thought there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Very short and maybe not so sweet, but I want to get rid of number 9. We are not an oligarchy. We are a community, and I'd like us to be treated as such. Thanks.
Thank you. Any folks on Zoom, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor. Well, there are 3 raised hands, starting with Sierra Tuna Fish Salem, followed by Rick Hamer, followed by Kathy Flores. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9. Oh, seem to be caught in some kind of loop. Seems to be a lot of comment on that. And for those of you who never heard of some band called the Beatles, it used to be kind of well known. They had a song kind of like that at one point. I'd like to see number 9 get pulled, or at least taken off the consent calendar and put on the regular agenda. Seems like we're spending a lot of time with public comment on the consent calendar. And maybe that's because a lot of the things on the consent calendar should really be put on the regular agenda. Be one way to look at that. And I also think the consent calendar just contains too many things that probably should be on the agenda in general. And it's not very transparent. And I'll just leave it at that. And may your day be filled with rainbows and unicorns.
Thank you, Sierra.
The
next speaker.
The next speaker is Rick Hamer, followed by Kathy Flores. You're unmuted now, Rick.
Good evening again, Council Rick Hamer, downtown. Yes, number 9, I concur with everyone that said something about number 9. That is taking us in the wrong direction and that it needs to be pulled. And should I not be able to make a public comment on number 9, or if it's kept like that, I would encourage the council members to vote nay on number 9. It really is going the wrong direction. And that's all I have to say. It's important enough to make it the only thing I say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
The next speaker is Kathy Flores, followed by Ava. Kathy, you're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening. I just have filling in some things here. I'm not sure if I understood this correctly, but I heard maybe the town manager say that what's on the consent calendar are items of routine matters. Well, I really don't think number item is a routine matter because, that could just be all voted on and it's passed, and that's not cool. I agree with what everyone, Candace, Mark, Mr. McIntosh, Todd, Mallory, Frank, Sierra, and anyone else who spoke about number 9. But I am also requesting that the town council pull it from the consent calendar. This proposal by the town manager, Heather Abrams, is giving her sole absolute power without any constraints for hiring and firing of department heads. What she is proposing is extremely concerning and dangerous and should not be approved without being on the regular town council agenda with sufficient public discussion. It is the town council who represents its residents. It is the town council and residents who live in Fairfax that know what is best for our town and should have a voice in who is hired, fired for any position. Having item 9 on the consent calendar is a bad idea, particularly all that's going on in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ava, followed by PJ Pfeffer. And Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Ava Crisanti. And I have a little sympathy for people upset about the consent calendar, but I wanted to provide a little bit of perspective because for cities and counties to load up their consent calendar, if you haven't noticed, that's fairly standard these days. And I go through a lot of frustration sometimes at County Board of Supervisors because of that. But in terms of this particular consent calendar, I want to point out that you have at least 5 items, if not more, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that are really negligible. So to keep saying that it's a 15-item consent calendar, I understand the point, but at least, I say this, I'm half Asian American, but I mean, number 6, Asian American Pacific Islander month, it's like, it's a freebie. And so is the Jewish American Heritage Month and the Ukrainian Solidarity and the parade stuff and, a bunch of that stuff. So, but it is, it's nice when all these things can be on the agenda, but sometimes that's not how it works because cities and counties have to move forward. But I just kind of wanted to provide a little context for that because it does seem like, I watch this meeting routinely. I watch as many of the municipal meetings in Marin County as I can, and all of the Board of Supervisors meetings. And it does seem like this particular council has been under sustained attack from a particular cohort within Fairfax, and it's challenging for them. So I just think like some of the criticism needs to be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt because you are talking about a particular cohort that has a vested interest in not affecting change that does need to happen within the county. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Deborah Benson. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you. I'm a bit tied up, so I won't be using the full 3 minutes. I got to jump back. I'm just speaking as an individual on my own behalf. I just wanted to jump in. Hearing everybody listening to these meetings, I urge you, I do this. I hope everyone does, even for my comments. Look up everything that people are saying, just sort of verify the information. Fortunately, and it's a good thing, I think, for civic service, that there's no barrier to entry for making a comment here. You can say, within the bounds of reason, whatever you want. And on that note, I just wanted to highlight for item 9, which everyone's discussing. I think a lot of people tend to read the headlines and not go into the actual substance of the agenda. And I just saying this under the assumption that the council is going to approve the consent calendar. And so people may not get an answer on this. This is allowing the town manager to take these actions without requiring the council ratify appointments. I'm sure everyone's aware countywide, it's very difficult for local governments and bodies to hire right now. There's like double-digit vacancies in every government. And this is just sort of an extra process that gets in the way sometimes when somebody wants to leave their job to come to a new job, and there's uncertainty because they have to wait an extra month to find out if they're going to be ratified, and scheduling conflicts. The town council, it's my understanding, still has their ability to, after the fact, undo any action the town manager takes. This doesn't move exclusively a power from the town council to the town manager. It's just saying that the town manager can do these actions, and they can be effective and valid without the town council first ratifying the action. The town council presumably can undo any action after the fact. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Benson. And Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Assuming you can hear me. Item number 9 needs to be pulled from the consent calendar. We are a council-led town manager form of government. We are not a town manager to council form of government. And allowing one person who doesn't live here to choose such any important person to join our staff and our government and have an influence on the growth of this town isn't doable. So you guys need to be heavily involved in the choosing of this person and not give over this power to an individual. Also, I would like to speak because I've had comments from this person. I wonder whether Ava has so vociferously, critically vocalized about the residents of the town where she lives, as she is doing about the residents, the engaged residents in our town. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
There are no further raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Awesome. I'll close public comment and thank you all for the passionate comment on consent. Can we pull number 9 and put it to the end of the regular agenda? Does that work?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Do we need a motion? I would make a motion to pull item 9 and move it to the end of the regular agenda. We have staff here. We have quite a bit.
I'll second.
Okay.
Do we need a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. We could have done this all with one.
We could have done it with the consent, but what?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was motion.
Kohler, second, Hellman, to move item 9 to the end of the regular. I'll pull it from consent, move it to the end of the regular.
Should we amend that motion to approve the rest of the consent?
I mean, I have other.
I have some comments.
Okay. Yeah.
We're just pulling this one.
Okay.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yeah.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all for speaking on the item. Okay. You have some comments?
Yeah, just a couple of brief things. I just want to say, first of all, under item 5, which is the proclamation for the Ukrainian solidarity and call for peace, this came to my attention by Nicolo Calderaro, who is a former council member who reached out to me asking for a call for peace. And he provided some input, and I worked with Mayor Cutrano to develop this proclamation. So I want to thank Nicolo for his input. And I think the mayor will be reading this as well as the others. I also want to just say that regarding number 11, the Recreation and Community Services Department report, I want to thank Ann Manis, working with Michael Vivret, our finance director. I think having these quarterly reports really shows that there's a lot of work going on that we don't normally hear about. So I appreciate this being on consent and appreciate Ann's leadership. A lot of these classes are kind of, she makes it really seamless. So we appreciate that. And I personally appreciate that. And also specifically on the climate action update by Sean Ura and our climate action fellow, Paul Wang. Again, these are really helpful. And I want to give a shout out in particular that I believe Sean put in a grant and got $40,000 to put together solar permitting app. And I just thank them. Again, this work, before Sean was here, it was a lot of our volunteers trying to put together information, and he has really made inroads, as well as with Paul, who's newer. But I just want to thank both of them for their work. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Blash.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat something that I said a couple meetings back because it came up. If you're really interested in the Brown Act, there is a guide called Open in Public. It's numbered depending on what year they put it out. It's a guide to the Ralph M. Brown Act. It's put out by the California League of Cities, and it will give you a lot of explanation about why some of the things are done the way they are. And I found it very useful. Could I ask a question about this? Is there a requirement that town council members report their meetings on behalf of the town?
Only if paid for by the town at town expense. So anything you did that was paid for by the town, you need to report it.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
But can I just add
Yes.
one thing? A few years ago, it was decided, since we were taking so much time going through council member reports, and I think people like to hear more than just what's paid for, because almost nothing's paid for. And so we decided we would try to provide written reports. And I think sometimes people run out of time, but I think it's really helped me, and I do read those and I learn from them. Thank you.
I'm just going to respond very directly as I can do. So I have not submitted my report this month or last month. I've been caring for 2 family members and also traveling to support another personal matter. So in the 4 years I've been on this council, I've missed 2, and that's in the last 2 months. And I will catch up next month. And so you can end the witch hunt on that matter. Thank you.
And just another one. Okay. People have brought up the issue about public comment. I think they're talking about emails or letters to the town. And what is the requirement about how those are shared?
Yeah, so we take written public comment up through 3:00 the day of the meeting, and then the clerk assembles those. So it's quite a bit of work, right? Assembles those and prints them. So they come in as emails. So then she has to print them all and put them in a folder, and they are out for the public to look at. So that process is quite labor intensive. Is that the public comment you're referring to?
I think it is. I just heard people bring it up a couple of times. So I was wondering if we could get clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I can just add, there may be some confusion between what I'll call common public comment, which is those emails that come in to all of the council and or Michelle, and then she prints them out. And then on tonight's agenda, we have the housing element, and there have been comments that have been coming in on those. And the ending of the 30-day period was on Sunday. So there was no opportunity to include those in the packet, and those will be summarized by the consultant in his presentation later and then responded to.
Yeah, I think thank you for clarifying. There are like multiple comment tracks because then there's one on the admin draft and one on the EIR or that. So I think the question was really about just public comments in general, but so when we're hearing over the last couple months, folks talking about public comments that are sent to the town council and those being publicly available, just to confirm, those are publicly printed out and put at the front of the council chambers for the meetings?
I can clarify the process. So all written public comments regarding a particular agenda automatically become part of the meeting record, and I keep them printed with the meeting record in a file. And the public, there is a copy for the public. It's out in the lobby for anyone to see. And in addition, some places post those online. We just don't have that capacity at this time as well. I have heard in my 10 years here from a number of members of the public who like to be able to send letters to the council without having them posted online, without having their email address or telephone number posted online. And I kind of want to respect that. So I try to keep a balance that way. So you residents in the room can see them. If anyone wants to see them, they can always ask me and I'd be happy to share them.
Thank you.
They are public records.
Right. They are public records.
But
But just to confirm, because I actually just want to really confirm. So that you're printing out all these public comments and they're at the front door when residents are asking to see them.
For the meeting.
Yeah.
They're right there right now in the council chambers always.
Okay.
Formerly, I kept them at the front counter of town hall. With COVID, we kind of are still figuring out our front counter because we put up those plexiglass. It's a little bit tricky, but.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's super helpful. Thanks for clarifying that. Any other questions from folks or comments? I have a handful. Okay. I'll try to go quickly. I will say on item number 12, well, total +1 on the rec and community service quarterly plan. Awesome. It's so good to see that. I feel like we don't get enough information about all of the classes that are happening and all the people participating in the classes. The other thing I would say is on item 12, which Sean and Paul put together, which is, as always, is excellent. And I love the chart for that. One of the things I wanted to give some feedback on for some of these programs, like the landscape equipment, we have this rebate that's outstanding, and we received a private update in an email that was, or I guess it was in the newsletter. Maybe it was like, there's more money in the rebate program. It'd be good to see alongside some of the actions, like status of some of these programs, like how many people have subscribed to or taken advantage of the rebate, how much money is left in the rebate with each of those quarterly updates, because that can give us a signal of, is this enough, or do we need to do more outreach, or do we need to do outreach in a different way? So that was just one little piece of feedback, but generally I think it's so great. And the fact that it's tied to greenhouse gas emissions and our climate action plan measures is amazing. One of the other things I wanted to say on item 14, obviously very simple revisions for the JPA for Zero Waste Marin. but I think we've made this clear on multiple occasions too. Love the like red line track changes and the justifications for the changes. I think it's super helpful, not only for us, but for the public to understand why something's being added or why something's being scratched out. So that's just a little note for future edits and things. It's always great to have that if we can. And then another item, which is for item 15, just wanted to thank Vice Mayor Kohler and Councilmember Blash and our open space committee members and our Parks and Rec commission members for coming up with this strategy here. I think there's been a lot of interest in making sure that we have more funding for open space. And I think one of the exciting things is, in addition to maintaining $100,000 in that open space and parklands acquisition kitty, the fact that we're actually putting $45,000 roughly towards Perry Park restaurant, like that's super valuable open space and parklands that we don't often think about in that bigger umbrella of parks and open space. And I think we've already started to plant some new redwood trees out there. I think there's other amazing stuff in the works for Perry Park. So just wanted to say thank you very much. And it's an exciting step for our park. So those are some of the comments that I had. Thanks. You lost some power?
I don't. The plug just came undone.
Okay.
I think it's
There's some technical issues over there. So we won't mind those with the laptop. I would love to read the proclamations. And maybe I could do that before we take the vote. Is that okay? Okay, great. A lot of time went into these proclamations, and I think we ought to read them as opposed to just letting them sit on consent. The first is this Town of Fairfax Proclamation, Day of Ukrainian Solidarity and Call for Peace. Whereas there are several wars going on today, the world seems more dangerous than ever. I think there's a typo. Good. Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. Recognizing this danger largely due to the war in Ukraine, and now the war and the conflict in Sudan. The doomsday clock of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists was recently placed at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest to global catastrophe it has ever been. And whereas the 24th of February, 2023 marked the one-year anniversary of the Russian Federation's and Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion and occupation of Ukraine, entering its second year with no end in sight. And whereas the Kremlin, as the aggressor, has committed gross violations of human rights and war crimes against the Ukrainian people, deaths and injuries to civilians have mounted daily. And whereas the escalation of the war continues with NATO tanks, jets, munitions, drones, and with allies providing training in war to Ukrainians, met with in-kind Russian aid by China and Iran, coupled with threats of the use of tactical nuclear weapons by Russia. That's a heavy one. And whereas the town of Fairfax has previously taken action displaying the Ukrainian flag in front of Town Hall in solidarity with the democratic nation state and peaceful people of Ukraine for the month of April 2022, the start of this unjust war. And whereas businesses in the town of Fairfax, such as Fratellizio's, have raised funds for groups providing relief to the millions of Ukrainian families displaced by Vladimir Putin's unprovoked attack on the Eastern European nation. And whereas the town of Fairfax's support for the democratic nation state and people of Ukraine remains steadfast, we honor the Ukrainian people and their indomitable spirit of courage and resilience in the face of unjust aggression. And whereas the town of Fairfax calls for a ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian troops to restore peace in Ukraine. And now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax that May 3rd, 2023 is our Day of Ukrainian Solidarity and Call for Peace in the Town of Fairfax. And we urge all Fairfaxians to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies, activities to demonstrate their support for Ukraine and its people. Ooh. Thank you to Nicolo and Vice Mayor Kohler and others for helping out with that. The others we have tonight, the Town of Fairfax Proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I think this one's timely in part because in the last couple of weeks, there was a really good IJ little history snippet about the Fairfax Bolinas Road. And there's actually a great book that you can purchase from local historian that looks at the history of the Fairfax Bolinas Road, which was built largely by Chinese laborers in the late 1800s and 1878 thereabout. So we have a rich history with Asian American and Pacific Islander residents in Marin County. But whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977, on March 28th, 1979, President Carter issued a presidential proclamation for 4650, proclaiming the week beginning on May 4th, 1979 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week. And whereas on May 1st, 2009, President Obama issued Presidential Proclamation 8369, proclaiming May 2009 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas the month of May was selected as it honors the immigration of the first Japanese residents to the United States in 1843. Additionally, May also marks the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, constructed by the labor of mostly Chinese immigrants. And whereas the Federal Asian Pacific American Council has announced this year's theme as Advancing Leaders Through Opportunity, focusing on advancing Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI leaders in government. And whereas generations of AAPIs of all backgrounds have been inspirational examples of leaders and trailblazers and have a longstanding history of making esteemed, significant cultural, economic, and community contributions across California. And whereas AAPIs are one of the fastest growing ethnic populations in the nation, as more than 1 million Asian Pacific Americans reside in the Bay Area. And whereas a vast diversity of languages, religions, and cultural traditions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders is continuously fostered to strengthen the fabric of American society. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a month to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of Asian Pacific Americans to American history, society, and culture. And now there be it hereby proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax that this month of May 2023 is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the town of Fairfax, and everyone is encouraged to commemorate this important occasion in recognition of the numerous contributions made by the AAPI communities locally, nationally, and globally. And be it further proclaimed, the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax supports and commends the diverse Asian American and Pacific Islander community. And I just add to check out great programming that's always done by the Fairfax Library and Marin County Free Libraries related to these different cultural celebrations. And please come down to Bolinas Park for May 20th for an event. Finally, the Town of Fairfax Proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. Whereas Jewish Americans have been an important part of the American story and have greatly contributed to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days. And whereas on April 20th, 2006, the federal government proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, stating, quote, "As a nation of immigrants, the United States is better and stronger because Jewish people from all over the world have chosen to become American citizens. And since then, proclamations in support of Jewish American Heritage Month have been made annually by the United States presidents. And whereas generations of Jews have fled to the United States in search of a better life for themselves and their families, and these immigrants have made invaluable contributions in support of equality and civil rights through their leadership and achievements. And whereas Jewish Americans connect to their Jewish identity in a variety of ways, such as culturally, ethnically, and religiously, as well as by following Jewish ethics and values. And whereas Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse, with approximately 25% of Bay Area Jewish households, including a person of color, increasing or nearly 40% of households where the head of household is younger than 35. And whereas in 2022, Jewish Americans faced a dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents, 36% higher than in 2021, including physical attacks, vandalism, verbal and physical harassment, and hateful comments posted on social media and here in Fairfax and the surrounding Marin communities, sorry. Whereas Fairfax shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community against hatred or bigotry in our town and country. And whereas there is a need for education and policies that are culturally competent when describing, discussing, or addressing the impacts of being Jewish in all aspects of American society, including discourse and policy. And whereas we celebrate the rich and diverse heritage of the Jewish American community, including those who live, work, and play in Fairfax, now therefore be it hereby proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax that this month of May 2023 is Jewish American Heritage Month in the Town of Fairfax, in appreciation of the numerous contributions made by Jewish Americans, and be it further proclaimed that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax supports and commends the diverse Jewish American community. Thank you very much. It's a lot to celebrate. Okay. We will now move on from the consent calendar.
I could make a motion to
thank you
approve
so
the
much.
consent calendar with the exception of item 9. However, there is a supplement to item 3.
Yep.
So I would include that approval. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman. You have a roll call vote, Michelle?
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Before we go on, Mayor, I'm wondering if we could have Christine be introduced.
absolutely. Would you like to introduce
think-
or Heather? Or?
Someone from the town should do so.
Yeah.
Michelle, please go ahead.
Okay, I would love to introduce the new deputy town clerk. She had her first day this week, May 1st, Christine Foster. Welcome to Fairfax, her first meeting.
Welcome.
She comes from, she has experience in San Rafael, the city of San Rafael, as well as private experience in digital government services. So we're looking to kind of up our technical side here with Christine. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to working with all of you and improving the services that we provide to the community here in Fairfax.
Thank you so much and welcome aboard. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, grab some water, and then we'll start the final handful of items. Thanks. We're good? All right. Thank you so much. Okay, we are good. And we will move on to our regular agenda this evening. We are on item number 16, which is to renew ordinance number 862, authorizing the special or military equipment use policy and equipment inventory for the Fairfax Police Department, and accept the annual report on use of military equipment in 2022 pursuant to California Assembly Bill 481. And I don't believe we'll have Police Chief Tabaranza with us unless he's on zooming in from the East Coast, but will you be leading this off, Heather?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a state law that became effective last year, and this is an annual report and renewal as required. Nothing has changed. None of these items have been used. Fairfax is erring on the side of extra transparency because the only items that we have are these two beanbag gun and the AR, and they are pretty standard in all police departments. They're included in the cars and they haven't been deployed, used. So we just wanted to bring this to you, just a routine matter.
Okay. Any questions from anyone? Okay. Yes.
Let me add a couple of things. It's required to come back to you every year with this annual report. And the concept of renewing an ordinance is a really odd one because it's not really something that's found in municipal law, but the legislature is requiring that you basically look at the ordinance again and quote unquote renew it. I know it sounds like a very strange concept. I know certainly the clerk looked at me and said, "What are we doing here?" But we've looked at the requirement in statute and decided that it's one reading, not the 2 readings in 30 days, because it's already an effective ordinance. And so to renew it means you're looking at it again and saying, yes, we would readopt this if we're looking at it new or fresh.
And thank you for clarifying that. And just one other question. So it's kind of unusual because nothing has changed from when we passed the ordinance.
Right.
And so I understand maybe the legislature on the one hand saying we want to keep this front and center, or, make sure the public knows what exists and what doesn't exist. If there were to be a change, if there were to be a use of this equipment, if there were to be additional equipment procured, how does that affect the ordinance comes every year, so it would just be updated to reflect that information.
It's found
essentially.
in the annual report. So that's where that information would be contained.
I see.
But with many departments, they don't have any use. They don't have any new equipment. So it's just the same thing, but it is required by statute. And I have to say this statute, is not a model of clarity. And so there's a lot of working with it and trying to interpret it and figure out just exactly what it means. But I think the intent is that this will be brought forward to the legislative bodies, to the city councils every year. And it's a check-in. You'll get to see, what type of equipment they have. Did they get new equipment? Are they planning on getting new equipment? Did they use the equipment they had? In what way? Were there any sort of after the fact studies about how they were used? The equipment was used if it was. And so that's why the questions, and that's why the annual report, and we'll be back again doing this next year. And I don't really anticipate that it'll be any different. So you can sort of get used to seeing this every year.
Got it. And one other follow-up question. This is on the town's agenda. So there's this item that we have here that includes the special or military equipment report for inventory year, 22, 20 to now, right?
Right.
This is maybe a question for Heather. Do we actually have, can the public also see this inventory report on PD's website alongside, do we post and disclose that this information is? Okay.
Yes, so it's public information, and actually the police website has a lot of additional information that's part of our reporting protocol. So there's a lot of information out there. And
fairfaxpd.org.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Any other questions, or we can go to the public? Okay, we'll open public comment on this item.
Rico. Good evening, Council. I'd request 5 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of Good Earth Workers.
We've kind of nixed the group speaking for 2023. We're just doing 3 minutes across the board, just from a.
Okay, it's fortunate. Well, good evening. In response to a Public Records Act request I made for body cam footage of the pursuit and arrest of Robert Lloyd on February 1st. This is the summary of the event I was provided from the town. I quote, below is a summary of the February 1st, 2023 incident number, I won't say it, involving Robert Lloyd on 2/1/23 at about 18:45 hours. Fairfax Police Department officers were dispatched to a shoplift at Good Earth, 720 Center Boulevard. Upon arrival to the scene, they located the suspect, Robert Lloyd, age 53, on the third story of 780 Center Boulevard apartment complex. After trying to contact the suspect on the third floor, they also located an apartment that appeared to have been forcibly opened by the same suspect. The unoccupied apartment appeared to have been vandalized and items were thrown about. The suspect was contacted and placed under arrest. From this, you would think that the suspect was arrested at 780 Center, but that wasn't true. I spoke to 20 witnesses who said he was apprehended within Good Earth, and 12 of those witnesses said that the police entered the Center Boulevard entrance with 2 officers with handguns and 1 with a rifle. The only rifles under inventory are the 2 rifles that are mentioned in the militarized report, the AR-15 and the Remington 870. So if it was the Remington, which is a non-lethal, we had a non-lethal weapon being used at the same time as 2 officers with their handguns. So there seemed to be some confusion as to what the objective was. If it was the AR-15, Chief Tabaranza told us very clearly last year at this meeting that would only be used for long range, for an active shooter when their handguns couldn't be accurate enough. So we need to know what's going on with that. I work at Good Earth. I'm speaking on behalf of my employees there. We had people who called in sick the next day because of the trauma of they had never been that close to a gun. 1/3 of all the people in the United States who are killed by a gun by a stranger are killed by police. We've now gone to our management at Good Earth and we're asking to have our active shooter protocol, our emergency plan modified to include when police enter the building with a gun. That's 2023. And because of what happened on February 1st, that's Fairfax 2023. I ask that we need to look in, we need to have some sort of investigation to what happened on February 1st. And I ask that a report be given, that a forum be provided so we, the workers at Good Earth, can understand what went on that night, because we did not feel safe. There were children in the building. There were over 100 people in the building at the store at that time. And officers entered with guns and the shotgun and seemed confused. There was yelling of different kinds of directions. I've asked for the body cam footage. We'd love to see that. I know my time's up. I had a lot more to say, but this really, really needs to be looked into. It's significant.
Thank you. Joe.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. That's disturbing hearing that story, but a couple points that I'd bring up to that. When people say that Tony saw a rifle, a lot of people don't really know what definition of rifle is. And they have shotguns and all kinds of guns. So it's probably just a long-barreled gun. I think the most important thing that people forget, and ask yourself this, what is the most important job of a police officer? We assume it's serve and protect. That's the second job. The first most important job is to make sure that he or she makes it home safely that night. So think of yourself when you go into these situations. You have to now, especially with all the extra protocols, make sure that you don't offend anybody, but you also don't want to get shot. And so I think that the police really have the hardest job there is right now. I understand because I make mistakes myself. We can all make mistakes. But I think that a more positively engaged public that starts here, even with our meetings, are going to be more supportive of the police, and we will avoid some of these problems. So as for the report that's being discussed tonight, I'm glad that it's public and everybody can see it, and I might help understand some of these descriptions. I do agree that if something is incorrect in a report, that it should be corrected, but I don't think we should ever diminish our police department because we're losing our police officers. They help us. They're the first people that we call when there's a problem, whether it's a mental crisis or something to save us. So remember, their first job when they come in and they're trying to evaluate something and say, oh my God, what is wrong? And they're new to the little issue. They've opened a door. They don't know what was there before, is to make sure they get home safe too. And that's why we call them in. So I certainly think that should an error occur, that'd be accountable, but we should give them a lot of slack whenever there's a gray area. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else in the room, we can go to Zoom.
Yes. I see a couple of raised hands. First is Sandy Hancher, followed by Michael Sexton. Sandy, you're unmuted now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I have not, I'm surprised by this item because about 4 or 5 years ago, I spoke to the town council on this very item and communicated with Chief Moran about the Fairfax Police Department receiving military equipment. At that time, the United States military had excess equipment, and they announced that they were giving it to local police departments. So a lot of local police departments and sheriff's departments scrambled to get this equipment that they really knew nothing about. In fact, Chief Moran told me about some gloves that he got that he tried to send back. He tried to send back most of the equipment that he got for free, and they wouldn't take it back. And so he had to throw it away. This was happening when Ferguson, Missouri was happening, and also when George Floyd was killed. So the objection was that local police departments were getting outsized military equipment that if you saw pictures of Ferguson, Missouri, with military tanks monitoring and making sure that the people didn't move while there was a dead body of Michael Brown lying in the street, like Antigone's brother. It just was outrageous what was happening. So there was some movement at that time to stop local police departments from getting military equipment and using military equipment. I can only assume, I haven't researched this, but I assume that the reason that this item is coming up for renewal every year is because they didn't decide. I went to Sacramento to fight this and spoke to legislators about not allowing or monitoring local police departments. And apparently this is what they came up with, an annual renewal of this law. It's outrageous. We don't need AR-15s in Fairfax.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Sexton, followed by Ava. Michael, you're unmuted now.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll just speak briefly. I just want to speak in support of Michael McIntosh, who basically made the statement that I would like to make, but much more eloquently. I don't own guns. I've never seen the need personally to have a gun. I can understand how Joe and some others would be disturbed at the sight of a gun in a place that they're not used to. I would also be disturbed. However, I would tend to, give the police benefit of the doubt and give them high power weaponry if they feel they need it. I would much rather have the police being controlled that weaponry rather than just average citizens. Although, that being said, police must be accountable for their actions, but I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt and support what they do. It's primarily a difficult and, for the most part, thankless job, and I'm glad that we have, at least from my perspective, decent police officers in the town of Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ava, followed by Kay. Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. If you'd like to know how military equipment is used in this county by law enforcement, you need only look at the SWAT raids that were conducted in 2020 and 2021. And I know you had some nice white elderly gentlemen call in and say it's wonderful that the police have this weaponry rather than regular citizens. And I'd like to suggest that those men haven't paid much attention to law enforcement in this county. But the SWAT raid in Marin City was completely fruitless. They terrorized children and elderly people. Kids were going to school in the morning, and they brought in huge military vehicles, and it was obscene. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Again, the people they arrested had to be released because they didn't have any cause to arrest those people. Once you give them the equipment, they have to use it. And the 2021 SWAT raid on a mentally ill boat dweller in Sausalito was written up in the Anderson Valley Advertiser, April 18th, 2018. And that was absolutely horrific. And the sheriff went in with an extraordinary amount of force, used all sorts of chemical weapons on this mentally ill man who, I can say as a former emergency room worker, if you'd needed him arrested, I could have done it when he went into Molly Stone's and picked up a sandwich and food for his dog. He was not a dangerous man. Most people in Sausalito knew him. He had some mental issues, but he wasn't dangerous. And they went in and they attacked him in his boat. They ended up killing his dog. It was absolutely horrific. The boat caught on fire because of the projectiles that the sheriff with its military equipment was using. And it is frankly, it is really a sobering moment right now to think about how callous Americans are about what's happening in policing. We have a crisis in American policing, and people aren't leaving their policing jobs because lefty dirtbags are complaining about them. People don't want to go into policing now because the rest of the country can see what policing really is. And the voices you heard tonight defending the police and saying, oh, it's fine, they should have the weapons, they really don't represent how most people feel about the police, especially younger people, especially people of color. Fairfax Marin as a whole is aging, and it's very white. But I ask you to think about what sort of future you're leaving to younger people, because all of this money that needs to go into hospitals and education and libraries and parks is going instead to more militarized policing.
Ava, that's your time.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Chris P. Kay, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Real quick, I support what Joe, Sandy, and Ava just said. The premise that mistakes happen or we give the police the benefit of the doubt is absolutely ridiculous. I'm a nurse. I can't make mistakes. I make a mistake and people die. Police make mistakes, people die. They are naturally operating out of fear. It is and so to have this additional weaponry, especially in Fairfax, and especially for something that for shoplifting, it's not needed here. So please listen to what they said. And I appreciate you three for what you said. And I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Kay.
The next speaker is Chris P. Chris, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you, Town Council. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I mean, some of the comments here, I just had to get involved. Sorry. This county has a history of racist policing, and I don't understand how you could get officers the benefit of the doubt unless you support their unaccountable criminality and want to use their monopoly of violence in your favor. It's disgusting, but completely understandable to see support from police coming from two white men. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further comments on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close public comment on this item and take it back to council here. Any comments? Okay.
Well, I mean, can I?
Yes,
ask
Councilmember
questions?
Blash,
Okay.
please.
So, I guess, so can somebody repeat how long we've had the Fairfax Police Department has had those items? Like, when did they first get them?
I don't have the exact number of years, but this is a long-standing policy.
So can I chime in here? So Chief Tabaranza gave a robust report on this last year with the inventory and how what did and didn't qualify. He actually over disclosed in terms of what the requirements were, as I understand it. So it might be helpful to go back to last year's staff report. I don't know what month it was, but it was a long discussion, long deliberation. And as I understand it, this is complying with state law, what we're doing here.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And Janet, to that point, I do recall from last year that there was something about being conservative and like over disclosing, because some of the bullet points in like what military equipment is can be kind of like the last one in particular is sort of the catch-all, any other equipment as determined by a governing body or a state agency to require any additional oversight. Was that part of the reason why this equipment, these weapons, these guns were on the list? Do you recall?
I do recall that I had a discussion with the chief, and he expressed to me his desire to not leave anything out, to not make a judgment call that, oh, this really doesn't fit that definition, I won't put it on there, just to go ahead and put it on there. And so there are 2 items on this list. I do work in other cities. I mean, I see pages of items. And I also want to say that I do remember, I'm aware of when the military started getting rid of all of their equipment. This is not that. This is something entirely different. So this is not used surplus military equipment. This is something, a category that the legislature has decided they call military style equipment. And doesn't mean it came from the military, doesn't mean it's surplus or used or anything like that. There was a point in time when the military was giving away all of their extra, whatever, those big vehicles with MRAPs. If you remember those were free. You had to come get them and pay the freight to get the vehicle to wherever you were, but they were free. And so there were police departments saying, okay, let's take some of this stuff, but not here. And so this is not that equipment at all. This is a definition that is new last year from the California legislature so that the public could be aware of what they're referring to as military style equipment. And it's debatable whether or not different pieces of equipment fit under this definition. But I do recall last year that when I questioned the chief about putting these items on, he said, no, I don't want to make any kind of judgment calls about it. I want to put them on overshare. Maybe I want to put everything out there. I don't want to have somebody say that I didn't put something on that should have been on there. Even if there's an argument that it doesn't fit the definition, let's just go ahead and put it out there. So that's what we did.
Great. Thank you. So 2 like high level things and then 1 very specific thing. I think the high level things and hearing from the public, I think there's a crisis in policing, and one of the biggest ones is probably the mental health crisis of being in policing at this point in time. No comment on where that's generated from, but that is something that we're hearing a lot from our public safety community. And then the other crisis is just the obsession with guns in this country, just generally, whether it's, in guns owned by the state or guns owned by private individuals. Then I really appreciated the statistic that Joe brought us. I guess a question, Janet, for us, I know these sorts of issues as they happen are sensitive. What are our sort of policies around engaging with property owners where something took place? For instance, like if something takes place at a store, if something takes place, at a school ground or something like that, what are our obligations, or what are PD's obligations in engaging with folks so that they can feel like we're letting them know what took place at their property? Just because it sounds like that's a
Well, that's a question for the chief to answer as far as their policies are concerned. But when we get a Public Records Act request, that's when we look to the Public Records Act and looking for exemptions. The Public Records Act, just as a general statement, is a broad, sort of an all-encompassing statement that everything we have in the public agency, every document, drawing, map, picture, photo, whatever, all of that information is public. That's where you start. That's the starting point. And then there is an ever increasing list of things that are exempt from that broad definition of it's all public. Oh, except this, except that, except the other. And I mean, that goes on for, I think at one point, there was something like 41 pages worth of exemptions.
Mhm.
And so that's what we go to looking for, the different exemptions of things that are not available for disclosure whenever we get a Public Records Act request.
Got it. Yeah. And I don't feel like it's directly material to the item that's before us, but I feel like we ought to have that conversation offline with the Good Earth as well. And I appreciate Joe coming out. But yeah, we can do that then.
So if you'd like, I can make a motion.
Please do.
I'd make a motion that the Fairfax Town Council, A, renew ordinance number 862, and B, accept the annual report prepared as part of the annual review process of the Fairfax Police Department Special or Military Equipment Use Policy and equipment inventory pursuant to California Assembly Bill 481.
Is there a second?
Well, actually, I wanted to ask another question, which I didn't get in there. So I just wanted to just go back to some of the public comment. Joe McGarry read us a report of what he received about what happened with the incident. And so I guess there's going to be some follow-up possibly with the Good Earth about, what happened and how property owners interact with the police when they need to bring weapons on site. I'm just wondering, is there something where we should have known more about what happened or what guns were technically used? And what is, I think the report says that I think I've heard that the guns that we have are both a beanbag style non-lethal weapons and then this long range ARs. What constitutes used? Like if they're drawn, are they used, or are they used if they're actually fired?
No, we have defined that to be actual firing and training purposes, not if they're drawn.
Right. So that was technically correct. They were not used, and
They were not used.
Just curious.
Yes.
Okay. So just curious, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I'll second the motion.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All ayes. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 17, receive status report on long-term outdoor dining structures and provide direction to staff. Mr. Lockaby.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On June 15th, Council established the Long-Term Outdoor Dining Structures Program. At the same meeting, the Council also directed requirements be implemented for the parklets. On October 6, 2022, the Council established fees. In August 2022, Interim Planning Director David Wilberg and myself inspected all of the parklets to determine if there were any accessibility or other code compliance issues. We put together a checklist for each parklet space. In early November, the interim planning director and myself began meeting with parklet owners to discuss changes that needed to be made and let them know the fees that would be required. Each parklet owner was provided with a checklist specific to their parklet, showing items that needed to be provided, corrected, or addressed to be compliant with the town ordinance, code compliance, and corrected, addressed, and accessibility. Parklet owners had a deadline of December 15th, 2022 to submit an application and fees in order to have reduced rental fees for the first year. Following is the status of each parklet. So coffee roastery, fees are paid and checklist items completed. Village sake, fees paid and checklist items completed, except for the transitions change. Currently, a portable ramp is provided for wheelchair access. Fairfax Fratellizio's shared space, fees paid, checklist items completed. The curbside pickup parking sign still needs to be removed, however, for them. Hen House Brewing, fees paid, and they are completely rebuilding their parklet, and that work is almost completed. Amlay Cafe, fees paid, application submitted, and most checklist items completed. Barefoot Cafe, fees paid. Applicant is still working on most of the checklist items. Gestalt House, fees paid, and applicant is still working on most of the items, which are very few at the Gestalt House. Hummingbird, no fees paid, no application submitted. The owner requested a reduction in fees because others use the area and no parking spaces are used. And then Stillwater, no fees paid, no application submitted, multiple emails sent requesting fees and application. So I'll answer any questions you have.
Question? Yes.
I've asked most of my questions up front, but I notice one of our requirements that there's no signs on the outside, and there still is a sign, live water.
Live Water still has signs. They have been notified that they need to be removed.
Okay, and then just one thing on, I mean, I have some comments after we go through public comment or suggestions. But regarding Fratellizio's with the curbside pickup, I think I asked you that sign. That's a very dangerous situation there. So could you let us know what Mr. Fratellizio said?
I did ask him to remove it, and he said that he didn't want to remove it because he has a lot of elderly long-term customers that are no longer comfortable coming into spaces with a lot of people because they're still worried about COVID, and they need a close place to be able to pick up food to go. And there really isn't any other close area where they can park to get the food. So he really wanted to keep that area for his elderly clients.
Okay, but that's very dangerous. I think, it's a dangerous situation. Some elderly person could potentially pull up there and plow into the parklet by mistake. Also, somebody will get hit. And so I think we need to consider health and safety when we do these things, because that has been a health and safety issue there. And I understand his concern, but I think we really need to, we can't be sympathetic to everything when it's a health and safety issue.
Yeah, I spoke to him again this evening and told him it needs to be removed.
Okay. So. And I'm sure there will still be people parking there, but at least without a sign there, it won't be invitation. Okay. And I have a few more suggestions after we go through public comment. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for that report and for answering my questions via Heather earlier this week. I just want to make sure I understand where some of the gaps are in terms of compliance. Because I just think it would be good. I don't think that any of us think it would be fair for selective enforcement. So I just want to make sure that I understand. So just starting from the bottom up, so Stillwater, in your communications with them, have they shared why they haven't applied?
Well, they felt one of the reasons is they felt they had already done it right in the very beginning. They filled out the application in the beginning. They got the permit in the beginning, and they didn't feel that they should have to do it again. That was one of the reasons. They felt that their parklet was used as a template for the other parklets, and so they shouldn't have to submit plans. But I didn't really feel that that was realistic. So they had several different excuses for why, but they have been all along been saying we'll get it to you, ASAP. It just hasn't happened.
Okay. And there's some concern or pushback on the electrification of the heat. Is that right?
There was, they really wanted to keep the gas heaters, but they since have been removed.
Okay. And thank you. Did you have a question on that?
No.
Okay. And then Hummingbird, when the statement here that the owner requested a reduction in fees because others use the area, what does that mean? What does others mean there?
Just the public uses that park,
Oh,
but
I
they
see.
hang out in that area. It's actually Hummingbird just puts tables and chairs on the sidewalk, and
Right.
it's kind of a large bulb out area.
Yeah.
And she says that people from the Scoop come over there and hang out, and there's a lot of different businesses that have their clients are also hanging out there. So I did offer, I said, we'll charge you the public use fee since other people are using it. We won't charge the maintenance fee of $1,000, the deposit, since it's not impacting the street at all, and we don't have to worry about restriping or, cleaning up the street. And so it would be the application fee of $500 and then $250 for the public parklet for the first year. And that's what I offered.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then as far as live water, I understand that they have everything's okay with the extension of Amelie's parklet in front of their building. They've worked that out.
They have worked it out, and she asked if they could have a table there that was made out of a surfboard. And I said, as long as it meets the ADA requirements, it was fine. And I did tell her that the signage needs to be removed from the parklet.
Okay. I think that was it. And you said the other ones were rather small and being worked on. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions before we go to the public?
Yeah, just a clarification. So there are a couple other businesses in town that also use the sidewalk for tables. And I'm just wondering if they maybe one of them's taken them away, but if they technically need to be applying for this, or if that's just different.
There's a new Thai restaurant that has that needs to apply for the sidewalk area, among other issues with the business. So we were going to speak to them about all the issues at once. And then Good Earth, it turns out that the area where they have tables and chairs on the sidewalk is actually their property. So we kind of dropped that one.
So that's kind of like the same situation with Hen House, where they actually own that area where their tables are. Okay,
Correct.
Great.
Councilmember Ackerman, any questions?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you all.
I just had a couple questions that came up during the discussions that we had. One of those was for Village Sake. I know that the neighboring business had originally was concerned about the opacity of the building and the windows and things like that. And maybe even from mono, folks coming out with the opacity of that building. Everything is all, have you heard anything further on those issues? Or I know that I saw Scott changing the windows. So
Yeah, they switched the windows and they actually cut off about 3 feet of the parklet that was in front of the neighbor.
Great. Okay. That's good to know, for the record. And then
they switched out to electric heat from gas heat.
Great. Thank you.
Can I just ask one question on that? I went by and they still have that step down or step up into the parklet. And Scott told me that there's no way to fix that. Is there anything in the works on that?
There's the problem is the crown of the road. It's pretty much impossible to get a level seating area that meets the cross slope for a sidewalk. So we look at this as an extension of the sidewalk. So they can follow the grade of the road, but the cross slope is supposed to be less than 2%. And because the crown of the road is so steep, the only way to achieve that would to be actually to excavate into the road, which we won't allow them to do that. So you have the choice of having a slightly more than a 2% cross slope, or you need some type of ramp. And what Village Saki has done is they have a sign on the parklet that says that a ramp is available, and they bring that out for someone to use. They also feel that since they have outdoor seating right next to the parklet, that's kind of complies also. So almost the only parklet that didn't have the issue with the cross slope was Fairfax Fratellizio's, but theirs, as you can see, goes to 0 right at the outside edge. And they just basically have a plywood platform. But that doesn't allow for attaching any kind of roof structure or railings or anything when you just have a, 1/2-inch sheet of plywood.
Thanks. Sorry for interrupting you.
That's okay. So two more things. One of the other things that we had heard a bit about during the actual deliberations, how far off of the crosswalk at Broadway and Bolinas the roastery parklet was. And so I know that there were like safety questions about where that was cited. Have those been looked into? Just because it seems like everything on their checklist is all good. So that's good.
Yes. So Parisi gave me the dimensions, and the dimensions were 8 feet entering an intersection. And those measurements are in the checklist. And then also, if you're exiting an intersection, it's 20 feet from the intersection. And all of the parklets comply with those measurements.
You said 20 feet exiting, was it?
Exiting.
Okay. Got it. Great. Okay. That is great news. Thank you for that. And then I guess my final question is, so there are 2 that don't have an application submitted or have not paid fees, essentially. Is that right?
That's correct.
And for the Stillwater one, is it, based on your original review of whatever, I guess what they had submitted originally was during the pandemic, to sort of like stand something up in the emergency situation. How well does that application and all that transfer over, or those designs, how well does it all transfer over to what we've now developed?
I don't believe there were any plans that were submitted originally. It was just filling out an application, and then they just kind of did what they wanted to do. But theirs is there wasn't much they needed to do. I mean, I think their biggest issue is that they extend way in front of the neighboring business, and so they need to provide the approval from the adjacent business for that encroachment.
This is the
but otherwise, I mean, their parklet's pretty well made and in good shape.
Is it the hotel that's right next?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thanks for that. And then for the Hummingbird, it sounds like there was a sort of agreement that it would be more of it would follow in the track of the public parklet, so to speak. And because it's a bulb out and other people use it from the scoop, et cetera. Have you received any sort of feedback on that as a option or?
No, I haven't heard back.
Okay. Okay. That's all. Those are my questions. Just want to get like super granular on it. So thanks. We'll open up public comment on item 17.
Good evening again. It's a little feedback for everybody since I'm in town working about 60 hours a week. So I see all these parklets. I've used these parklets. Little background on me. I've been in the restaurant industry for almost 20 years. I beget no business, anything that they could do to recover in the last 3 years, particularly the food and beverage industry. It was rough. If there was hard margins before, now it's almost impossible. I personally am not back in that industry on a management level because of this. It's almost impossible. So on that note, and not trying to beget any of these restaurants, their extra seating or additional seating, which actually can change their seating occupancy, which actually can change their licensing status with alcohol and a few other different food and beverage, different permits, fees, everything. We're gonna go back to parking. The parklets removed, I can't tell you the exact number, but I'm sure it's over 10 to 15 parking spots in town that we were already short on. Maybe I'm slightly off on that, but I'm happily do a count and get back to you. There are some major drainage issues in town with these parklets. I particularly can reference two that I've seen water not draining properly or pooling or even backflowing from certain areas that because it's not properly set up for drainage. And I think that's something we need to think about after the storms we've had this last year. Visual for other businesses, retail businesses. That's definitely a factor when we discuss live water sign. You know, you lose visual of a business when there's something in front of it. So if you're driving by, you can't necessarily see that surf shop, or maybe you can't see that nail salon, or maybe you can't see something. So, you know, to be fair across the board to your businesses in town, you know, I agree with having them work out with their neighbors, permissions and things to do that. That's the neighborly way and community way of doing things. But to really recognize that that affects drive-by business and that, you know, money for the town and taxation. Rats. We're going to talk about rats. Because unfortunately, some of these structures were built not thinking about open spaces underneath that provide protection from weather. I've personally seen multiple, not just one, have issues with rats. And that's a health department issue. That's a community issue. That's across the board. So thinking about how we can keep the areas underneath these parklets clean, unless they're solid all the way through, which I highly doubt on all of them. I'm not in construction, but I can just tell. Visual impairments or dangerous situations. There's one building and one parklet in town that has a reflective roofing that actually creates a blindness during a certain time of day. So if you're across the street from this, it can literally blind into your business where you cannot see someone walking in, which is dangerous depending in any situation, but for particularly bars. I would ask that that would be addressed as far as safety. I think I'm not saying roofs or connecting pieces need to be removed, but the safety factors involved.
If you could also complete your comments here
Yeah.
at about 3:40.
I apologize. That pretty much, I'm not against the parklets. I understand why we need them and I appreciate it. And I think moving forward, this will be the future of dining in the country or in the world. This is not going to be the last situation we deal with. But just to remember that we're all in it together and that all businesses need to be treated fairly. And I mean, every retail store could have their own parklet. We would just lose every parking spot in town. You know, so we got to think about these things. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Todd Greenberg one more time. I want to echo some of what Candace has just said. I think one of the objectives here should be to support citizens and to support businesses. Businesses employ residents. They create the tax revenues that allow you to do your spending. And I know we all have different ideas about where money should be spent, but the businesses still need help that have survived. Some of these businesses have been here for a long time and bring a lot of diversity and flavor to Fairfax, and they're well loved. And rather than making decisions without their input, which seems to be, for some reason, the way that things get done here, I would encourage you each to go have a meal or buy a cup of coffee that now costs 25 cents extra at each of the businesses and talk personally with what those businesses need. This is not a long list. Be involved in the community, please. I'm going to make a couple comments on a few of the businesses. Hummingbird shares the space with the ice cream store. Okay, how come the ice cream store isn't involved in this? Why is it on the back of the Hummingbird? She does a great job there. Michelle is to be applauded. She brings a lot of great character and charm to our town. Why aren't we helping her out more? That's a sidewalk. It might not really be defined under parklet. Why are we reaching into that? Maybe we need to think about sidewalks and roads and re-examine how things are licensed and what the objective is. If we're to provide for public safety, maybe it should be public safety and creating revenues and getting the businesses back on their feet and building a tax revenue base, a healthy one here in Fairfax. Fratellizio's is well loved. That's a longtime Fairfax family. Now, there's got to be a safe way to accommodate this rather than just tell him he can't do that, and to take care of our seniors. PG&E does this in hazardous situations by putting up bullards. Bullards are metal barriers. There could be other barriers that would make it safe, but I would encourage you each to talk with Paul Fratellizio. I've not talked with him about this, and I haven't talked with Michelle about this, but before you make a decision on this, why not reach out to these people that are creating tax revenues here in Fairfax and employing people that are longtime residents? Signage, I agree with Candace. How can these other businesses survive if they're not allowed for signage? Maybe we should be revisiting signage rather than just saying, no, you can't do this.
That's your 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Todd. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, I may even be brief. Fratellizio's is suffering from the loss of parking spaces. Got to be able to figure some way out to help them and not to punish them. And as Todd said, why aren't they here? Were they notified about the meeting that this was on it? Still water. The water was backed up into the crosswalk right in front of Mai Tai from their parklet. Mai Tai, talking about rats, I don't know if you've been behind the building recently. Looks like a really great place for rats. Lots of trash there. It's been sitting there for months now. And Village Saki is, as far as the sight lines are better, but I think that, you know, you can get like clear plexiglass or whatever for the sides. And that would really be helpful, because I think if you're in a wheelchair and you're at mono and you want to cross over, you still can't see. And I think that that's something they can address, considering that they're basically paying nothing for their space. When this came up, I said, you know what, retail is what, $3.25 a square foot. We're charging not even 30 cents a square foot for private use of public property. yeah, there should be a reduction from what a storefront is, but not like that. I'm sure the town could use the money, or maybe you just blow it anyway.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Town Council, Michael McIntosh. Before I make my comment on this, I would like to, since I chomp on Janet a lot of times, to really compliment her on her description and the information she provided you on the whole renewing ordinance of the police weapons. I really think she did a very good job on that. And since sometimes harsh, I'd like to offer that. For the parklets, what I really think is that we need them for some of the businesses. But I do agree with some of the prior comments that safety does have to be first and foremost. And the thing that comes to my mind when I enjoy the parklets or see the parklets is there is one parklet that is visually obstructive to the business next door to it, as well as when you go down Bolinas Avenue. So I would not want you to go to Village Saki and say, pull it out. But I think if we could lower maybe the opaque area where you can't see through and make it so it's more accommodating for the vision to see down the street that you're coming to the intersection, or a kid going around on a bicycle. I think you've heard that comment now for over a year, because I've heard it myself and I've been here. And I really think for a safety for everybody, that is the one place that I think the town council should work with Mark and work real hard to say, hey, how do we make this better? Look at the other examples that have lower walls or pony walls so everybody can see past it. That's a very big visual need coming down Bolinas Avenue before you hit center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Valerie Guidheim, Fairfax. Just a quick question. Are we going to continue this after COVID? Or is this for just now?
This was decided last year to be continued. This has already been approved as a permanent program.
Okay, so, but we're talking about safety. And I don't see where Bolinas is safe when we have these two big parklets jutting out. If they want to pull it in a lot more, with a two-seat, instead of putting seats across from each other, and just one long seat on both of them, I could understand that. I think they're too big. I think they're too dangerous. I don't think they're serving us as much as they're serving the two restaurants. So for me, safety is first, as I heard you guys say. And I don't think on Bolinas, if there's any place to leave that we have to leave quickly, that's going to work. It's not going to work. And I don't want this to be dependent on we're going to get more revenue by these people. I want this to be that we're going to be safe for our community. And whatever that looks like is what I'm going to vote for to do. Okay, and I don't think how really, aside from the money part, this is going to benefit the town. I don't mind small parklets, but I really don't think we need these big caboose kind of places. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. Anyone on Zoom, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor, there are 3 raised hands. The first one is Brenna Gubbins, followed by Sierra Tunafish Salem. Brenna, you're unmuted now.
Hi, everybody. Brenna Gubbins, Live Water Surf Shop. I just want to say that I was totally misrepresented earlier. We have not 100% worked out the parklet in front of my store. And I've never had a conversation with Mark Lockaby. I asked for one months ago, and I finally received email back from the town on Friday about signs and guidelines for parklets. The lack of response from the town has prohibited forward movement for myself for, deciding if I'm even going to keep it. I'm not going to sign off on a structure in front of my store until I can figure out what will work for my business and what I can do within the guidelines. So as it stands now, I'm waiting to hear what I can do within that for a retail store. I don't want to keep it as is because I'm going to lose visibility to my store. I'm going to take down those signs, and are people even going to know I'm there? It's a hard one. And of course, I want Amelie to be able to use it at night, but I don't want to lose the visibility to my retail store. Just one last thing, you guys should update the pictures on the website to reflect the current scape of the town with all of the parklets, because the ones that you have on now that show none. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenna.
The next speaker is Sierra Salen, followed by Deborah Benson. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Hi, you folks. Nothing new. You've heard this all from me a couple of times, a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever. I'd like to suggest that all of you get on a bicycle and please, please, please ride down Bolinas Road, both directions, during commute, during weekends, commute mornings when kids are going to school, commute evenings. Try in the dark too, in the winter when it's a little bit rainy or whatever. Right there by the roasters in Village Sake is miserable. I mean, I'm going to repeat that. It's miserable. There's not much room there. It used to be pretty good when there was cars. I mean, it's still kind of tight, but it's absolutely miserable. I think it's dangerous. I don't like it. And that's just that spot. And then Village Sake, it's pretty big, dark. The parklets really changed the character and the visual of the town. It's taking public space, which belongs to the public, and basically giving it to private businesses, which is definitely a boon. It's taking away parking. I mean, not that, I don't know if anybody locally even shops in town anymore. It's like we've got, our starred restaurants and whatnot. Most of the old restaurants and businesses are gone. I think you have to probably make $200,000 a year to shop in town. Maybe not quite that much, but I pretty much ditto everything that Candace brought up. And, it cuts down the walkability and the egress. It's like you go over by the surf shop and Emily, and there's that whole line, and there's all these planters, and you can't get into the street. You can't, some would say that why would anybody want to go through there with a bicycle or on foot anyway? But it ends up being this wall that you can't get through. And especially it's like when there was COVID and you wanted to get away from people, you couldn't. What about fire and egress on Bolinas Road? It's a bottleneck. Let's see. The visuals are it's an unfair advantage, and it definitely, there's a visual impact to any other business that doesn't have one. I mean, why do some businesses get them and others don't? I mean, why don't we take out all the parking streets everywhere and make it all parklets? And let's just make it a bicycle town. Everybody can walk. I think that's about it. I hadn't even thought about rats, but they're definitely there too. But please, you guys, get on your bicycles or even walk. Try and walk in that space between the parklets and the cars on Bolinas Road. And do go out there when it's raining, go out there in the dark, go out there early, go out there and commute, go out there and, kid traffic. It's like, God help a kid that tries to walk right down there during the day. It's like, you better know what you're doing. It needs some thought. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Sierra.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, and you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. The parklets were useful for keeping businesses alive during COVID, and that time's over. I have questions about the coffee roastery, for instance, which was built out at, I believe it was a foot beyond the allowable dimensions into the street. And Mark mentioned that everybody's checklist is, well, their checklist is kind of checked off, but I haven't seen that that parklet be reduced from its encroachment onto Bolinas. I have a question about that. The Saki black windows, as I recall in previous council meetings, that the openings were supposed to be transparent. So I'm wondering why that's still being allowed. I am really against private use of public space. It's real hard to find a parking space downtown anymore. I like the idea that Sarah had about turning the whole downtown into parklets. We'd probably lose our bicycle tourist population because they wouldn't have any place to park when they drive here with their bicycles in the back of their cars. And rats are really happy, I'm sure. They're saying, oh, they're coming out with food. They're serving us. Look, what are we going to have? They have menus and everything. You know, vegan? Yeah, sure. Anyway, I think those issues need to be addressed. As one of you mentioned, this should be non-discriminatory. It should be, you know, fair across the board if you're going to keep these things. I don't like the looks of them, but if you're going to keep these things, I think the coffee roastery needs to be taken back to its allowable dimensions, brought back a foot or whatever it is, and the Saki black windows need to disappear. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ava, and you're unmuted now.
Thank you. It's interesting to hear all this concern about parking. I wanted to just kind of provide a little historical insight as someone who worked on the bike paths back in the 70s and 80s. It was hard work getting bike paths in Marin County back then, and Fairfax is still kind of a little tight. But it's interesting that there's so much concern about parking, and there doesn't seem to be any corresponding discussion of the other issues, which is where are we going with cars and where are we going with bikes, and how does public transport fit into this? I feel like Fairfax is stuck in a little bit of a time warp, and it's going to stay stuck in a little bit of a time warp until you know, a particular, you know, somewhat powerful lobby, which is somewhat retrograde in its views, is allowed to move on. And that's just a matter of time. But, you know, you can't just talk about parking without talking about how public transportation has been cut back in Marin County. It's been a frequent topic at Board of Supervisors, and it's impacting a lot of working class people in the county. And for the conversation just be about cars and how many more, you know, how many parking spots have been eliminated. You know, we need to move. We thought in the 1970s when we were doing this work on the bike paths, we thought that we were going to be moving away from a car culture. I mean, we were really naive, but the thing is, we still have to do that. And you need to plan your city a little bit more with an eye to the future, because the voices that are most powerful here now, they're not going to be the ones who have to inherit this planet. It's you need to think about the younger people. Thanks.
Thank you, Eva.
The next speaker is Pete Gubbins, and Pete, you're unmuted now. Pete, you might have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
There you go.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to add a couple of thoughts I had the other day. Looking through Fairfax at these at the parklets. First of all, I love being in Fairfax and eating outside. The weather's incredible. spring, summer, fall, it's magical. But in the winter, you don't really crave to sit outside and eat and drink and be outdoors. So these structures were put in place for COVID to bail out the restaurants. But now I don't see why, with all the issues on these structures, why we're still having these discussions. Like, nice seating in nice towns on the world, they don't have roofs of plex and walls of, they don't have corrugated metal roofs and plastic walls. It's just it's unsightly. So, the unsightliness, the loss of visibility for other businesses, the loss of parking, the delivery trucks have nowhere to go. The traffic is more dangerous. I just think that the outdoor dining could be done in a lot classier way than having these plywood and plexiglass structures lining our streets and blocking businesses. It's if you look at the website for Fairfax, there's a beautiful shot of Bolinas Avenue without parklets. So the advertisement for Fairfax is this beautiful picture of Bolinas Avenue and the mountain behind it. And now it's a totally different scene. So those are my thoughts. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you.
I see no further comments.
Okay, we will close public comment on this item and take it back to the dais here. Yep.
I just have one question that I forgot to ask, and it occurred to me while people were bringing up their comments. And I didn't see it on your list. Fairfax Cafe. So Fairfax Cafe has tables next to Fratellizio's, and those are not Fratellizio's. So we don't have anything on our list for
You're saying Fairfax?
Fairfax.
It's on the list. They share a parklet.
It's on one of the.
Okay, well, I must have been asleep. Oh, I see it. Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry for the goofiness.
Any other, I had one question, which is actually related to the comment about drainage, because that did come up over the last couple of years as we've been discussing this. That's part of the checklist, right?
Yeah, they need to have the ability for water to flow underneath. And there has been an issue with rats in a couple of them. And so they've screened them, and that may, cause a problem with water being able to get through with the screens. So they may have to pull screens up during the winter or when there's a storm or something and then put them back. But it appears that food falls through, gets underneath, and it's the perfect habitat for rats.
Yeah, it's never easy. Okay, great. Well, thanks for clarifying the rat problem and the drainage problem. Any other questions? You have comments?
I actually have comments. So
Let's hear them.
First of all, thank you. And I want to say that Mark has been coordinating with businesses, and the council's role is not to really get involved and start detailing design things to businesses. And I know many of us do frequent those businesses and talk to the business owners. And while I heard a lot of comments, some of these were on things that were discussed about a year ago when we decided to go with permanent parklets, and we came up with various design standards, et cetera. And it may not be perfect, but I think we did a really extensive job. But a couple of things that kind of trouble me is, Mark, I know that everybody I've talked to about working with you has said what a wonderful person you are, and we are so lucky to have you. But sometimes we have to get a little firmer with these folks who have been not responding to emails. And I think Councilmember Hellman brought up we shouldn't be doing, a focused. I think we need to do a level playing field. And I think we need to put everybody on a timeline. And I think we need to send out certified letters. The emails are very easy to ignore. And I also, to talk to them, and I know that you sent me checklists for Barefoot and also for Gestalt House. And there was quite a lot on Barefoot. Those tables on the sidewalk are really problematic. There was quite a lot more. And I frequent that place. It's a great restaurant. We're lucky to have them. But I think we need to really put people on a timeline, pay your fees. And as far as Hummingbird, I think you offered them a really wonderful compromise. They been out on the sidewalk with their tables. People love it. During the winter, bad weather, good weather, people have been out there. And I know that people in the Scoop just go and sit on the benches, which the benches were always there for anybody who wanted to sit on them, who might not be at the Scoop or other places. So I think your suggestion for them is something they ought to take you up on. And so I would suggest that we do, where there's outstanding issues, that we give them maybe a month, get them done. And then where they haven't paid the fees, give them 2 weeks. And if they don't proceed, I mean, this is a benefit. We are giving up parking. We are trying to work with these folks. I'm very concerned about Stillwater, who appears to be pretty non-responsive, except for they've moved into electrification. So I think we ought to really, let's get serious with folks, because I think your mannerisms have been so wonderful and brought so much goodwill, but it also means that you're very easy to ignore potentially. And I know when we started this over a year ago, we were talking about really something like a 3-month time frame or 6-month time frame to get everything in order. Well, that's been a long time ago. So appreciate your patience. And I appreciate you trying to work with the businesses, but I think it is time to get a little more serious. And my concern also is hearing from Brenna Gubbins that she has never signed an agreement. And this has been kind of back and forth way back during COVID. So I just think we need to move on, get them done. And if people want to ignore us and not pay the fees and not do the work, let's start issuing citations or red tag in the case where somebody's just completely ignoring you. And then I just want to say one thing. It's my understanding that Village Sake completely removed those opaque windows, and they've replaced them with clear, very clear lucite or plexiglass, whatever it is. So that has been taken care of, and they shortened it, which some people would have said, we're not going to do that, but they did that. So I think they have been really trying to work with us. So thank you for all your efforts. And I hope my fellow council members will agree with the idea of let's get a little more serious with folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate your comments. I want it to be equitable. If some of the outdoor eateries are, being responsive and compliant and others aren't, we do need to take action. It's just a matter of fairness from my standpoint. So yeah, I like your recommendations. Thank you. Is there something else you were looking for? I mean, okay.
Okay, I was just going to say, I live right downtown. So yes, I ride my bike downtown. I walk downtown. I occasionally have to park downtown. And I do patronize a number of the restaurants and the retail stores downtown. So I'm pretty aware of what's happening down there. And I do have to say that some of the businesses have told me they're still recuperating, some of the restaurants, and that, so it's not over for them. Like they're still really grateful that they have the opportunity to have those parklets. And so I think that's important. And, somebody's saying, well, we should be helping people out. Well, this was the helping out, was these parklets. I have to say Hummingbird's one of my favorite restaurants. But, I do see that we have in the ordinance a section that talks about the 3 different types of public spaces that might be used. And one of them is sidewalks. So, that is in the ordinance. And let's see, I'm just wondering if the businesses were informed of tonight's meeting and, when we say the checklist items are mostly complete, like what does that mean? And I guess Barbara already asked this, but was there a deadline by which they had to have their checklist done?
The deadline was December 15th.
Okay.
Of 2022.
So that wasn't just like
But-
fee and
but we-
application. They had to have the checklist done by then too.
Except that we did tell them we didn't want anything noisy until after January or after December.
Okay, so it kind of stretched along because of that. And okay, so I do like what Barbara or Councilmember Kohler has suggested. So I want to thank you very much for working on this, because I know it's kind of tricky to go around and talk to everybody. And I have not gone around and talked to people directly because I feel like that's your business and that I'm not going to step on your toes. But if you guys want me to, I will. But thank you for doing so.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Well, I concur with the essence of Councilmember Kohler's suggestion that we need to try to get them to, and it does surprise me that the roastery's large. It seems like it's been larger than the others from the beginning, and it surprises me that that's in compliance, but I believe you.
Well, it does just take up 2 parking spots. And
but doesn't it stick out farther into the road?
Well, originally the fire department set a white line, which is still there, and told them they needed to be 1 foot back from that white line, which they are.
Yeah. So
So
basically what they were told was
they did what they were told.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I just wanted to mention one other thing. So I'm not sure what the time period was for this, but I know some other cities, mostly large cities, gave people actually fines for not getting their checklist done within a certain time period. That may or may not be a good strategy for us here in Fairfax. I'm just going to mention it. And then they also had a grant program for businesses that were struggling to update their parklets to help them get there. And I'm not really sure that's something we can do, but I'm just going to put that out there.
I think Barbara did mention the fines if they don't respond to the certified letter.
Yeah, I think San Diego, it was like $100 a day violation or something. So
I think ours might be more limited than that, but I also want to mention that during COVID, we had a program for, I think, $1,000 for each business. It was a grant program, and we didn't use all the money up because not everybody asked for it, but there was a grant program that I think Stephanie and Renee helped create or called for. Yeah. So there was something. I don't think we're in that position right now.
And I did just want to repeat again, so I'm going to assume that businesses that are in this situation knew that this meeting was happening tonight where we would discuss this.
The only person I talked to about it was Paul Fratellizio, because I ran into him early this evening, but no, the other businesses were not notified.
I mean, unless they looked at the agenda. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for those comments. I've stopped in to a number of these locations and met with the owners and also retail as well, just as part of figuring out what the state of play is for businesses in town and also how easy it has been to come into compliance with these parklets. I know that Stillwater was having a hard time with the electric, and they actually haven't moved over to electric heating. They've just removed the gas heating presuming that it's going to get nicer out, and yet we still have rain. I think part of the reason why there have been delays for some of these things is because of the delay with the holidays, but then the 17 atmospheric river events. And it's something that when I stop into various businesses in town, retail and food vendor alike, they are acknowledging that it's been a struggle through the winter season, parklet or not. That said, I don't think there's any excuse for sort of ignoring the town's inquiries, and I don't think it's your obligation, Mark, to chase after a couple of people for something that's, yes, a public benefit in many ways, but also a privilege for private business owners in town. So I totally agree with the need to get a little stronger. Whether it's, you have to come into compliance in 4 weeks or 6 weeks. I don't know what the right answer is. The sooner the better, obviously. But yeah, I think it sounds like there's some work that still needs to be done. And I'm disappointed that a couple of them have not made any effort. Just knowing how much people love to use their public parklets and their private parklets. So it's a little disappointing, I have to say. But I'm happy to continue to, check in with folks as this rolls out in the coming weeks too. So yeah, thank you.
So it sounds like we're all pretty much in agreement as certified letters, no more with the email for now. So you're not constantly chasing these people. And I would suggest, since we don't have a planning director, that you work with the town manager on those letters. And I would suggest something like 2 weeks for any fees that are outstanding and 4 weeks to complete the checklist items. Some of those are pretty easy, like taking the tables and chairs off the sidewalk. It's not construction. And if somebody wants an extension, then they should ask for an extension and provide some rationale. And so thanks all of you for supporting the idea of getting more serious here.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much, Mark, for staying on top of this issue and trying to make the parklets happen. Yeah. Okay. We'll move on here to the main course for this dinner service. Just kidding. Sorry, it's getting late. We're on to item 18 here, which is to receive a presentation summarizing public comments on the public review draft of the 6th cycle housing element and provide direction on any changes needed. And then authorize the town manager to send the updated draft 6th cycle housing element, incorporating those changes to the California Housing and Community Development Department, also known as HCD. Heather, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to introduce or reintroduce our lead consultant, Andrew Hill, who is with Daya Timbatia. And as you know, he presented on the housing element at our special meeting on the April 19th and has now collected the comments and is back to give us more information.
Yes. Great. Thank you, Michelle. And good evening, everyone. So the purpose of the meeting tonight is to review the draft 2023 to 31 housing element with the council. It's not the end of the road tonight. The council is not considering adoption of the housing element. It's only hopefully the end of this phase of the work. So what we're asking tonight is that the council hear a presentation summarizing community comments on the draft that was released on March 31st. To provide direction on any comment on any changes needed to address those comments, and then, as Heather said, to authorize the town manager to send the document to Sacramento to start the clock officially on their legally mandated 90-day review period. The document will remain in draft form while HCD review is ongoing, and when that 90-day comment period closes, the staff and the consultants will then revise the draft to address comments from HCD and bring the whole document back to the council in August for your consideration of adoption at that time. So in my presentation tonight, I'd like to just quickly recap the process to date, to summarize some of the legal requirements for the housing element, to go over the map of the housing sites and the strategies to support housing development. And then I'll summarize the community comments that were received during the public review period and finally touch on next steps. So to recap the process, the town began the housing element update back in 2021. And then over the next 2 years, conducted a variety of different community outreach events, prepared some background analysis, and that led to a working draft document. When Diet and Bhatia was brought on last fall, our role was to review the work that had been done previously and prepare the public review draft. So to do that, we held a consultation with the Department of Housing and Community Development on some questions confirming the suitability of sites for inclusion on the inventory. We conducted a series of property owner forums to discuss the feasibility of development on some underutilized commercial sites, primarily in the town center area. And we worked with the subcommittee to vet draft content. And then at the end of that process, the draft housing element was released for public review on the 31st of March. During the 30-day comment period, we did hold a community open house on April 19th. The comment period closed on Sunday. And tonight we're here to summarize what we heard from the community and to receive direction from the council on any changes that are needed before the document is submitted to HCD. Just as a reminder for anyone watching at home, perhaps, amid the ongoing housing crisis in California, the town of Fairfax is required by law to plan to accommodate at least 490 new housing units over the next 8 years. And that includes units that will be affordable to lower income households, to moderate income households, as well as to above moderate income households. You want to just fix the, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh.
No, not that could be it.
Yeah, it's a, yeah. That might be better. A little better.
Sounds better.
Yes. So next slide, please. So this is a legal requirement, and it's important to note that failure to adopt a compliant housing element can result in fines and penalties. So this could include the loss of funding for transportation improvements and other state-funded projects. It could result in court-imposed fees of up to $600,000 per month. Or it could even lead to lawsuits that could result in the loss of local control over zoning and project approval, or even court mandated compliance, which might involve a court completing the housing element, completion of the housing element by a court appointees. So the housing element is subject to a variety of different statutory requirements, including, as we've mentioned, review and certification by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. There are also several key legally mandated components of the housing element. And chief among these is the inventory of sites that are available for housing. This is usually shown on a map with a table projecting the realistic capacity for housing development on each of the sites. The housing element also needs to include several background reports, including a housing needs assessment, a constraints analysis, and a fair housing report. And then based on the findings of those background reports, the housing element needs to include an action plan of implementing programs that address local housing needs, constraints on housing, and fair access for all groups in the community. Now I'd like to provide an overview of the sites inventory that is in the public review draft. The map on the right of this screen shows sites that are available for housing, and collectively, those sites have a realistic capacity for 583 new homes over the next 8 years. So that is sufficient to meet the town's RENA obligations at all income levels with a 16% buffer. And that buffer is important. It's required to ensure that the town can navigate the no net loss provisions of state law in the event that any of the sites on the inventory doesn't develop as anticipated. Let me break down the inventory now for you. It projects a capacity for 71 new single-family homes on vacant lots with zoning that currently allows for residential development throughout Fairfax. And so that includes 11 pipeline projects that are currently under review, recently approved, or under construction, as well as 60 vacant lots with single-family zoning. Additionally, the action plan in the draft housing element contains a program under which the town will develop and adopt standards to permit clustered single-family development and accessory dwelling units on larger sites with appropriate access and availability of utilities. The intent of that program would be to allow small clustered housing on relatively flatter portions of these larger sites while preserving large areas of open space and protecting ridgelines. Additionally, the inventory also assumes development of 3 pipeline projects, which include, well, actually several pipeline projects. They include 11 single-family projects that I mentioned previously. Includes a project involving 8 apartments on the northern portion of the Fairfax Market site. The owner is currently preparing to submit an application. And it involves a pipeline project on the School Street Plaza site, which would involve 175 units, including 140 market rate units and 35 below market rate units. The owner of the School Street site is currently talking to real estate developers to develop the project concept, and a program has been included in the draft element in the action plan that would involve establishing objective design and development standards to integrate high density housing on the site in a way that's sensitive to the surrounding context and the natural resources on the site. The program would also involve staff meeting quarterly with the property owner to help advance the project, and working with the owner to identify incentives such as reduced on-site open space in view of the proximity to existing parks, or perhaps shared parking arrangements to help incentivize the affordable units on the site. And another important aspect of this program would be ensuring that the existing residents of the live work units on site receive the first right of refusal and relocation assistance in compliance with state law. Accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units can be counted towards the town's RENA obligations. Those projections are not site specific, but rather they're done at the town-wide level. And that the projections are based on the annual rate of construction permits issued since 2018. The town has issued on average 11 permits for 11 units per year since 2018. However, based on a robust a suite of programs to incentivize and promote ADU production that are included in the draft housing element, we're projecting 20 ADUs and junior ADUs per year for a total of 160 by 2031. The inventory also projects a capacity for 352 new multifamily units on underutilized commercial properties, primarily in the town center area and along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. These sites are all in locations with good access to transit, shops, and services as required under state law. New state law, including Assembly Bill 2011 and Senate Bill 6 that came into force earlier this year, allow for housing development on commercial and office sites already, subject to design standards that are set by the state. So the draft housing element includes Program 2A, which would create a workforce housing overlay applicable to certain sites that gives the owner the option to either to develop or redevelop commercial uses consistent with the base zoning that's currently applicable to those sites, or to add infill multifamily residential units if they choose to do so. New development on the sites would be subject to objective design and development standards that will be prepared with community input this fall. And additionally, because several of the sites were included on prior housing element inventories, zoning for those particular sites must be updated to allow for housing by right if the owner proposes to make at least 20% of the units on the site affordable to lower income households. And a program to that effect has been included in the draft. And finally, the inventory includes 2 adjacent town-owned sites that currently have residential zoning applicable to them, and identifies them as candidates for workforce housing. Through a program in the draft housing element, the town would partner with a nonprofit developer to construct 10 units that would be affordable to restaurant employees, service workers, teachers, public servants, and others who work in Fairfax and make less than 80% of the area median income. The 2 sites combined together have an area of about a half an acre, and objective design and development standards that will be developed later this summer and through the fall would apply in order to integrate new housing into the area in a context-sensitive way. And so, as I mentioned, the public review draft was released on the 31st of March, and the public review period ran through Sunday, the 30th of April. During that period, a total of 35 comment letters were received. And then additionally, at the community open house that was held on the 19th of April, we heard comments from 17 people orally. This slide summarizes the key themes that came out of those comments. So in total, 14 of the total number of commenters expressed support for workforce housing and ADUs and junior ADUs. This includes 12 commenters who were in support of, specifically in support of workforce housing and increasing options for seniors, the disabled, low-income residents, and other vulnerable populations. Additionally, a total of 19 of the commenters expressed opposition to state mandates for housing, including 6 people who urged the town to take legal action against the state, and 13 people who were concerned that the state requirements would negatively impact community character here in Fairfax, local tax burden, and infrastructure conditions. The School Street Plaza site had both supporters and detractors. 7 people expressed concern for the scale of the project and the risk that existing residents would be displaced. On the other hand, 5 people expressed support for the project and in general for expanding local housing opportunities through infill development in Fairfax. Several other key sites generated a lot of community input. Chief among these was the Marin Town and Country Club site. The property owner reiterated his strong interest in developing housing on the site, and 10 other commenters also wrote in support of multifamily housing development on that site, several of them expressing a preference for multifamily housing there over the School Street Plaza site. One commenter suggested possibly adding a program to the housing element to specifically address the future of that property. However, as we discussed at the April 19th open house, HCD has advised that the site can only be included on the inventory if RHNA can be achieved through other means without this site included, because the site would need to be rezoned, and rezoning would require a vote of the people, and it can't be known at this time whether or not that would pass. So in view of this context and in view of the public comments received, staff's response to the request that this site be included on the inventory would be that perhaps a policy could be included in the land use element to explore the future of this site with the community. And the land use element will be updated as part of this process later in the year. Another site that drew a number of comments was the 615 Oak Manor site, which was also discussed at the open house on the 19th of April, as well as in comment letters. And I think it's helpful to clarify a few things here. First, the draft housing element assumes that 10 single-family homes would be developed on could be developed on this site, and that is consistent with the zoning that's currently in place for the site. The inventory does not assume any ADU development on the site specifically, because, as I mentioned, ADU projections are done town-wide rather than on a site-specific basis. During the comment period, the property owner's representative submitted a couple of letters outlining a concept for the site that would involve development of 7 single-family homes, 7 accessory dwelling units, and 20 multifamily apartments on a 1-acre portion of the site that fronts Sir Francis Drake. This concept that was illustrated in the letter would not be possible under current zoning, but it's worth pointing out that the 7 units and possibly the 7 ADUs would be possible on that portion of the site under current zoning, plus program 2D regarding the clustered hillside development. And the commenter had requested that this concept be incorporated into the housing element. And so staff's response here is that that is an option if the council would like to proceed with it. However, we could include it as a pipeline project. However, we'd want to make sure that it's important to remember that pipeline projects are projects that have active development applications for projects that are either proposed, approved, or currently under construction. And so for HCD to accept the concept as proposed as a real and imminent project, the town would need at least to receive a letter that specifically expresses an intent to file a formal application for the rezoning of that 1-acre portion of the site along Sir Francis Drake to allow for high density housing. As we've discussed previously, HCD is really looking very closely at the viability of all sites included on the inventory and is requiring extensive proof or justification for the assumptions in the inventory. So we'd really want to make sure that that we're underpinning our assumptions strongly, so that the sites we're putting forward are really credible. But if the council would like, we could certainly request a formal letter with that express intent from the property owner, and we could include that in the inventory as well. Finally, I think the topic that generated the most interest and the largest share of public comments really had to do with oh, sorry, I missed that. That's okay, you're right. Yep. Yes, there were a number of comments pertaining to environmental constraints. 4 commenters in total mentioned water supply. 2 commenters expressed concerns about fire response capacity. 3 commenters talked about the availability of roads and infrastructure as an impediment, and a number of people raised the risk of landslides. So it's important to note that all of these issues will be a focus of the environmental impact report, and mitigation measures will be recommended to address any related potential impacts. And then finally, the topic that really generated the largest share of public comments had to do with hillside development and open space. Commenters expressed concern for the potential development on ridge lines and the loss of open space. And they really pointed to community values that are enshrined in the general plan regarding ridgeline protection and open space. There was a lot of confusion in these comments about what is actually proposed in the draft housing element. So I wanted to take a moment to provide some clarification there. The draft housing element does not propose any change to the land use designation or any increase in the permitted density on those sites. All of the the projected units for those sites identified would be permitted under current zoning. What the draft element does include is a proposal to which is a proposal a program called 2D, which would involve allowing the clustering of smaller single-family homes and accessory dwelling units on relatively flatter portions of larger sites. So there are 7 sites in particular that are over 6 acres in size, some of them up to 100 acres in size. And the idea here was through this program to adopt hillside regulations that would allow for clustering on the relatively flatter portions with the intent of preserving larger areas of open space and protecting ridgelines. Additionally, and this is the actual text of the program. I thought it would be worth putting it up there for everyone to see clearly. It's specifically talking about permitting clustered development of smaller units with the intent of allowing for larger areas of open space to be preserved. Additionally, several commenters in relation to this topic referenced priority conservation areas in Fairfax. And I think here again, it's helpful to provide some clarification on this point. Plan Bay Area 2050 does include one priority conservation within the town limit, and it's shown on the map on the screen there. The boundaries of this priority conservation area are not clearly defined in Plan Bay Area 2050. It's simply shown as a point on the map. The commenter provided a staff report from TAM in 2016 and that staff report says that at that time the boundaries had not been formally mapped. However, I think it's important to remember here that wherever the boundaries may extend over that site, the priority conservation designation does not include any regulation or easement that would preclude residential development on these sites. They remain privately owned property with single-family zoning on them. And it's actually really the environmental and infrastructure constraints on the site in particular that would be the biggest impediment to housing development. And so in view of all that, there's no need to remove the site from the inventory. And in fact, together with Program 2D, that program would actually facilitate the preservation of larger areas of open space on the site with clustered housing development. And in that way, it would help the town meet its RHNA obligations while also preserving ridgelines and larger areas of open space on the site. And so finally, just a quick look at next steps. As we mentioned, the 30-day public comment period ended on Sunday. And we're here today to review those comments received with the town council and hopefully get direction on any changes needed to the element before we send it up to HCD. We'd anticipate sending the draft to Sacramento to start that 90-day review period next week. During the 90-day review period, we'd be releasing the draft EIR. We'd expect that the HCD review period would end in early August, and that both those documents, the draft housing element and the draft EIR, would then come back to the city council later in August for adoption. And with that, I'll take any questions or for comments.
Great. Thank you so much. Andrew, do you all have some questions?
I think before we do that, we may want to review the agenda at 10 o'clock, which is later, to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued. We only have one other item after this, so I would suggest that I think we can continue on.
Sure.
And do you need a motion, town clerk? I'd make a motion to continue on and complete both items that are remaining.
Is there a second?
Yep, press on.
Okay, great. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah.
Councilmember Blash
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, all ayes. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Questions for Andrew?
I have several questions and I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do this, because I'm sure we all do. Well, you two may not because you've been on the subcommittee, but
Some.
okay. Well, I guess I'll just dive in. And if you could put the presentation back up, and hopefully this goes without saying that the presentation will be loaded onto the housing element site. So great. I guess first I'll ask, I'm very interested. I've never been through the housing element update. I understand the 6th cycle is a completely different ballgame. So I appreciate that. But the version, let's call it 1.0, right? That was published on March 31st for the public. That's what we've been reviewing, just like the public. That is a fixed version until or unless you hear direction from us this evening. Is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so the subcommittee meetings that you've been having, the housing element subcommittee comprised of the mayor and the vice mayor, are you making, I'm just trying to understand process, and for transparency purposes, are you making tweaks? Are they giving you feedback? Like, is there a 2.0 that's in the works? I'd like to understand that. Sure. Because yeah. Tonight, we'll give you some direction, and then I understand it's going to be sent off to HCD if it gets the support.
Right. Yeah. So let me clarify first that the housing, the subcommittee meetings only happened in the lead up to the release of the public review document. And so I think our last meeting was probably around the 20th of March. And then the document was actually released for public review.
Okay.
And so there's been no subcommittees meetings since then. The document, as you say, has been static since it was published on the website. And we've been talking about it with the community, accepting comments. We held the open house. And so now we've collected the comments. We're summarizing them for the council's benefit. And we're looking for direction from you all as to any changes that should be incorporated to respond to those comments, so that we can incorporate those comments and send the draft up to start that 90-day review period. When we send the document, when we make the revision to the document, all of those comments will be incorporated into a nice looking version that is sent to the state, and that same version will be published on the website. And so, Heather, we can think about keeping the March 31st version and also adding the revised version so that anyone could see what was added or changed, if that would be helpful. But then, as I mentioned in the presentation, while HCD is reviewing for 90 days, the document is still a draft.
Sure.
And so, the conversations can continue here in Fairfax. We know that we will get comments from HCD. They will want to see clarifications and changes, possibly some additional information. And when we get those comments, we'll have conversations with HCD as well to better understand their comments. We'll address their comments. We'll produce a redlined version. I guess you would call it maybe 3.0 at that stage. Yeah. And that is what would come back to the council, and we would present that to the council and say, here's the comments that we heard from HCD. Here's how, they're being addressed. You can see them in the redline version. Do you have any reaction to it? Of course, that document will be made publicly available before any hearing before the council. So there's ample opportunity for the community to understand what changes have been made and provide comments on them before the council ultimately takes action about adopting.
Thank you. That was very helpful. So you just mentioned that ultimately the comments will be provided in the housing element. How does that work exactly? Because you categorize them or provided summaries. Do you provide the comments by site or just a section that's public comment and you summarize it, or do you provide the verbatim, or how does that work?
Yeah, so what we have done, so the comment period just ended on Sunday.
Right.
And actually we've been, even today, we were getting comments, and it's not like an EIR, there's not a hard stop necessarily. So we try to, accommodate as much as possible. But we've got a draft sort of memo that summarizes the key themes, and I tried to include the key themes here, but in the memo, there's more detail. And all of the comments submitted are part of the public record. So we could post them on the website as well, so that everyone can see what comments were made, and you can read the memo, as a Reader's Digest of what's there.
Okay. Thank you. So you had the comment topic, if you will, of hillside development and open space. The council received feedback, and I know it went to the housing email too. So I think you got it. So we got feedback on standard properties. Was that grouped in with the hillside category?
Yes.
Okay. And there was really nothing else to say on that one. I want to make sure these folks are, feeling heard and seen. And so I wonder if there's some way that you could identify these are the sites that we specifically heard of, because I'll go on. I have more feedback related to that, but just some traceability in terms of, sometimes we refer to the sites by the address, and then it's pretty obvious how to, visualize that. But others,
Yeah, I think one other thing that I would say in response to your other question, but I think is helpful here as well, is that actually, one of the things we need to do before we send the document up to HCD is to summarize the comments that we heard from the public and explain how they've been incorporated into the draft that HCD is reviewing. So it's essentially that summary mentioned. We may even include all the letters in an appendix, a new appendix. So it's the same thing that would be published on the website, but HCD wants to know that, the document was available for 30 days. They want to know that that the community and the decision makers have considered the comments and understand how they've been reflected.
okay. And then this will tell you how little I know about development. So as far on the topic of slope, like what is a benchmark for that's far too high? And on some of these properties, like 615 Oak Manor, for example, it's such a funky, how do I know? It says 49%. That can't be for the whole.
Right.
So can you?
Yeah. So oftentimes the number, so in the housing element itself, we do have, I think there's one of the appendices, there's a table that says average slope over the site. And so when you're talking about a 40-acre site or a 100-acre site, within those sites, there's going to be areas that are steeper or relatively flatter. And so the intent of program 2D and the hillside, the modified hillside regulations would be to identify on those. So we're specifically for program 2D talking about 7 sites, all of which are over 6 acres, some of them 40 acres, 100 acres in size. And we have already started as part of the zoning work to do calculations to identify the topography. We do what's called takeoffs, so you can literally see where there's relatively flatter parts, and we would do calculations about what is a reasonable number of units that could be accommodated there, and the standards would reflect all of those calculations. But the idea is that within those sites, even though the average slope is significant in some places, there are going to be relatively flatter areas. In response to your specific question about how steep is too steep, I think engineers would say, well, anything is possible. It's just a question of cost, right? At some point, having to do significant slope remediation or drill piers just becomes financially a big impediment. But technically, there's a lot that can be done with technology.
Okay. And I would just suggest, so you just mentioned there are 7 properties that would be eligible or targeted, whatever the right word is, for 2D. Could those be listed?
Oh, yes, we could do that.
Okay. That I think that would be super helpful. And if everybody else agrees. sorry, I'm just going through my list here. Could you explain what by right means and pull up that slide if you don't mind, Michelle?
There it is. Yes. So by right means subject only to ministerial review. So there would be no review before the planning commission, no discretionary review, no not necessarily no public hearing, but if there was a public hearing before the planning commission, it would be strictly limited to whether the project complies with established objective standards. That's what by right means.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then the 2 town-owned sites that you refer to, I would love to see, again, back to my comment about traceability and transparency. I think it would be very helpful to have, I don't know if they actually have numbers on, there are 2 sites on, and they're adjacent to each other on Forest, right?
Correct.
So maybe just name it Forest, or I don't know if it's too late to rename these, but I just want the public to not have to go to Marin Maps if they don't, to punch in the APN, as much help that we can give.
We can even incorporate a little snapshot of where they are on the street so people can locate
That would be
them.
fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm like kind of. And then on the topic of clustering, is there a model for this that you have in mind?
I don't know if there's a model per se, but there are other jurisdictions here in Marin County that do have standards that permit it, and so that's a starting point for us. Obviously, the topography is similar. They've dealt with the same issues. There's probably lessons to be learned from their experience, so that's where we would start.
Okay. Thank you. And as far as the program related to, or programs, I should say, related to ADU development, did you consider, like right now we waive the fees 50%. Did you consider entirely waiving them? Because per my comment last, whenever it was, March, when you presented to us, I shared my concern about the very aggressive growth projections, and I'm just wondering if you considered the completely waiving.
I don't have the action plan at my fingertips, but I believe actually we did we did go up to 75% discount for.
Yeah, we talked about and when we were reviewing it, increasing the amount. I think it was 75%. So, there is some town costs associated with it, which we're already eating. But we did talk about increasing that discount quite a bit. So it's in the action plan.
Yeah.
I think the other thing to remember is that kind of incentive also is helpful, particularly for anyone who wants to make the deed restrict their unit or make it available over the long term for a lower income household, because once the housing element gets certified and adopted, then we move into implementation, right? And HCD is going to be looking very closely at, all right, you say 20 ADUs per year or junior ADUs per year. How many are you actually getting? And what are you doing? Is it enough? Are you on track for your projections? And particularly for the lower income sites. So making sure that the incentives are, of course, the incentives are there for ADUs and junior ADUs in general, but also particularly maybe even more for deed restrictions, so that because a large share of them, 60% of the ADUs are being projected as being affordable to lower income households, and that's with good justification on the basis of a regional ADU affordability study. But again, when it comes to implementation, the town is going to be need to demonstrate that it's getting those lower income units as well. So providing the incentives to ensure that that does happen is important.
Right.
And just want to interrupt and just say, remember, there was more that we talked about, having sort of design plans that are off the shelf, which also saves people a lot of money. So There was a lot in that action plan for things we would do for the ADUs.
Yeah, I did read it. I did see this. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Okay, I think that's it, but I don't know if you know, there's several net new programs. And as I was reading through it, I am concerned about the resources it's going to take to really launch, support, maintain these programs. And that's just,
Yes, I agree. And we thought of that, which is why under the last goal, there is a program about exploring options to staff up for housing element implementation.
yeah. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Blash.
Yeah, so Stephanie asked a lot of the questions that I wanted to ask, but I did want to go back and get clarification on sort of like what we're doing. So tonight we are receiving basically a summary of the comments from the community. And then what we're supposed to consider them tonight and then make a recommendation tonight. Okay.
Ideally, yes.
Okay, so it's a really fast turnaround.
It is, and if it's helpful, I can explain the reasoning is that actually the statutory deadline for having the housing element adopted and certified was back at the end of January.
Right.
So we're already beyond that, and the state has sent a letter to the town saying, "Where's your element?" And so I understand we want to do it right and make sure that we're being transparent and everything. But there's also this urgency to get it done. And again. What I would just for the benefit of everyone who's listening, that we're not adopting the housing element tonight. We're simply, we hope, with your approval, moving it to the next phase. It remains in draft form while HCD reviews. It will continue to evolve before it comes back to the council in August.
Right. Thank you. And I understand that it's a interesting, fast timeline to go through the number of community comments that I've received both via email, but just through this summary and from friends on the street and whatnot. So I'm just concerned about that. And then when you say that you will incorporate the comments, does that making, some substantive changes to the document based on those comments, or does that mean they will be included in the document and as an appendix or something?
Well, we would like as much as possible to receive direction on substantive comments.
Mm-hmm.
I know other people have pointed out, some typos and sort of mismatch of data, that little things that need to be corrected as well. So we can take on board that feedback. But we would like to incorporate direction from the community comments as much as possible. And so specifically here, I'm talking about we didn't get any comments specifically focused on the language of programs, really. So most of the comments were about sites, and so I think that's the tenor of the direction we're looking for tonight. And we'd like to have that incorporated. And again, as I say, HCD will require that we explain what we heard and how it's been incorporated. So that'll be an appendix to the document as well.
Okay, great. And then, I had a whole number of suggestions about, things where the data didn't seem to match and et cetera. So I would assume those might get incorporated and I don't need to do anything else with those. Let's see. So when 2.0 is done, do we see it before it goes out, or it just gets done and it goes and then we?
The way the recommended action for tonight is written is that the council would authorize the town manager to make the changes and send it up to HCD. So there isn't another look by the council anticipated. However, it will be posted to the website, and as I said, the 31st version will remain. 2.0 will be up there, and people will be able to compare.
Okay, so people can see what changed already. And then finally, two other things. So when we're talking about these penalties, which could be fairly draconian for not completing the housing element, or getting a compliant housing element, that includes the zoning part, right? So we have to zone to get a compliant housing element, right?
Yes.
It's not just making a housing element and then good, we're all done.
Right. Exactly. I think that's the way the law is written is if a jurisdiction adopts a certified housing element by the statutory deadline, which for the Bay Area jurisdictions was January 31st of this year,
Right.
then if any rezoning is needed to accommodate RENA, that jurisdiction would have 3 years to do it. However, in Fairfax's case, we've gone past that. And so the law says any rezoning necessary to accommodate RENA needs to be done within 1 year. So that's January 31st, 2024, which
Right.
is why now that we think we have the sites relatively nailed down, we've already started with the zoning, and we'll be working through, with the community to get input on zoning needed to implement that through the summer. That'll happen in the fall, so that the town will be set up to be able to adopt the zoning by the 31st of January next year. And I think also it's likely, based on the experience of Southern California jurisdictions, that HCD will want to see the zoning adopted first before they will actually certify the element.
Right. Okay. And then at what point in this process, is it at adoption, or when it's a compliant housing element, do we stop being subject to builder's remedy?
That might be a question for Janet to answer.
Or should I not?
After HCD signs off on it.
Okay, so that's when we've zoned in the whole lot.
Well, actually, when we adopt it, and then I'm assuming that we would not adopt until HCD is fine with it.
Okay, great. And then the final thing is, I was wondering if you could explain the deed restriction of the ADUs. Are we talking about people saying for X number of, permit waivers or what have you, we will guarantee that we will keep this unit affordable for X number of years? Or
Yeah, it's a term of art. It's a long-term affordability agreement, and it's voluntary, so it's not a requirement. But if an owner chooses to, so we have some programs in the housing element draft programs that would offer incentives for a property owner who wants to do that. So there would be some financial or other incentive to do it. But then they would put in place an agreement that says for a period of, and I believe it's at least 50 years, which is the term that comes from.
I think it's 55.
55.
55 years. It comes from federal law and is accepted by the state as well. For that term, it would be available to households making, less than 80% of the area median income.
right. So then these are technically deed restricted affordable housing, even though they're a single unit, possibly by one. Okay,
Correct.
good. Okay, I think that's the questions I have for now.
Any questions, Councilmember Ackerman?
No, those questions covered a lot for me, so I'll hear public comment first.
Okay. Nope. Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. You want to press the button.
There we go. How's that?
Perfect.
Mallory, is this better than 2 weeks ago? Great. So my name is Rob Schwartz, and full disclosure, I'm the owner of 615 Oak Manor Drive. So I'm glad Councilmember Blash and Hellman that you asked the questions that you did, because it kind of points to something which I brought up 2 weeks ago. I came here and I've sort of getting down on Andrew's case, and somebody said, I'm really disappointed with the transparency of this whole process, et cetera. So I want to make some general comments and then also some specific comments about 615 Oak Manor Drive, because I'm sure there's a lot of properties on here to discuss, but I'm assuming that there'll be some comments about that in particular. So I'm here to address those. Just the general comments. I can't help commenting on the tenor of these meetings, right? The tenor is so stressful. And even though last week I had, what's the word? You could say negative feedback regarding the process, the lack of what I perceived as the lack of transparency. I just want to say that over the last 2 weeks, and actually over the last month in general, I have been reaching out to council members, to Diet and Bacha, and even though to some extent the process is still unclear to me, just as it is to some of you as well, I've been impressed by a spirit of trying to find real win-win solutions. And so I bring that up because we're in a really, really hard place here. For example, I support preserving open space. I support protecting our ridgelines. I also support affordable housing. And I know you all do as well. And I suspect that you do too, right? So also you have the same issue with rent control, right? I know we all support tenants' rights, and most of us recognize that 2/3 of the residents of Fairfax are either single-family homeowners or family. So we support both of them. Anyway, so we have to find some middle ground. With regard to 615 Oak Manor Drive, now I'm gonna say things that might sound kind of self-aggrandized, or not self-aggrandized, in my self-interest, but I guess I have to do that. So just to point something out is that in the original version that came out March 31st, Andrew had included 10 single-family homes. So I came back with something which actually reduced the number of single-family homes. Why? Because I don't think the site really supports more than 6 or 7, realistically. To do so would be to threaten more open space up there. On the other hand, we also felt like there is this section down on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard that supports more affordable housing, which is a goal that I think the town wants to see. So we, this sounds self-aggrandizing, but we really are trying to find win-win compromises. And not compromises in, usually when you suggest a compromise, it's undermining the integrity of something. But these, I don't necessarily see it that way. And I encourage the dialogue around these issues to take that into consideration. And I respect the efforts that the town council and Diet and Boccia have made in terms of suggesting that this might be a pipeline project. And we are, by the way, I hadn't seen that before, but we are totally open to submitting that letter of intent. And I also recommend, like, for example, Frank, you and I have never spoken, but I hope we have a chance to. And I hope we have a chance to review this project in particular so that we can assure you and others that it does preserve ridge lines and open space.
Thanks, Rob. That's your time.
Frank Akers speaking for Safe Fairfax. The housing and safety elements will set the stage for Fairfax's future. Tonight's presentation is the first time Fairfax residents have seen some changes. We were never notified of these changes tonight. I've been in and around Fairfax since 1944, elected and re-elected to 10 four-year terms. Fortunate to have served with council members like Pete Aragoni, George Pagney, Bob Souza, L. Gately, Ross Parkinson, Adelaide Wilson, Carol Sherman, Priscilla Gray, Jean Mahoney, Johanna Willman, Nicola Calderaro, Mike Garangelli, Lou Tremaine, Larry Bragman, and Ryan O'Neill, just to name a few. While we had our differences, we were united in protecting and preserving our wonderful small town from overdevelopment. The heart and soul of Fairfax is on the line. Diet and Boccia have no clue as to why Fairfax remains the last of Marin's old small towns. It's taken referendums, initiatives, and direct community action to save Fairfax. Our history is ignored. No institutional knowledge. The Diet Boccia proposals will destroy what many of us worked on to save Fairfax. The former Wall property has huge fire and landslide issues, all documented. The 5 to 7 story structure at School Street Plaza with its 175 units will bring San Jose to Fairfax. The original Coast Miwok Creek site that became Central School and now an incubator for small startup businesses, including Marin Alliance, will be gone. Blocked views, shadows, and insufficient parking will impact neighborhoods. It's on-street parking. The proposals to develop both public and private open space should be a non-starter. The 50-acre remainder Fairfax Hills subdivision parcel at 615 Oak Manor Drive was mandated as open space by Marin Superior Court as a condition of litigation settlement. Diet and Boccia want you to violate that court order. The 10 acres of private open space between Meadowland and the Cannon Tennis and Swim Club was a condition of approval of the 52-unit subdivision on Sherman Court, and Glen Drive. 3 ridgetop parcels above Sky Ranch cannot be developed for lack of frontage on an improved public street. 50 years ago, we purchased 2 parcels on Forest Avenue, adjacent to Marin Town and Country Club, for access should a private or public recreation area, or resort inn ever be reestablished there. Fairfax has battled the state through appellate courts to protect Fairfax values many times. We don't have to roll over. The threat of fines of $600,000 a month will bankrupt Fairfax. Please stand up to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frank. Next speaker.
Michael McIntosh. I have sent you guys recently 2 letters, and one was actually a forwarding of the last letter I sent on the NOP. Stephanie, I very much appreciate the questions that you asked tonight of Andrew. They reflect many of the things that I cited in the correspondence I sent off this recent time. I don't think there's any reason that the presentation by Andrew should not have something consistent, as you cited, where people can understand where those parcels might be. Specifically to the 2 parcels on Forest Avenue, if the public knew that that's the steepest property that's even on any of your lists at a collective, but there's no individual parts that are more or less 63 degrees down from a road, that'll never be built. That property was purchased for a different purpose, and even trying to include it here in its housing element at 63 degrees, the cost of development would far exceed any benefit we could get. I think the biggest absence that I see in this entire NOP and EIR, which I will certainly push for a full EIR, is a lack of a feasibility study that actually cites what elements and what improvements or utilities are available to different sites. My assumption, if we put this in different neighborhoods, you'll be looking at a bond of approximately $10 million for improvement of roads, followed by maybe another bond for approximately $10 million for the upgrade improvement of your water, gas, and electricity. It'll be your sewer that'll be the biggest burden. That may be $15 million. Funding that out at a bond rate of 30 years to amortize it out at 2.5, you're looking at charging our town $70 to $90 million just to avoid putting any of that housing at the Marin Town and Country Club that currently has a 14-inch sewer line that bifurcates the meadow that is laid in 1922. According to Ross Valley Sanitation or Sanitary District, they said originally that pipe was put for the capacity of 8,000 units. We also have 4 inches of water. So while the elephant in the room, my assumption is that there must be some other guys. Now, recently, one of the interested parties came to me and shared that he had reached out to Chance and said, what's it going to take to really get something done at the country club? And the response was, we want a community club, a community center. I can quote that if you'd like. It's not something to smirk about. That's a taking. That's bad form. And it actually reflects many things that come through this council. I'd be pleased to have that person come before you if you would like to challenge him. So I'm asking the council, what are we doing here? You're harming the town financially. You're putting on properties that will not be built. Specifically, there's either 27 or 29, I apologize, I do not recall at this very moment, of sites have been recycled from prior housing elements. And I don't just mean for the last one, but for the last 2, because I've gone through that list very carefully. I also brought this to your attention. I don't think those should be included as unique site. But probably the most disingenuine thing throughout the whole process is the assumption of 20 ADUs on an annual basis. If we're at 11 going back to 2018, and if you instead looked at the additional ADUs being built since you tried to implement the rent control just cause, I'd be surprised if you get 3 or 4 a year.
Thanks, Michael. You're at almost 4 minutes. So
I appreciate that, but I think this is a big deal. So I really encourage you guys to look at the correspondence I sent to you and make sure this time that it's included in public comment so other people can also see that.
Sure.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. And by the way, it's currently zoned for community center, I think. So just wanted to put that in the record. Recreation, commercial recreation, correct.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, very concerned again. I'm very concerned that people are being misled once again here in Fairfax by a very complicated process that Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative calls nuanced. Basically, nuanced in my mind, as I've come to understand it, is a code word for so complicated that most people won't get it. I'm wondering why tonight someone who's getting paid $500,000 of town funds hasn't mentioned 600,000, whatever the number is, over $500,000 on the heels of somebody that didn't complete their housing element for us, that is still running behind, that still hasn't done their job to talk with each housing site, hasn't mentioned that the town's been sued for not completing the element on time. I'm wondering if I could ask Janet Colson if a reserve has been set behind for legal costs for the town, or the town council if she can't answer. I'm wondering why we're late. Whose fault is it? Somebody didn't do their job properly. Somebody's not doing their job properly right now. But guess what? We're all going to pay the price for someone's incompetency or multiple incompetencies. I don't know who's not doing their job right, but it's not fair on the backs of the people in Fairfax that we get steamrolled with developer objectives. It's just not right. I'll give you another thing that most people don't understand that sort of just got glossed over here. 55-year HUD money that Chance Cutrano backed with a welfare exemption at 200 Bolinas Road results in the town not receiving two different basic tax levies. Ceteris paribus means all things being equal. If that property traded hands at what the assessed property value was, $16 million, the town or the state has lost $200,000 and the town has lost $67,000, including this is according to the Marin County Tax Assessor and Tax Collector's Office, the town, the local schools, and Marin General, $67,000 a year. So you want to encourage ADU development with 55-year housing restrictions. That means the town's tax base runs out. That's not a sustainable plan. So why are we being inaccurate? What about comments already made to council members? How come they aren't being included? How come our mayor stated at the housing element meeting, the special town council meeting that was just held, that people have had so little time to comment on? Wow, it's sort of confusing. What email do we really write to? How come the town hasn't told people in an announcement, you need to write again, even if you've written comments to the town before, you need to write again. And this is where you need to write to, because guess what? People don't know. And
Thanks, Todd. Your time is up. And just for other folks speaking, the louder you speak, it doesn't capture it. It gets really grumbly
I
up
have to
here.
say, I have a really hard time with that volume. I don't know if we can turn down the volume when someone's kind of shouting like that.
Thanks.
I haven't begun to shout yet.
Next speaker.
Just in a short aside to begin with, I forget if it's on this agenda packet, but on the previous agenda packet for the special meeting, in the town manager's comments, she talks about Fairfax's small town charm and atmosphere. And as I recall, those terms were banned. They were decided that those terms were racists. And there was a lot of hours spent changing the general plan. So why don't we just change the general plan back, since even council members are using the term small town? A couple things just to clarify. These housing laws have not been adjudicated. They were passed. A lot of legislative bodies pass illegal laws. You can ask the Japanese Americans. And when you want to talk about reparations, they just wait pretty much till everyone is dead and then they don't have to pay. Let's also talk about the reality of 583 or 560 units with the buffer. Well, don't forget to add in the density bonus, which will bring up that total to 850 units. To have 175 units or so at School Street Plaza, this is really a question. How many stories? What size? We're talking about little boxes. You want to have attention to the environmental character of the town with what, a 5 or 7 story building? Let's move on to robust programs for ADUs and JADUs. But the town passed the antithesis of this with the rent ordinances, both with rent stabilization and just cause. They're working against having inspiring people to build ADUs. And what you're leaving out is which is brought up at the last meeting, was the cost to taxpayers, and more than one person mentioned this, the cost to taxpayers for infrastructure. We're already at what, $10 million for the roads, and that's if they're done in a timely fashion. You want to add 500 something units to the town. We have an aging infrastructure. You're talking about water lines, sewage lines, having to redo electrical. I mean, the cost is what, $50 million to the taxpayers of this town? Why isn't that getting mentioned? Who's paying for that? And I believe Michael McIntosh has brought up that if there's some way that you can work it, if you're the developer, to have the town pay for stuff that normally you wouldn't have to. So it might be $80 million.
That's your time, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you for thinking so much of we poor taxpayers.
Next speaker.
I know it's getting late, and I know it's getting harder and harder to process heavy information. I personally am feeling that way. Candace, by the way, Monte Vista. We're going to start with the ADU conversation. You incentivized during COVID for people to build ADUs. You lowered permitting costs. And then the Just Cause ordinance was passed by a town council vote last November. I personally know of 2 different families that built ADUs in the last 3 years that are too scared to rent them right now due to the overstepping, overreach, draconian, whatever word you want to use, laws set by the current Just Cause ordinance. So they're eating it, and they're barely keeping their home right now. They feel like a bait and switch. They feel like their town offered them this and encouraged them to do this to meet affordable housing levels, and then turned around and made it dangerous for them to do so. Do not count on that 20 a year right now. I'll tell you that it's not feasible with the way that these ordinances are currently in place and written. Really, we've all discussed this many times. You guys know what the concerns, the dangers. People are scared. Let's use a word that we can all feel. So understand that part. Let's move on to School Street. We discussed parking earlier multiple times and what's going on in town, and if you work in town or live in town, or how you drive through town at peak traffic hours. Allotting only 43 assigned parking spots to 170 plus unit structure. Where do you think the rest of those vehicles are going to go? With all the available parking we have in town? And then what, walking a half mile with your groceries, or what's the plan? Or your kids? And not to mention, we start our meetings with an honor to the Miwok Indians. That area in particular is very special to the Miwok Indians, and some of the artifacts that have been recovered there. And as the pavilion as well, same stretch of land that goes across. You need to think about that. I know you guys really respect the Miwoks, so that's something to think about there. I know this is hard. And I know there's no easy answer here. And I know they're coming in after the line of missing a deadline, and we're all trying to catch up and make this work. I think the Marin Town and Country Club is a viable option. I understand zoning. I understand the cost of special elections to do so. I think it's something that you really need to consider as far as being able to put a majority of what we're trying to do there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, Mallory Graham. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if, can I ask them? Can I get them answered? But the first thing I want to say, just in general about this process, and I've said this so many times, why do we wait for these big ticket items to come at the end, other than so people can leave and the diehards stay? And it's just, I really want you guys to consider just planning this better so that we don't have to stay till 11 or 12 or whatever it is. We have a good lawyer, I think, and yet Fairfax used to be a town where people could stand up against the government, against Sacramento, against. We don't do that anymore. Now we're just collapsing and paying and doing what they want. And I, for one, as an old school Fairfax person, want to see us fight again and stand up for the town and keep the town what it is. Which brings me to the School Street Plaza. It's got heart, it's got artists, it has people who love planting, and now we're going to turn it into a slab where people have there's going to be none of that there. And there's going to be way more traffic. I don't think that that's okay or all right. You mentioned something about engineers. Engineers can't do everything. You could see all the buildings that are collapsing, especially that tilted one in San Francisco. You can't trust all engineers because they don't know everything. And with our hillsides and our land and our weather, they're not going to be able to pull this off without people being in disasters. And so I'm not going to go with the engineers can do everything. They can't. I don't know how many houses you can put on 2 acres. Can you answer that? Are you allowed?
We don't do interactive. There's no questions here that get.
Well, I just don't
You can
think
throw
that-
out your comment.
Great. I just don't think that 2 acres is going to cover the people that are working here. They probably won't even cover the people that are working only at the Good Earth. So I don't think that's very realistic. As far as ADUs go, there are people, and I think Candace already said this, but I had put this down too. There are a lot of people who are not going to put themselves because of just cause into those situations. So whatever you're going to make in building houses, you're going to lose in people who are trying to just get by on their social security. And I don't think that's right for us to treat people like that. There are not a lot of corporate owners here, as people in Fairfax know. And so it's people who are trying to help themselves live here on their social security. And I don't think that doing ADUs is going to really add anything other than it's going to also take things away. So it'll be in the same place.
Thank you, Mallory.
I have one more question. I just want one more sentence. I just want to know why we're not going to spend money. We can spend $1 million on consultants, but we can't spend it on rezoning for the MTCC. Thanks.
Thanks.
Susan Fisher, Fairfax.
I agree with everything everybody said. And the only question I have is why I think it's Newport Beach. I mean, why can Newport Beach say, you know what, screw you, we're not doing it. We're not going to abide by, the rules or whatever that the state has mandated for housing. So, I mean, that's what I want to know. What? Huntington Beach. Okay, well, I knew it was one beach, but yeah, so they said screw it. So, I mean, I don't know. So, well,
Okay.
well,
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and I don't envy anybody's position in having to deal with any of this, but I appreciate the intent. And just wanted to comment about the term affordable housing. It gets bandied about, but there's never any actual definition of what that means. And I think it would be really helpful to the community to clearly define what affordable housing means, because most of the time, affordable housing is not actually affordable to most people. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Other folks on Zoom, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor, there are a few raised hands. The first is Sierra Tunafish Salin, followed by Kay. And Sierra, you're unmuted.
Okay. There is so much here. I mean, underneath it all, we have a very finite planet with a growing population. Ideally, we'd all live in high rises and leave the rest of the land untouched, allow the water to actually be clear and clean and go into the soil rather than paved. For example, all of this, we live in a small town. We're not San Rafael, we're not Mill Valley. We don't have a lot of land. What we have is pretty steep. It's pretty hilly. What about fire? What about water? What about egress? We've got a lot of population problems. What about just the materials to build what we're building, which goes back to, what I kind of said earlier about where's the conversation about conservation? It's nowhere. We're trying to consume our way out of a very big problem and a very big mess. There is no planet B. And what about this one? Oops. I mean, there's times when I sit downtown and just try and hold and feel what was here 100 years ago or 200 years ago, which was for almost all of history. We're a blip. Let's see. I like what Frank had to say, and I agree with a lot of it. And institutional knowledge in town is lacking. In other fronts, 615 Oak Manor used to be owned or controlled by someone. His name was Leighton Hughes or Leighton Hills. I forget which. I think it was Leighton Hughes. And my memory of it, which Frank alluded to, is it shouldn't be buildable at all. Is the whole building development that was built in the 2000s on Sir Francis Drake, just behind the 7-Eleven, they took allotments for housing on the property up on the hill, and they moved them down there and built on Sir Francis Drake. And what I heard said at council meetings and other deliberations was that the hilltop was going to be untouched and was unbuildable, and that any building allotments or entitlements that were with that land were moved down to Sir Francis Drake. You need to look that up. I believe that should be off the table, period. Forest Avenue, I lived 2 doors down from there for about 12 years. That's a veritable cliff. Just go look at the road and the cracks in the road and how much the road is slipping and creaking. It's pretty narrow and goes down to the old chain link fence there at the country club. Good luck, but it's not a buildable lot. But, engineers have given us a lot of good things, including clean water systems, although the cleanest water system is nature. But engineers have also given us Chernobyl and Fukushima, for example. Trust us. We can
Thank
do
you,
this,
Sierra.
too bad.
Next speaker.
Sorry, it's getting late. The next speaker is Kay, followed by Bob Pendelay. Kay, you're unmuted now.
Hi, all. I just have, I know it's not interactive and you can't answer my questions, but I would like, I'd like an answer. So we averaged 10.8 ADUs a year, and we're now expecting 20 a year. I've looked at the planning commissions. I've only seen 2 ADUs since November, but those plans were written up way before November when the ordinance went out. So I guess my one question would be, what happens when we don't meet that 20 per year? I had 2 questions. And then one more question is, a lot of people, as we've seen, are taking their ADUs off and doing short-term rentals. Do those also count, or do we remove the existing housing that we've already had? And do we include short-term rentals in that? So I guess 2 questions. One, what happens when we don't meet that 20 per year ADUs? Diane Botjes said something happens, but they didn't say what. And 2, do we count short-term rentals in our housing? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Just quick interruption. Just like to make a motion to suspend the 11:30 rule.
Is there a second?
Somebody want a second?
Yes.
Great. Motion, Kohler, second, Ackerman, to suspend the 11:30 rule. Can I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Ayes all, motion passes.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Kohler. Okay, please continue.
Next,
Robert.
Yes, followed by Rick Hamer. And you're unmuted now, Robert.
Thanks. My name is Bob Pendoli. I'm speaking as a member of the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. We're a multidisciplinary consortium of advocates who generate support for projects and policies that advance affordable housing, environmental integrity, and social justice. I want to speak to 2 issues. The first one is simply congratulations. I think you all are really making progress here. From what we've been able to see so far, it looks really good. And my second point is to strongly urge that you retain the 6 School Street Plaza property in the draft housing element for the following reasons. First, the property owner is offering the property for development in the near term. The owners provided a letter of interest and has had pre-application consultations with town staff. So there appears to be a genuine interest here. Second, the property is relatively large, almost 2 acres, and it was previously developed with a parking lot and several single-story school buildings, all of which means it's got a significant capacity and would be relatively easy to develop. Third, as a previously developed property, the environmental impacts would be much less than, for example, if you were working on a hillside property. Fourth, the town's climate action plan cites the need to support new zoning as needed that allows for infill, higher density, and mixed-use development near transit and within walking distance to shopping, schools, and services. Well, obviously, 6 School Street Plaza meets that criteria. Fifth reason, preliminary plans are for 175 residential units. That would be 35% of your RENA. Which will help. And finally, the location is obviously ideal. It's in downtown Fairfax on Broadway, and it's within easy walking distance of shops, restaurants, parks, services, and so on. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Again, this looks like real progress to us, and we strongly urge that you retain 6 School Street Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Next speaker is Rick Hamer, followed by Jenny Silva. Rick, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me? It took me a minute to find that.
Can you hear me, Michelle?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Rick Hamer, downtown Fairfax, School Street, in fact. I agree with Bob Pendeley about the progress we're making. Since it was published publicly on August 13th, 2020, it was constructively known that Fairfax would be faced with a RENA goal of close to 500 units this cycle. Was anyone private or in the general public paying attention? 2 years were squandered by some private persons or the public, and they failed to organize a successful ballot measure to change the zoning of Marin Town and Country Club so it could be available to help accommodate the RENA cycle. This is not the fault of the town council. The public wanted control. They got control of the Marin Town and Country Club zoning, and after almost 50 years, this has not changed. The town is doing it the best it could be expected under these circumstances, having their hands tied since the 70s. Private persons or the public have definitely had at least since August 13th, 2020 to change that. Could have changed it given the time available and did not. These parties might still try to change it in time for the 4-year interim checkpoint of the 6th cycle housing element. So it's not over. Thank you to the town staff and council for preparing this draft with what you were left to work with, and please continue to move forward on an HCD approvable housing element without further delays so we do have local control going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jenny Silva, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Jenny, you're unmuted now.
Hi, thanks. I'm here also representing the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, and I support everything that Bob Pendole said. And I just want to elaborate on that. I want to urge Fairfax to keep the density of School Street Plaza and Manna Street and to embrace whatever opportunities you have for density. I want to address the issue of character, which so many people have raised tonight. And really, the best of Fairfax is the diversity and the quirkiness of the residents. And character, in my strong belief, is determined by the people, not the buildings. The absolute worst thing for Fairfax would be that it transformed from its quirky character to a community of hedge fund managers. If we refuse to build, that's what's going to happen. It will become an enclave of the rich, and we will no longer have the interesting people that we have here. A lot of people are saying that we need to not build to save Fairfax. I say we need to build in order that we can provide housing for all the interesting people that we want to have living here. So please embrace density, do more building. Let's keep Fairfax, Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer. And PJ, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, PJ Pfeffer, speaking solely on my own behalf. I appreciate all the effort that Baccia's done so far. It looks like we are actually finally making progress, and it seems a lot more tangible that the deadlines we're seeing in these presentations are ones that we'll actually meet. I wanted to focus on the affirmatively furthering fair housing portion of the requirement, just because we can see right now each of the submissions made so far by local governments and each of the responses that HCD has sent, the ones they've sent so far, through the Association of Bay Area Governments, the ABAG website. In Marin County, all the other counties covered are also available. HCD responses are in so far for Corte Madera, Mill Valley, Sausalito, and for the countywide submission. And in each of them, the comment letters they got back from HCD specifically flag and highlight the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. In some of their comments, for example, in their comment to Sausalito and Mill Valley, they specifically point to the HCD Community Development Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing guidance memo that they provide, that guidance memo specifically suggests and encourages strongly as a strategy rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances, specifically flagging that while 1482 exists, planning for much more robust ordinances and regulations is going to need to be required. ABAG and the people reviewing these housing elements to make sure that they're in compliance are the ones telling us to meet in their compliance, meet for their requirements, to look at their guidance memos, and their guidance memos suggest just cause, and I quote, just cause and rent stabilization policies can be a critical fair housing tool in many communities across the region. I would just want to reiterate my support for highlighting that Fairfax has already done efforts, laudable efforts in this area so far, to hopefully avoid getting a comment back requiring further work from HCD on that point in particular. Of all the jurisdictions covered, and I've reviewed dozens now, those that have rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances aren't getting any comments suggesting that they need to revise their building projections, because such ordinances would lower the amount of building that California is willing to accept that they can reasonably project. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more raised hands on Zoom.
All right. Well, we will close public comment on that item and take it back to the dais here. Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. I have a couple of comments before I have a couple of specifics on changes I'd like to see. We heard a lot tonight that I think I want to clarify a few points. People have talked about why aren't we fighting the state and bringing up Newport Beach. It's actually Huntington Beach. And Huntington Beach, the AG's office and the governor have sued, and they are not only looking at penalties, but considering receivership, which is where you lose complete control. And we're not in that business. And I've said this before. I think we do need to provide housing. Who do you think is waiting on you when you go to those restaurants? It would be nice if people could live here. And School Street Plaza, you know, Chance and I had a pretty fast review of so much of the housing element and edited it. We both edited it and made a lot of changes. One of the key pieces in there is right of first refusal for the people who live there. And I think that's pretty important. But I also think that School Street Plaza being downtown, and I'm not sure, somebody said something about 43 parking spaces. We haven't seen a development plan that talks about how many spaces would be part of such a development. So that may be a number that's there now that I don't have no idea, but there is no such number out there. So I'm definitely supportive of keeping School Street Plaza. I think that's a pretty important one. We hear a lot about Marin Town and Country Club, and I know in the late 90s, Lou Tremaine tried to change the zoning by a vote of the people, and it lost. And I think we have a lot of work to do to move forward on implementing this housing element once we get the go-ahead. We've got a lot of work to do. And I think if the owner of Marin Town and Country Club is very interested in changing that zoning, I think some folks out there know how to do a ballot initiative, and I would encourage him to proceed with that. But regarding Shumrin Court, which isn't part of the specifics for our housing element, I'm really disturbed to hear people saying things. I believe we all supported it, not just the mayor. That's a really good thing to preserve apartments as affordable housing, and that will be affordable housing. And just because we don't receive property taxes, that's not what this is about. So I find that really disturbing that people are saying no to something back when I was mayor in 2015, the Marin Housing Authority preserved Piper Court from turning into high-priced apartments, and that those things are covered in our housing element, just as information. So I'm for what we're doing. I'm really happy that we've been working with Diet and Batia and really catching up. And I think one of the things I really liked about what was done with the team is really looking at the viability. So that prior to Diet and Batia coming on, there was a site inventory that I felt pretty comfortable with. But what hadn't been done was the overlay that you and your team have done to look at, you know, the environmental constraints to the extent feasible. Most of the housing is closer to downtown. I think you did a lot of vetting and things got kicked out. And I really appreciate that. And I was glad to be part of the housing subcommittee because we had some previews of certain sections. So I was able to read those in detail. And the AFFH section, the affirmatively furthering fair housing, which I've had some experience with in the county, I think that's really well done. And I know that when HCD provides comments, depending on your reviewer, you get a lot of comments back. But I feel like we've done a really good job there. So others in the county got feedback that it wasn't so positive on those sections. A couple of things that I've conveyed to Andrew and staff that I would like us to consider is the Rob Schwartz property, also known as 615 Oak Manor, is, I think Rob indicated that he'd be happy to get a letter of an intent in to request the rezoning, or that he would like rezoning. I would like us, if we can get that letter in the next couple of days, that it would go to HCD as well, not just to us. And I know he submitted a letter to us talking about his proposal in concept, as well as some preliminary kind of planning, very preliminary. I liked what he spoke about tonight, which was winnowing down from the 10 to the 6 to 7 houses, but looking at multifamily, which I think is something that's really needed in our town. But I really do think we should consider putting this one in the pipeline. I think it would be a good fit if we can get that letter along with what we already have. And I'd also like us to consider increasing the number of units, maybe not to the extent that he and his consultant have proposed, but I think we could increase the unit somewhat based on changing from just single family housing, including some multifamily. So I'm not prescribing a number, but I think we can go there, in my opinion. The other property that I've raised to you and staff has been something I know of as the Williams property, which it's called the Williams property. And we thought it was on Crest Road. It's been proposed for 4 houses, but actually in talking to you, I believe it's on Summit Road. And this property has an easement to Sky Ranch. And I worked with one of the members of Marin Open Space Trust who sent us the easement plot. And it either has an easement or one is planned to the Bald Hill Reserve on it. And that is a critical piece of open space that's close to final acquisition by the town of San Anselmo and Marin Open Space Trust. This is kind of a jewel for all of us. And so I don't think there's room to put houses on it the way I've looked at the map. And I think it would be best to remove this one from the site inventory.
Sorry,
Marina,
where is it? I don't see Williams.
could you point to, it's not called the Williams
Oh.
property.
Sorry, what's the,
Yeah, why don't you show us on the map?
okay, well, this is case in point of what I was, I mean, what is it called on?
I know, I wasn't sure myself.
Okay. Okay.
So if you can show us on the map, I think that.
And for the public, what is it listed on the, what is it named on the list?
So it doesn't appear individually called out on this list, but Michelle, if you let me use your cursor, I will.
You gotta go back to the other. Can you go back to? Yeah.
Okay, and point us. I see that cursor moving around.
That's it. Where my cursor is in the lower.
Right there.
Right hand corner.
That little kind of bulb there.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, but you're right. In Appendix A, it's identified. by-
Michelle has a hard copy for you.
Perfect. Assessor parcel number.
Is it parcel 002-181-20?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Look at
Marin maps.
All right, so.
Second prospect property. Is that what,
Yes.
that's what that is?
Yes, you're correct. That second prospect property.
Okay, so. Yeah,
Okay.
consistency would be helpful, yeah.
So, anyway, I know all of this isn't crystal clear to everybody, but you've pointed out where it is. And I think that's a really critical place. Marin Open Space Trust, San Anselmo, as well as all our work on Sky Ranch. I think that's kind of a really critical piece that will limit, a lot of access to open space. And I think it's proposed for 4 houses. And I think we would be in good shape to remove that one, increase 615 Oak Manor a little bit. I don't think we're losing a lot, but I think we're gaining a lot by allowing that property to be taken out. And that's all my comment.
And just for clarity, what's the number of units for 615 Oak that's in the draft right now is 10.
And so 10, and Rob talked about going back from 6 to 7 for the single family houses. And he didn't have a number for the multifamily. He has sent some letters in, and what I'm suggesting is not necessarily we go to everything. What was the number he had in the
He sent it was a 1 acre lot and it was 20 dwelling units per acre, right?
Yeah, correct. So
Something like
well, maybe we should let Rob speak.
Maybe we should let him
But-
just come up to the mic for a minute.
Anyway, the letter that was submitted was 20 units along.
For that along Sir
1
Francis
acre
Drake,
along
just
Sir
that
Francis
one
Drake.
part piece of it.
Plus the 6 or
seven-
7.
Correct.
7
Yes.
single family and
There are like
7
3 different clusters.
Yeah. Oh, we even have a slide, but anyway, that's it.
Okay.
So if we are in agreement on omitting the
Minus.
second prospect property, AKA Williams property, with
Correct.
4 units,
Correct.
you would make that up and then some with.
Correct.
Yes.
Got
And
it.
I think that gives us a little bit more of a buffer. And unless there's other properties that people want to talk about. I want to just add one thing on the Forest Avenue parcels. And that was my idea. And I worked with Linda Neal as to, the viability of those properties. And she thinks they are quite viable. And the idea is that we would donate those, for example, to an affordable housing developer, a nonprofit, and work with the kind of housing that Andrew explained, workforce, but, really reasonably priced sort of thing. So, that wasn't just pulled out of the sky. And I want to say that Andrew didn't bring that up. I worked with Linda Neal to make sure that that was something that would be viable in her mind. And as we know, she's got something like 38 years experience as a planner here. She's not a developer. She's not an engineer, but she thinks those ones would be pretty doable. Thank you.
Comments?
I'll be fairly brief. I appreciate all of those comments, Barbara, and your and Chance's work on this. I think it's all looking pretty close. I concur with what you were saying about the Prospect property, A.K. Williams property coming off the list. That makes sense. I have a question that hopefully I can phrase this right and make some sense here, but this doesn't really affect the current housing element because we just can't use the Marin Town and Country Club in the housing element we could mention it. We could say, yeah, that's out there too, but we can't count it in the numbers because it would require a ballot measure to change it. Should be a real lesson about doing ballot measures because it just locks us into things. But if in the future there were to be a ballot measure that undid that restriction on the zoning that currently is in place, but at that point, let's assume I'm just trying to sort of lay out a scenario that makes sense. Let's say that we get the housing element certified. We've done all the zoning. It's past January 31st of next year. We're out in that period of time. Let's say maybe next November election. And there were to be a ballot measure and it were to pass that allowed us then to zone Marin Town and Country Club to be able to have some housing on it. What would be the effect of that? Would that mean that if housing were to be built there, as someone mentioned before, the 4-year checkpoint, I didn't know there really was a 4-year checkpoint, but anyway, at some point, if there were housing that were actually physically built on the Town and Country Club or were well in progress, would that help us to eliminate needing to shoehorn housing into some of these other places, even though they're in the housing element?
In a word, yes. I think there's two parts to the housing element. There's developing the plan and getting it certified and adopted, and then there's implementation. And what we're doing, we're in the planning stage. We're putting together the plan of where we think housing is most appropriate and programs to support it in the locations where it seems to make most sense for Fairfax. And then after implementation, it may happen there if we've got the viability right, but we're not limited only to those sites. Wherever housing does get built or permitted, it counts towards RENA. And so as you're suggesting, if there is a successful ballot measure in 1 year or 2 years, and a few years after that, housing does actually get built, it counts towards the RENA, even if it's not on the inventory per se.
But once we've done all the zoning that's required to implement the housing element we're talking about tonight, then theoretically a developer could develop in any of these parcels, but one might assume that some of these parcels are going to be more expensive to develop in than the Town and Country Club, which is a much more ideal site. So, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Additional comments?
Yeah, I would just like to see, and we don't have to go through these one by one, but I would just like to see more cross-referencing and more consistency in the, you know, the name of the properties and so forth. I don't know how, I'm sure there's obviously official parcel names, and so you can't mess with that, but can you,
Yeah, I think so we relied on assessor data. And
Yeah.
so I mean, the easiest way to do it is with the assessor parcel number, although the easiest way is from a data management point of view, it's with that number, but that's not the most publicly accessible to be referring to things by their.
you just put the address next to the,
Yep, we can do that.
Okay.
And I think also, I mean, speaking to the points that I've heard here tonight, I think there's ways where we can, when we're talking about those parcels that are over 6 acres in size that would be subject to program 2D, well, let's put them in a table.
Yeah.
With that information. You're saying the assessor parcel number, the civic address, and some pertinent
yeah,
details.
like that's 2D, I believe we talked about the 7
Correct.
properties. So
Correct.
that'll get added as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Forest Avenue, town-owned properties, we can call, identify them not only by their APN, but also by their civic address. And so it's, and even with a little key map. So we can work on that. That's all in chapter 3. And so we can, refine that next week before it goes up to the state.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hellman. The one thing I really liked about the prior iteration of the site list was, there was a little description of the site and there was a picture of it and you could kind of figure out where it was and what it was. And this is a little bit more complicated and less intuitive. For instance, one thing that I'm not really sure of what the status on it now is, what's happening or happened at Tenalima. I don't even know if it's on the list and called something else or if it's gone now.
It's still there and it's still called Tenalima.
Okay, I tried to search it. I didn't find it because I know that years ago, the person who owned that site was wanting to sell it at a discount for affordable housing. And I don't even know if that's still the case or if he ended up selling it or what's happening with it. But there was a lot of debate at that time about whether it could be developed, because I think I talked to 3 or 4 nonprofit housing developers who said they wouldn't develop it if it was less than 50 units. So that's why I'm always curious about whether this
it
works.
If I could answer your question, it's
okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes. That's
Okay.
right. That's
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to say that like I said, I agree with Councilmember Hellman about just making it more intuitive and more clear what sites we're talking about and where they are. I also agree with Councilmember Kohler about the site that is technically part of 615 Manor, but is on Sir Francis Drake. That sounds really intriguing. And I had not known about the open space easement on the one parcel that's on Summit. And so that seems like an important trade-off to make, because we do want to also prioritize open space and access to open space. And let's see, did want to mention that, just reiterate that I look at HCD's website. They have a really nice dashboard on towns and cities' progress on their housing elements and their APRs, their annual progress reports from prior housing elements. And the last time I looked, it's still only about 15% of Bay Area jurisdictions have actually completed their housing elements all the way. So I guess we're probably in good company, even though it's unfortunate that we are as behind as we are. Also wanted to notice that it's Sherwood Oaks and not Shemron Court. And that is the building that Mid-Penn is attempting to purchase for affordable housing and preserve it. Okay. I did want to mention, and I don't know if you have any experience with this, but I also looked up on HCD's dashboard and noted that the 26 other jurisdictions with rent stabilization and just cause are producing ADUs. They have different ways of implementing. So, I don't know what it is that we need to look at to understand how they're doing that. But I think as of like about 2021, it was close to 5,000 ADUs being produced by those 26 communities. So whether they're at a better rate or a higher or lower rate than other communities that aren't rent stabilized, I don't know. But just in case we move forward with that, it would be worth asking. The other thing I noticed is that they had a much higher rate of having their housing elements actually approved than probably the rest of the state. So it seems to be happening, although how it's happening and the details, I don't know, but that it's on there. It's worth looking at. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that there's some parts in the current draft of the housing element where it's kind of confusing about what the message is about Fairfax and affordability. Like at one point, there's a chart that sort of says, most of the rental housing here should be affordable for people who are moderate to low income. And then there's other parts where it says this huge percentage of people who are renting are cost burdened. So it was a little confusing to me, like, what is the message? Like, where are we at? Another concern I had that I might have sent through, but just that there was a quote about Fairfax having lower rents than surrounding communities. And it was quoting Zillow. And I looked at it today and it said that the median or the mean average rent in Fairfax was $5,500. And it was based on 8 properties. So it seems like it's not necessarily the most valid data source. And then I looked at the American Community Survey for like 2021 for the median contract or the mean contract rent, I think it was. And, Fairfax is lower than a lot of other communities, but it's right around same as San Rafael and Nevada. So it's lower. What that means in the context of a very expensive housing market, I don't know. But I'm just like, data sources can be misleading depending on what they're based on. Okay. So kind of clarifying the message for me about like, how affordable is Fairfax? Do we, what kind of a issue do we have? It kind of goes back and forth between saying it's big and saying it's maybe not so big. So I wasn't clear on that. I do agree with Ms. Botwin that we could in later dates talk more about what we call affordable housing and the different flavors of affordable housing and affordable to who and who makes that housing, but that's not for this night. But I do think it's something that should be discussed because people are confused about it. And then finally, I did want to say that, I don't even know how to put this in here. I don't know if it still happens, but, there used to be an exemption, for sort of workforce housing that was reserved for artists. And that's sort of broadly stated and to include the healing arts, I think. But I know that the Tannery building in Santa Cruz was converted into artist housing. It's affordable housing for artists. And that's the sort of housing that I could imagine being very, it's like LIHTC, could be really attractive in Fairfax in terms of preserving some of the spirit we have here, but exactly how we would do that, or if we even have a site that would be viable for that, is a question to me. Love a lot of the stuff in here. I like the concept of allowing tiny homes on wheels as ADUs would make things much more affordable and would actually allow some tenants to provide their own housing if somebody had a space for them, as long as it, was installed in a way that was up to code. I really like the ADU incentive program, and love the mention again of the sort of home matching and home sharing program. And I think that program has saved a lot of people a lot of heartache by allowing them to create leases that allows them to share a home successfully in a way that works for both parties. And I think that most of my other questions were answered. I just wanted to double check here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. So I want to thank you for doing good work. And this has been a very interesting process.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash, and thank you all for your comments, and to the public as well for your comments. I have a few comments as well. First, I really appreciate Vice Mayor Kohler, your comments about Sherwood Oaks and my support of it and other support of it. They have closed. Mid-Peninsula has closed on Sherwood Oaks, and it's 80 units. It's probably one of the greatest things that could have come out of that whole process for preserving that in perpetuity for low-income residents. So I'm definitely very proud of that and supportive of that. Also, I really appreciated, I know there are always questions in the housing element process because it is a long process and a confusing process, and this has been particularly long, but questions about how we got here. And I really appreciated the inclusion of the April staff report as well, which actually laid out the public meetings to date, but also the additional factors that contributed to us still working on this, having Diet and Batya here helping us through this process. So I encourage folks to look at this staff report, which includes the April staff report as well, with that timeline. Super helpful to get a look at that. Some of the like micro level comments, I totally agree with trying to help the public demystify some of these tables in the sites inventory for table A specifically. Another thing too that's confusing, in addition to not knowing assessor parcel numbers versus the site addresses versus the names. I mean, even here, it's actually misspelt for Miranda Heights. It's Miranda Heights here, but like, every little thing adds up to being kind of confusing. So hopefully we could just run through with a fine tooth comb and check some of that stuff. But that's was just like a glaring thing looking at that table A. The other thing I wanted to ask a question about kind of is in chart B, one of the things that was most, or in appendix B, I should say, chart B27, one of the most interesting things that I've heard in the community and things that I'm grappling with myself is the statistic that there are 283 vacant units in Fairfax, which is compared to the rest of Marin on the higher side of vacant units. And there's even an acknowledgement of, is there some sort of tool that we can utilize to account for this this challenge of having almost 10% of our housing stock vacant? And I don't know how they define vacant in that chart, but that was just something that stood out to me, and it made me wonder about whether or not we have a housing trust fund as a program, or if there are tools that we use to, as fees come in, that we can capture and leverage for affordable housing projects. That's something that came up for me.
Are those vacant units? So like a house sitting vacant?
Yes.
Okay, so I think Andrew can probably speak to something I believe they did in San Francisco where you start penalizing people for leaving.
It's in there. It's in our, we have we gesture to the concept of a vacancy tax, but it makes me wonder just the mechanics of housing trust fund, vacant, like all that stuff.
I think I'd want to look at that more closely, see if we can understand, where the units are and what the cause of the vacancy is. Is it somebody that's, are they short-term rentals? Do we need to short-term rental, explore short-term rental registry, for example, something like that? Or are they in fact clustered together such that they could be bought by a housing trust fund? Or I think I'd want to understand more about where the units are and what the root cause of the vacancy is, but that's I'll look into that more.
Yeah.
Do you know what the source of data is for that? That's what I was
I think
curious.
a lot of so ABAG prepared data packages for every
Yeah.
jurisdiction.
Yeah.
They got a grant from the state, and they, as a way of sort of economizing on costs, they just gave everyone these data packages.
Right.
And so that's largely what we drew from. We did augment, in some places. But the bulk of the data probably came from that ABAG data package.
I think it actually came from census data. I asked this of LAFCO because on one of our municipal service reviews, we had vacant numbers, and I asked them to give me what it was in Fairfax, and it was census data.
I think that's what ABAG did a big task of compiling census data for each jurisdiction. But you're right, the original source is census data, but it was compiled by ABAG.
Yeah, and to be clear on the housing trust fund side of things, it's less about acquiring the vacant units, but I think if there's a assumption that someone's second or third or fourth or fifth home and they're just leaving it vacant and they're living somewhere else, if that in such a small community, it makes up a sizable amount of the housing stock. And so what are the social impacts related to that? So something to definitely, I'd recommend looking into understanding the mechanics of those things. And it seems like it's a little ways away from any sort of like programmatic piece, but that's something that stood out to me in the data. Another thing, per Councilmember Blash's comment, and some stuff is pulled from census, absolutely. Chart B29 as 2019 rents from census. It's had a mean or average of $1,800 for rents. And at the same time, a little bit later, chart B31 had median gross rents at a little over $2,500. And it wasn't clear when that date was with that chart, but there's some of those things. It might have been a mean and a median difference, and that's why you're seeing the disparity, but it'd be something that would be helpful to understand, because even us up here looking at these charts, sometimes the numbers seem to contradict each other. The other thing I wanted to note is, definitely Appendix E. I appreciated someone commenting about the affirmatively furthering fair housing as it relates to tenant protections, but also just like there's some things we acknowledge some of that just at a very high level. And I don't know, we might hear back from HCD that they want the details. They want to know in greater detail what we've actually been discussing in our community. I was surprised by this data, but also I think it informed some of the discussions we've had over the last year that, of the discrimination that's been experienced in Fairfax, 84.8% of cases during the fifth cycle at the last 8 years were related to disability discrimination. And I feel like the discussions we've been having as a council have been seeking to address some of those concerns. And I just want to make sure that that's adequately conveyed to HCD, that we're grappling with the very things that their data is, or that the data we've received, we're grappling with that data and trying to find solutions that work for our community. So that's something I want to acknowledge, or I hope we can adequately capture in whether it's the action plan or in Appendix E. I just don't want to, undervalue the things we've been discussing here.
I think if I could jump in there, because Councilmember Blash also brought it up, and it would be helpful for me sort of coming in midstream, not having been part of those conversations. If there's maybe some staff reports or some background information that obviously I'm sure you're acting on the basis of data or trends or anecdotal evidence or something that can give us an indication of, how you've characterized the problem. And why we have this solution and how it addresses the root causes, because I think there's an opportunity to incorporate that into the housing element in some way, shape, or form, including perhaps even writing a program that like a new program that acknowledges what is already in place and says continue it, as a way of sort of shining a spotlight on the work that's been done here. You see what I mean? Oftentimes, in my experience writing these programs when you write the programs, you're writing them for multiple audiences. You're trying to explain these complex terms to the average resident who doesn't know the ins and outs of the law, but you're also writing them to HCD to, as I say, shine a spotlight on because they don't know the ins and outs of all the things that Fairfax has done. And so you want to put your best foot forward and show, what programs you already have in place. And so anyway, when you write them, you write it in a way to acknowledge the work that's been previously done or that's ongoing. And you can have a program that says, continue to do this. But that can be a way of speaking to the points that you're raising. You wanting to bring it to the fore more to make sure that HCD is aware of what's gone on. I think there's a way to perhaps add a new program that says, continue on this work or something. You see what I'm going with that.
But if you wanted to, the same package you referenced earlier, the housing needs data, financial package, that was the source data that is utilized in the two ordinances, a lot of the whereas statements.
Okay. Yep.
And I'm sure our planning department can point you to those ordinances.
Okay.
But you have the package.
Yeah. Okay.
And one other question here, and then I can get into some of the comments that were made about some other items. I think prior to the document being released, I had identified another parcel that didn't appear on the map. And that's, I'll just give you the parcel number. It's 002-101-13, which folks here would know as the 7-Eleven across from Town Hall. And I don't know if you or Diet and Bhatia as a team had vetted that property, but it was one that I thought would somehow end up in the kind of like corridor with the laundry, the Fairfax French Laundry and some of the other ones. And it wasn't like highlighted on the map per se. So I didn't know if there's even time to still think about that, especially if we're removing some other unit like lots.
Right. I did take a look at that one, and you remember that for a non-vacant parcel to be counted, we need to demonstrate there need to be at least 3 indicators of redevelopment potential, and they could be like a relatively low floor area ratio, as-built floor area ratio, older buildings, possibly location, property owner interest. So I took a look at that one, and it does have a low floor area ratio, so it checks one box. It's a relatively older building. I think it's from 1963 or something, so it's relatively older, so it could tick that box as well. One thing we would want to find out is whether there's interest from the property owner in redeveloping that, and I think that's consistent. We really had made a big effort to reach out to all of the property owners of non-vacant parcels that are included on the inventory, and said I want to make sure that we're consistent, and we don't tack somebody's property on at the last minute without consulting them. But we can certainly make that effort to try and reach out to them, and if they're amenable to it, we can include it. But as I say, even while HCD is reviewing for the 90 days, this is still a draft. It can evolve, and so if we're not able to make contact and get confirmation from the property owner in the next couple of days, we can certainly continue to do that over the 90-day period. And if they're amenable to it and interested in it, we can incorporate it for when the document comes back to the council. In the summer.
That'd be great. I mean, that also speaks to the tenant protection items. We have a workshop coming up on Saturday. There'll be discussions ongoing. So I think it's helpful to know that draft is living despite it also being reviewed by HCD. One quick question about Marin Town and Country Club as well. You mentioned including it in land use element is something to pick up and discuss as a community at some point in the future, and that doesn't limit the owner or designees to put something on the ballot and try to get that rezoned. I'm wondering for that owner trying to do anything to encourage interest during the planning period, if it's not in the housing element in any way, shape, or form, does that become an impediment, do you think?
Well, what's interesting to me about putting it in the land use element as opposed to in the housing element, I feel like if you put it in the housing element, you're already deciding that it's going to be housing. Whereas if you're in the land use element, it's a wider open question, and all possibilities are more on the table. And you're less you're less time constrained. So that seemed like as a more open-ended approach. So
even if it's included in some capacity in the housing element, but it's not part of the core project that HCD needs to pass muster to hit the number with a buffer, do you still have to go through the rezoning in that year? I mean, even if it's in some sort of...
I don't think there's any time constraints on it. If it was in the land use element.
But I mean, if it's in the housing element, like even if it didn't make the 538 or whatever units we're trying to plan for.
That's interesting. I mean, there's a way, perhaps. So all of the programs in the housing element have a time frame associated with them, right? HCD is particularly in their review. You will see they will make lots of comments about the timing and the wording of programs, because they're one of the things that they always comment on is they always want to see the completion timing of those programs early in the 8-year process, because they want to make sure that the programs get implemented because those programs are necessary to realize the RENA obligations. But all of this is by way of saying that if if a site such as the Marin Town and Country Club were included in the housing element, but isn't necessary to get to 490, then it would be perfectly fine to have a time frame after the 8-year period, right? Because it doesn't count towards RENA. I think, but then it begs the question: if it's not, why is it in there?
Right. Yeah. I'm just
it-
trying to turn over
yeah.
every rock because I
Yeah.
know Mr. McIntosh is expressing a lot of interest and is clearly trying to engage on it. So
What about one suggestion is, I think there's two pieces. One is it's an alternative that will be analyzed in the CEQA document. But beyond that, I have a lot of concerns about this project being included in the housing element. But if there was a separate appendix just to discuss it, and rather than committing to it as part of the site inventory, just a separate appendix, which is other potential. I just don't want us to get into where we become hamstrung by a property that in the late 90s, someone tried to change the zoning already and it failed. And so if that's something that it would just be additional things for consideration in later years. And maybe you talk about the land use element, but it's just an appendix. It's not part of the content for the site inventory.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept.
and it would be technically part of the programmatic EIR then. So there'd be some degree of analysis. It wouldn't be site
It's an
specific, but it
alternative.
would be.
So it's one of the alternatives that we're analyzing, in that I believe we look at the no action alternative, the housing element proposal. And then it was, I think with 200 was considered as an alternative, correct?
It could be, yeah. So
I thought it already was. Maybe I'm thinking of EMC.
But it might have been cut because HCD was saying you can't rezone in the time
Yeah,
frame.
we haven't got to deciding what the alternatives are. So technically, in the CEQA process, the alternatives, first you have to do the analysis of the proposed project, and you have to identify what the significant impacts are. And then the alternatives need to be structured to reduce or avoid the significant impacts of the proposed plan. So the purpose of them is to provide decision makers with another data point in determining.
So it could be in there as an alternative.
To the extent that it addresses significant impacts. And you can imagine, because of the location, that,
Well, it's the argument that's being brought forward to the council, right? Is that there are a bunch of things that would make it more feasible in theory than some of the other sites.
So, if it's like, for example, if we have a significant VMT related impact and you have more housing in a central location near jobs and transit, then you could imagine that site would help with VMT, and therefore it makes sense to include it as an alternative. I'm sure there's other, benefits as well, but that's one just that comes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I'm talking about when we do the analysis in the programmatic EIR, you have a no action alternative, which is required by law, which is not. We're not doing that. Then you're doing what we're proposing in the housing element, assuming this site inventory with some few modifications. And then what we talked about with the prior contractor was a completely separate alternative, which would also include Marin Town and Country. And in that, you would also talk about some of the constraints with it, which are constraints dealing with the rezone, as well as any other constraints. But that was a separate alternative. That's what we talked to EMC about some time ago.
Yep, that makes total sense.
So it's doable. Okay, great. Well, that was a big meaty part of that, but I'm glad that we're able to talk through that a little bit. So I'm definitely supportive of removing the second Prospect property, the Williams property, as we've discussed. Absolutely. I'm also supportive of keeping School Street as is and seeing what constraints come back to us or what have you. I think that'll be informative, because it sounds like the folks that own it have a number in mind, but maybe that number is going to be very challenging. We don't know yet. The other thing I'd say is on that 615 Manor, I am supportive. I think it's a great opportunity right there on Sir Francis Drake to have multifamily housing. And yeah, at the 20 or what have you, I think that's worth looking into, and again, seeing what the constraints are related to circulation or what have you. But with the changes in the other parts of that plan and then increasing down there on Sir Francis Drake, I think.
So would that be a pipeline if they submit that letter of intent?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they'd want to do that. And I think we
Okay,
ought to put that as a pipeline.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's all I've got.
And I did want to say, just to reiterate, I know, I've gotten letters from various people who are unhappy just in general that we have to do this housing element at all. And, I wish we had more time to talk about some of this. And yet I'm really aware of the fact, because of the timeline, that if we don't do some of this, the state is going to do stuff for us. And so that is like a major concern for me, that we lose all control. And so, I just want us to focus on doing as much infill as possible, which is why, School Street is actually a good option. And use this little open space as possible, however defined, whether it's, privately owned wildlands or, obviously we're not using public open space, but that is just a really overriding concern, that we lose all control altogether about how development gets done in our town.
Okay, so I want to sum up. We talked about there were detailed changes. I hope you got all the direction on those. We talked about removing what's known as the second prospect property. We also call it Williams, from the site inventory, and then putting 615 Oak Manor in the pipeline should we, HCD and us, get that letter of intent to rezone, as well as increasing the number based on the multifamily housing. And I just want to ask the question, do you have the direction you need? And then I'll make a motion.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to
add the sites that are eligible for what programs. We talked about that.
Sorry, what?
Like a list of sites for 2D. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you provided, so really getting more clarity through adding the addresses to the extent feasible, if there's any sort of description.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What did you say?
So on program 2D, he's gonna add what specific sites are eligible for program 2D.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the
Yeah.
friendly amendment. And so with that, I would make a motion to authorize the town manager to send the updated draft 6-cycle housing element incorporating those changes that we just discussed to the California Housing and Community Development Department, HCD.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Blash. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes, all ayes.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you, Andrew, for being here with us late this eve. We're going to take a quick bath. You want to just go take a bathroom break, and then, yeah, and then we'll just we are back to number 9, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, we're gonna head back to the item we pulled from consent, item number 9. Is to introduce an ordinance amending town code section 2.12.070B3 to eliminate the requirement for town council ratification of appointment, removal, or demotion of department heads by the town manager and finding the action exempt from CEQA. Town Manager Abrams.
Thank you. There is a portion of the town code that requires this ratification for the town manager to essentially hire or demote or terminate one of her employees. And this came up specifically in this time frame because we do have a recruitment out for the planning and building services director, which, as you may remember, we've had quite an uphill climb to be able to recruit a very qualified person for that. We had a great interim, but we are on our third recruitment. And so I am actively looking for barriers that I can remove to be able to really recruit someone. And the issue here is that under this code, basically, I could go through the entire process, have an expert panel. The recruiter has vetted the person. I've interviewed them. We know them to be qualified and background checked, negotiate salary and all of that, and say, yes, I want to hire you. And you should tell your current employer, because it will become public that I want to hire you, and you will have to go through a public process of having that ratified by the town council. And that is not the case in most other cities, and we are actively competing with other cities for candidates. And so my concern is that someone will say, I don't want to just jeopardize my current employer or my current employment in order to come to Fairfax because I need to go through this public process. So that's one concern. And then in the case where there was a demotion or termination, those are personnel actions. They're required by law to be private. And that is something to help preserve the employee's dignity. And so, there's a real risk in having that code there that way. And so, in my view, this was on the consent calendar because I view it as administravia. It's really an administrative process or issue that I saw as a cleanup. I know it's been an issue, and we heard from someone who served many years ago on the council about the context of this, which I think is pretty clear just in reading it, that it is really residual from the previous form of government.
Questions?
You referenced other cities. Do you know what the norm is or what the landscape for this is in Marin?
I'll speak more generally to, I'm a member of ICMA, which is International City County Managers Association. I'm also the president of Women Leading Government, which is a California subset of that group that is specifically for town managers, city managers, and county administrators. And it's the norm that cities, especially in California, towns in California, have this council manager form of government. And what that typically means is that all of the employees, save the town manager and the town attorney, report to the town manager, and they're hired and demoted and terminated by the town manager. So the council, is the policy body, has a fiscal oversight role, and then hires my position and hires Janet's position, and all the other positions are managed by that town manager. So it's more like a CEO than like a line manager. And then the council is more like a board of directors for a corporation. Does that help? Okay.
It does. I would like to know, though, what our neighboring towns and cities, does anyone on the council know?
I just know anecdotally from watching other meetings that I haven't seen this come up. And I don't watch them all, but I watch a lot of them because I'm a lunatic. And I haven't seen this kind of thing happening at that level. And where you go to the council and you ask them to approve a hire or a demotion or a termination. So I can only say anecdotally, what I haven't seen this, but I do believe it's a remnant of when it was the town administrator versus the town manager.
Do you want to say something, Janet? And then I'll ask a question.
Yeah, I've worked all around the Bay Area in municipal law for 30 years. I've never seen this provision anywhere except Fairfax.
Okay, thank you for that. So just quick, the staff report was clear, I think, so thank you. But just for my own understanding of it all. So in theory, you want to hire planning director. That person goes through background check, vetting process. You meet with them once, or they meet with a group. There's like a committee or something you pull in other planning directors that have expertise, and they interview this person and determine their competency. And then you get through some of the final negotiations, paperwork, et cetera, get them ready to tell their employer. Presumably if they accept the offer, I guess they would tell their employer, but they would still have to come to the town council, as it's currently stands, they would have to do all that stuff and kind of stick their neck out there and basically get rid of another job. And you could be completely on board with them, but you don't know 100% if when you bring them publicly to a meeting to say, this is the person we found and this is the person I want to hire, the council can be like, no, I don't like that person, even if they've already given up everything to come here as it's currently designed.
Exactly. And when you started to talk and it sounded like it was a confusing situation, it's a confusing situation because why, as a candidate, why would you give up your current employer or put yourself at that risk saying, I think I'm going to be leaving if I'm confirmed by the council.
But even if you didn't, even if you didn't go that far with your employer and you were going, you would still have to come to a public meeting and your employer might find out. And
exactly,
what if the council said no? And the person that you were working for finds out because it's a public meeting, they could say, we don't want you anymore.
Absolutely.
So it's really endangering their job and it's making us less competitive.
Yeah, it's more of a privacy thing than anything else, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
So if I could ask a question. So and again, the staff report was very clear and all these comments are very clear. If we look at the ordinance with the way it is in the staff report, there's a big strikeout there. That's basically the change that we're considering. If you just read what's in the strikeout, it sounds to me like it would have been, and I'm in favor of this change. I think it makes sense, but for all the reasons we've talked about. But just a question, what it seems like the ordinance, the code currently says, if you read through the strikeout, is that after the manager has been here for a year, which you have, that council could by resolution say, okay, we're done with that. We trust you from here on out for all hirings. And I think that's what that says. That's not just for one specific instance, but it says in here that we could tonight, or maybe we can't tonight because it's not on the agenda, but we could make a resolution that said, okay, for you, you've been here for a year and we're waiving this from now on. Is that correct? Am I correct in reading that way?
Yes, that is correct. So you could make that resolution and we could bring that resolution back, next month and still be in time for this hire. And again, it being in my mind being sort of administravia, I was thinking, even if I was here for the next 20 years, you will have another town manager, and to tie their hands in this way, I think is not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it, just being in the profession. I'd like to see this eliminated, but of course that's your choice.
Okay, well, that was my question and you've answered it. So now our question is what to do.
And we have to go out to the public as well. Do you have any questions, Councilmember Blash, before we go out to the public? Okay, we'll open public comment on this item.
Is this working now?
Yes.
Am I too loud or not loud enough?
You sound good right now.
Okay,
Keep going.
great. Good to hear the audio is working, because earlier tonight, after Michael McIntosh spoke, people emailed or text and said that the last three speakers after he spoke weren't audible on Zoom. Okay, so I heard Heather's argument. I heard Stephanie's question, Janet's explanation, but there's no answer to Stephanie's question. And it seems like what Chance is bringing up is that, wow, it's a privacy issue. Wow, we should just give up all control of our town and continue the developer steamroll here because of some concern of privacy. We've got along this long. How is it that we're going to have absolute autocratic authority in one person, that the town people and the town council no longer have input over who is going to be working here or when they get fired? That's an undue influence. Then Heather just cited that she is a member of the International City County Management Association. That's one of the organizations I talked about earlier, along with Ballotpedia and Wikipedia. On this document here, Heather has written the management council form of government. No, if she's a member and if she's studied and if she works there or works with them, she should know it's the council management form of government. She corrected herself just now. I heard that. But this document is inaccurate. People have not been given notice, and this decision should not be made tonight. At what hour of the night is it? It is 12:52. No one's tuned in. This is by design. You have a responsibility to the people of Fairfax to make this a regular town council meeting item that is well advertised to people. This is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
What are we doing up this time of night? This is insane. So just a little bit of history. We used to run open public interviews for town manager, for town attorney, police chief, and planning director. We held open public hearings right here. The candidates came in. The people in town could hear what the candidates were espousing as far as the position. We actually held open public meetings, and all of a sudden tonight you're being told this is big secrecy thing. No one wants to let anyone know that they're trying to get another job someplace. Yeah. How about some real transparency though? Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
I don't think we need to introduce ourselves each time when we do this so many times, right? Okay. I'm going to piggyback on the transparency. You guys have a lot of people asking a lot of questions about what's going on in town. I would encourage you to recognize why this previously existed. And no offense to you, Ms. Abrams, I think you're doing an excellent job. And I appreciate trying to find the person we need. I get it. But like Frank just said, we used to hold public interviews where the public could hear what people's positions were, how they felt about things, their families, whoever, whatever they were. This is the town council. This is the town director. This is the town works. These are public positions. You put yourself in these positions, you're in the public. So I have a huge respect for privacy, but I don't find that to be, I understand we're all competing for director. I get it. Like every town and city in California is probably fighting. I get that. But we want somebody that's going to want to be here in Fairfax for the hall. And that's not somebody that's going to be hedging their bets going, well, I'm not going to do this until I do this. The qualified candidate that comes to us or that we find or that you guys vet or that we figure out will be somebody that wants to be here and that will put their face forward, their foot forward, the best foot forward for Fairfax. So I encourage you to not move forward with this ordinance. Bruce, I appreciated your suggestion of allowing, hey, Heather, you've had your year. But I think it opens up a big door. And I think that, we don't agree on everything, but I think that you guys should be a part, particularly of terminations within the town. Hiring is very important too. But I think you really should consider what your overview is there, what your responsibilities are there to the town, and guiding the town in the right directions and the right hires, and not hiring somebody that'll be gone in another year because they could do the same thing. They could go to a different town or council and they could apply for a higher paying. I'm sure we're not the highest paying position in Marin County or in the state of California. So consider that same idea of privacy. We all have free will and a choice of where we want to work or how we want to put our energy into this world. But I really encourage the five of you to recognize that there's a reason that this existed before. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Bell, I'm sure that you remember what I said earlier on this issue. I just wanted to add a couple of things. Maybe the reason we're having trouble finding a planning director is I'm sure there's a planning director organization too. I'm sure planning directors who've been here talk to other planning directors. Maybe that's why we're having trouble finding one. I think Todd's correct. I think you need to put this as a regular agenda item and put it on the agenda for the next regular meeting so that people have a chance to digest it. Because you're talking about a pretty major change. I think if maybe you wanted to say, okay, in this case for a planning director, you have the authority to do this and we'll see how that goes and that's it, one time. Maybe that's a possibility, but otherwise hiring and firing of everyone, that's a lot of control for somebody who doesn't seem to really have a lot of issues that are important to people taken to her heart and putting her energy into it. Like I said about PGE, a lot of people lived in this town or live in this town because we had an ordinance that was supposed to work against smart meters because it affects their health because they're extremely sensitive, but they got tossed by the wayside. We have how many trees cut down by PGE that had nothing to do with anything electrical, like the ones across the street. What happened with that? Were those trees replaced like for like? No. Why not? Isn't that right? Isn't that what's right? I mean, you're talking about a company that murdered 200 people. Murdered them. They got off. All their executives still have their pensions. They're all making huge bonuses. You did nothing. Put it on a regular agenda. Let everybody get home, get some sleep, think about this. Because this is a major thing, and I don't think that she deserves to have that power.
Thank you, Mark.
I would just want to remind people that you're not supposed to disparage staff, the council, or members of the public. And I do not appreciate the attacks of Heather Abrams, our town manager. You may disagree with this policy, but I don't appreciate the attacks, and I don't think anyone on this does. Mark, be quiet. Mark.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Right, to mean everything I say, but it's true. What I say is true. You don't like it, then change what happened. Change your own behavior.
Please.
Council, Michael McIntosh. One, I like Heather. I even put this in writing to everybody here that I think she's doing a good job. I think she's new at this position. I think she's managing everybody very well. I think she is very polite to the consultants. I think she starts with a very positive demeanor as she reaches out to people. I've seen her graciously take critique from this council. I would fault her on her lack of response to constituents, myself included. But the reason I'm up here speaking is not really about Heather, who I hope you guys will work in earnest to keep. We need Heather. She's helping us through this process. I'm up here to speak of really asking you guys a question. What are you doing? You're elected by the people to make decisions. When you say we can't make a quick decision, that's not true. We have all the time emergency meetings, 24-hour notice. So you could say, oh, tomorrow we want to have an interview with somebody, and you could bring them right to that floor. A lot of these emergency meetings aren't recorded. It's not public. So by design, it's private. But this is your job. Your job is to have 5 different sets of eyes looking at this person, 5 different people, 5 different positions saying, will this person fit into Fairfax? And it's that guidance that might find somebody that'll stay here for a long time. No offense to Heather, but anybody in a position that doesn't live in a community will be looking at different opportunities for employment, possibly for greater income. We really want to have somebody that's going to be here for a long time, that has that vested interest that only comes with the stewardship and ownership of being in the town. That's why you guys are here. So you don't want to give away that authority. It diminishes the town. It diminishes everybody that voted you in place. Again, this is by no means an assault to Heather. I like Heather, and I want Heather to keep this position. It also doesn't slow down the hiring of anybody, because you could have a 24-hour notice for a special council meeting, and you could have that person before you and nobody's going to know. So the privacy issue kind of fails. These things need to be transparent. And Chance, I see you shaking your head, talking about disparaging people on either side of your dais. Come on, we support these things, we listen to these things, and I would certainly be willing to sit down and argue how, if you think that there's something so wrong that you're shaking your head, I'd take that argument on all day. These are things that are available to this council to make the decision why you're voted in place. You have a 24-hour special meeting. You can bring someone up. I've said this now 3 times. So there's no way that someone's going to escape because somebody else here has been 2 days. So please consider that for this motion, because it is important to have your 5 opinions looking and guiding at our town, as opposed to one person that may or may not be here very long, that all of a sudden can change the entire complexion of the town and all the different department heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, one hand just went up, and that is Rick Hamer. Rick, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Council, we have got to put the Fairfax back into Fairfax. As residents elected by us, serving our shared hometown, you are our last voice, and the proof is in the pudding. You are our only voice. Provide the appropriate direction to the town manager of a culture of guidance, engaging its people. I guess I'm only asking for our chosen, our elected townfolk to guide and ensure familiar choices for departmental level leadership. It's where the rubber meets the road. Ratify, it's part of appropriate direction. It's not a barrier. Remember the interview meetings you used to hire this town manager? This is only for a handful of key positions who want to be here, and continue this to a regular agenda when we all have our wits about us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I see no further raised hands.
Okay, we will close public comment and take it back to the dais. Bruce or Councilmember Ackerman. Go ahead.
I'm just, it's very puzzling to me that public comment on the one hand says that the council is all completely doing the wrong thing and public has lost trust in us. And then in this instance, the public wants the council to, or these people in the public who are in this room. I don't know what the rest of the town is saying. I don't know if they've been paying attention to this item, but wants to have us have absolute control. And that's just confusing to me. I don't know whether any of us can win. You know, I appreciate what Mr. Egger was saying, and I believe him. I don't have any reason not to, that there was a time decades ago in which people got interviewed the way we interview people for a board or a commission, where we used to have them sit in a chair right here, and we'd always caution them not to lean back because they'd pitch down the stairs. None of them ever did that, but that was how we did that. We did it in public. People were watching. It was in the later days, it was on TV and recorded on video for all of posterity for them to sit there with their back to the camera while we asked them questions and then we appointed them. I can imagine that was done for the town manager and all the other positions, but it just seems like a different era that we're living in now. It's, for one thing, there are a whole lot of laws. We run into a lot of that in Fairfax. There are a whole lot of laws, and we can't just do things the way it used to be because there's all these laws. This is one of those cases. There's employment laws, and, you know, there really are a lot of employment laws. I see our legal counsel, who's very smart, nodding that yes, there are a lot of employment laws. There are whole buildings full of lawyers who think about employment law. Pretty much any organization of any size has an HR department to think about employment. And so it's just, you know, this thing of respecting people's privacy and stuff is not just optional. It's something that you have to do. It also, those laws are there for a reason. It's probably fair to do that. There's also what Heather has pointed out, the very specific instance in which it really puts someone into a bind. And yeah, if a person is, let's say, currently unemployed and they just think, I would love to be the Fairfax planning director. That's what I'm going to do. That's my goal in life. And they came to us or whatever. Yeah, we could interview them. We might have 2 or 3 people that really desperately want to be our planning director, and we could interview them and decide which one we like the best. But that just isn't the way it is. It just isn't the way it is. It's that we're competing for planning directors, and the planning director or any other position that we want to hire to. And those people are trying to make a living, and they've got a lot of other options. And this is, you know, and people move from one town to another. And yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I've done quite a bit of work in what they call Silicon Valley, and you know, people move around all the time. Everybody is, you know, ready to leave at a moment's notice, and you have to keep them happy because otherwise they'll go across the street. You know, it just happens. I don't like it. I tend to just sort of stay with what I'm doing, and I tend to think more about whether I'm happy where I am than how much money I'm making. Like, for example, at this job, I'm not making any money. So, hey, and I don't know why I do it either. But anyway, I'm a little weird, but you know, that's not the way most people are. Most people are, you know, it's, you have to kind of, anyway, it just seems like it's unrealistic to think that that's the way the world is now. And as Heather says, we're now into our third attempt trying to recruit a planning director. And so that shows it's not easy to find him. Yeah, I guess that's the, and then I guess the one other thing I wanted to say is that we as a council hired Heather. And if Heather hired a planning director that we thought was an idiot and refused to fire that planning director, even though we thought they were an idiot, then I think we might look at whether Heather needs to continue being our town manager. And we have that power. So that's the system. It's not that council has no power. Council has a tremendous amount of power. We hire these two people sitting right there and we can, you know, so there's a path by which the right planning director should be getting hired. And we really, now I guess I could ask whether we could have a closed session to talk about, you know, quickly. I mean, someone was saying, well, we set up a meeting with 24 hours notice and we don't record it. Well, we don't actually have meetings that we don't record except for closed sessions. So maybe you're talking about a closed session. Could we have a closed session with 24 hours notice, assuming all of us can do that so that we can quickly ratify a hire? I don't know whether that's the case, but maybe that's a question I'll ask.
It's a good question, and it speaks to some of the comments that were made. So a closed session for personnel matters, it's my understanding, can only be used for evaluating personnel, which are the town manager and the town attorney. So in order for you to have a closed session about a department head, you would be basically calling the town manager in for an evaluation based on her management of that department head.
Yeah, and I'm troubled by a lot of provisions in this code, and the older ones especially. If you see down at the bottom, it says specifically that when required, the final vote to ratify the appointment, removal, or demotion of a department head shall be done in an open session of the town council. We could not do a removal or demotion in an open session. We just can't. It would violate the personnel laws. We can't do that.
Yeah, we would get sued among possibly not only by the person, but by the state. I mean, we would be in violation of a lot of things. Yeah, right.
You done? Okay. Thank you for that last piece in particular. So I've been grappling with this, wrestling this with Heather. You and I had a long conversation about it. I think the privacy matter is very real. One thing that hasn't been raised tonight, which is for me important and why mostly I'm wrestling with it, is this 12-month thing. So hypothetically, if we hire a new town manager and during this most recent process when we were hiring you, we heard a lot of feedback from the community. We need to get someone local. We want, that should be the priority. Of course, we want someone who lives here and doesn't have to commute and knows the community and culture, and et cetera. That didn't happen. We didn't get any candidates from Fairfax. But there's a strong feeling that of the Fairfax way, right? And wanting people that fit in here and are going to be responsive to the community, et cetera. So if you hire a new town manager and let's say you have 2 open positions like we have had, right? We've recently hired the director of public works. We have the open director of planning position. For me, it creates risk because at this point now you've been on the job, 15 months. I have full trust and confidence in your capabilities related to this and other functions in the role. But at month 2 or 3, I don't know. I've hired many people, and a lot of times what can happen is you hear what you want to hear in an interview, and then what happens on the job is something different. And so that's a risk for me. I personally liked the 12-month element because it offered some protection, if you will. So I just wanted to state that. And if there's some kind of compromise we can strike related to that, I would welcome that.
So we're on the same wavelength. I had asked this beforehand. I think other than the demotion and the termination, I think the hire is the one that really troubled me more than anything. And I think I had asked for some alternate language because I was thinking about, let's say we hired Heather leaves tomorrow. We hired some town manager, had been here 2 months, and they just decide, I'm hiring my buddy Joe. We don't want that, right? And so I had asked that but I don't think we should include demotions and terminations for the employment issues, and that we can't do that in open session. But I had asked for alternate language to include a provision that the town manager was here for 12 months before she or he would have that hiring. But I do want to say that, I want to echo something that Bruce said, or what our mayor always says, +1. I love that. Is, we have a lot of authority over you and our town attorney. And we also want you to be able to do your job to the best of your abilities. And we don't want you to be hamstrung. But I do feel that for the hiring of department heads, we should wait until the town manager is in that position 12 months before we allow the hiring. But on the termination or the demotions, that's a whole process. I wouldn't include that in there. So I had asked for alternate language that would include that 12 months, and I'm hoping you guys brought it.
Of course I did. Let me ask something though. Are you sure you want 12 months? Do you need that long?
I think that is really important.
Okay.
I think my experience here is that it takes a while to get to know someone's skills and abilities, and particularly Fairfax, which sometimes I characterize as breathing from a fire hose. It's hard for somebody to get their bearings.
Yeah.
And so I think, to me, 12 months, that's my opinion, is important. 6 months, people are just sort of getting their feet wet.
Mm. Okay.
Do-
I'm glad that we want to get rid of the removal or demotion, because that would cause all sorts of issues.
Demotion and termination.
It says
I would get rid of both
yeah.
of those.
Yeah, it's written as removal or demotion. So we're going to get rid of those, right? And so if you look at the section 3, appointment and removal, well, let's say appointment of certain officers. subject to and in accordance with civil service and town personnel ordinances and regulations, to appoint, remove, and demote any appointed officers and employees except the town attorney, provided, however, that the appointment of department heads shall require ratification by the town council until the town manager has served in that position for 12 months.
That to me works.
Okay, so I would leave everything the way it is in this section with the strikeout. I would leave appointment and removal because the grant of authority is coming in with the first provision. And then after, except the town attorney, the semicolon, and then provided, however, that the appointment of department heads shall require ratification by the town council until the town manager has served in that position for 12 months. Does that work?
I think that, I mean, that's what I have in mind. I don't know if others like it.
I want to hear from other council members too. Councilmember Blash, do you have comments?
Well, it seems on first look like a reasonable compromise.
Excellent. Okay, my comments. I don't take the privacy stuff lightly. For folks who think it's not that big of a deal as far as employment law and flexibility of trying to bring someone in, especially in a competitive labor market like the one that we're experiencing in the public sector right now. I think I've participated in a couple of hires so far in town, and none of them were done in a public way where everybody gets to hang out and, you know, interview the person together, whether that was town manager, whether that was police chief. So I think we're to your point, Councilmember Ackerman, I think we're in a very different time as far as labor laws, employment laws, you know, personnel laws, what have you. I think I'm in alignment with what Councilmember Hellman was saying with regard to concerns about the 12-month thing, especially experiencing what we experienced with our interims, which great that we had interims, but the interims have their friends that they can call on. And then all of a sudden you have a whole team that's kind of like packed your town. And so this is a way to make sure that the people that are coming in are, if it has to happen in quick succession, that they're being vetted by the town council. So I think that's a good hedge on any sort of quick shifts in the community. So I think that there's some alignment with what's being proposed here. And also the concerns, I think the language that you were reading, Janet, addresses concerns in that final section. Because I think those are also sensitive matters as far as parading someone around if you're going to remove them or demote them or what have you. I don't think that that's appropriate. And we have had sensitive removals or changes of employment for folks, and it didn't come before the town council in some sort of public way. So I think it's great to remove that. I think it's great to keep the 12-month thing. And I hope that's still, I mean, it's kind of moot in the sense that you've been here for 12 months, Heather. So it's, you know, that's something a future town manager would have to battle with the future council over. But I think everything's copacetic here. So if we approve the language that's been proposed, that likely works, right? Does that sound good, Councilmember Ackerman?
I'm happy to make the motion.
Great.
And so it would be staff recommends that the council introduce, waive first reading, and read by title only an ordinance amending Title II Town Manager, Section 2.12.070, Powers and Duties of the Fairfax Town Code, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, with the language out specifically changed as outlined by the town attorney. Do you want to read that one more
Do
time?
you want me to read it again?
Yes.
Please.
Sure. So section 3 that we're changing, it will read appointment and removal of certain officers. Subject to and in accordance with civil service and town personnel ordinances and regulations to appoint, remove, and demote any appointed officers and employees except the town attorney, provided, however, that the appointment of department heads shall require ratification by the town council until the town manager has served in that position for 12 months.
Period.
Well, it's a semicolon because it goes on to section 4, list out other powers and duties.
Okay,
Paragraph ends with a
semicolon.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Hellman. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, may I just clarify, the rest of that paragraph stays? Everything? Oh, sorry.
No, that's just,
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
That's it,
the end of the
period.
paragraph.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
read the entire thing. So
Okay, I just-
3 would read just as I
Very-
read it,
got it.
and I'll provide it to you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Catrano.
yes, all eyes. Thank you so much. Great. Okay. And that concludes the agenda for this evening. Well, I guess town manager's report, anything at this hour?
I'll be brief.
Okay.
We did have a tree that fell down near the pavilion early this morning, about 2 a.m. It made such a large thud that PD, sitting at dispatch could feel it, hear it. And so tree trimmers have already been out to remove it. So just kind of a word of caution for us all that even though the rain was light, our soils are still quite saturated. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Future agenda items, anything? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to adjourn in memory of Susan Oberstein and Gary Graham.
And Susan Oberstein was my cousin. I've lost many relatives in the last few months. And Gary Graham was one of our esteemed business people for so many years running a bar. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good evening, morning, what have you. Thanks.